Chapter 328. Clang. Shi Shinzong drew his sword. His sword was 3 fingers wide and its blade was slightly black. The 2 sides of the blade were silver and it was incredibly sharp. Many strange black words were engraved on it, giving off a heavy sense of history. As soon as this sword appeared, the temperature in the heavens and the earth fell by many degrees. A gust of cold wind swept out, causing all of the spectators to shiver. This sword is called the Divine Way, a saint among swords, Shi Shinzong said coldly. When swordsmen fought, they naturally had to introduce their swords first. The Divine Way was ranked extremely high in the Northern Wilderness sword records, and it was even higher than some sword emperors' swords. The Hegemon sword emperor's Hegemon Jiao was below it. The spectating sword cultivators all looked on with desire, and some people's breathing became ragged, looking fervent. Zhou Xuanji flipped his right hand and took out Heavenly Retribution Martial Punishment as he said, "This is Heavenly Retribution Martial Punishment, a sword of the heavenly law." Following this he flipped his left hand and took out God Ghost Howl. This sword is called God Ghost Howl, a ghost sword that can make immortals and gods howl. He continued to take out other legendary swords which floated behind him. This sword is called Ancient God Sword. This sword is called Sky Extinguishing Sword. This sword is called Great Heavenly Dark Jade Sword. This sword is called White Dragon Bone Sword. All of the legendary swords above gold grade were taken out by him. They appeared out of thin air one after another and floated behind him. Everyone fell silent and stared at him taking out legendary swords one after another. Those who admired Zhou Xuanji became incredibly excited. The Sword Emperor was so domineering. Just in terms of introducing swords, he had already surpassed Shi Shinzong. At least with these words, Zhou Xuanji sounded more imposing. After Zhou Xuanji spoke, he did not wait for Shi Shinzong to speak and directly activated Sword Master Haki. In that moment, all of the cultivators' swords in the surrounding 100 kilometers started to violently tremble. "This is my sword? What's going on? Why can't I control my sword? Could it be the Sword Emperor and the Sword Saint? 10,000 swords resonating, such a realm in the way of the sword." The cultivators exclaimed one after another. 70 to 80% of the cultivators carried a sword. Not all of them were sword cultivators, but many spells could be performed with a sword. Moreover, the sword had the air of a gentleman, so very few people would hate it. "In front of me all swords bow down. If I don't become the sword sovereign, who will?" Zhou Xuanji said as he proudly laughed. As he spoke, all of the cultivators' swords flew out of their sheaths and shot towards Shi Shinzong. Shi Shinzong narrowed his eyes and did not attack. This was because the swords stopped very quickly. They were dozens of meters away from him, arranged in all directions, with the tips of the swords pointed at him. Everyone was shocked. In their eyes, Shi Shinzong was surrounded by hundreds of thousands of swords. It was a majestic scene. The sect master of the Hegemon sword sect and Shi Hyaming had ugly expressions on their faces. Their swords also flew out of their control. The disciples of the 10,000 Swords Divine Mountain were extremely embarrassed. Their swords were actually pointed at their ancestor. This was simply disgraceful. This kid, Bai Hao Yisan, stood up with a serious expression. If he was not wrong, this was a type of divine art. The ability to summon swords. He inexplicably thought of someone and fear flashed in his eyes. Shi Shinzong's expression became unprecedentedly serious. He looked at Zhou Xuanji and said word by word, "Zhou Xuanji, I acknowledge you as the sword sovereign. You are qualified to be my opponent." As he spoke, he swung his sword with his right hand and sword chi swept out. Hundreds of thousands of swords were sent flying back to their owners. Such a method was not inferior to Zhou Xuanji's. The cultivators all leapt up to catch the swords. They had a mental connection with their swords, so they naturally would not be mistaken. Now, everyone began to look forward to the fight. Zhou Xuanji did not seem to be any weaker than Shi Shinzong. The two of them looked at each other and leapt up at the same time. In that instant, the 2 stone swords that were 300 meters tall directly shattered. Seeing this, the sect master of the Hegemon sword sect felt his heart shatter. The 2 of them turned into sword light and shot into the sky. Woo! Waves of ghostly wails sounded throughout the sky. Zhou Xuanji directly activated Heavenly Retribution Martial Punishment and God Ghost Wails. Facing the legendary Sword Saint, he did not dare to be careless. The 2 of them quickly clashed together, and sword light exploded like fireworks, illuminating the sky. Zhou Xuanji used dual sword wills, the sky-dominating divine sword and heavenly lights. His right hand was heavy and powerful, while his left hand was ever-changing. Facing his barrage of attacks, Shi Shinzong did not fall into a disadvantage. He easily blocked Zhou Xuanji's two swords with just one sword. His sword speed was simply too fast. It was Zhou Xuanji's first time encountering such a swift opponent. As expected of the sword saint, his reputation is well deserved. Zhou Xuanji's heart trembled as he thought to himself. He began to use his full strength. Shi Shenzong was a little shocked in his heart. He did not expect Zhou Xuanji to have such exquisite sword techniques. He used two sword techniques at the same time. They did not clash, but they were extremely compatible. Genius. Although he admired Zhou Xuanji, Shi Shenzong did not go easy on him. Such a genius was worth defeating. At this moment, Shi Shenzong suddenly sped up. A faint white light appeared on the surface of his body, and his gaze became sharper. Sword will. The Saint Path sword turned from a gale to a tempest in his hand. The sword chi was like a tsunami, sending Zhou Xuanji flying back. Shi Shenzong stayed where he was and quickly swung his sword. A blazing sun appeared behind him out of nowhere. The blazing sun expanded rapidly, and its diameter reached hundreds of meters. It was a shocking sight. A massive sword might envelop the heavens and earth, making everyone feel extremely suppressed. They even felt a sense of suffocation. Zhou Xuanji activated the Ancestor Dragon sword straight away and transformed into a 5-clawed golden dragon. His body was 3,000 meters long and looked majestic and domineering. His entire body shone with a divine golden radiance. Shi Shenzong narrowed his eyes and slashed out. The blazing sun behind him leaped over his head and slammed into the 5-clawed golden dragon. Boom! A world-shaking explosion suddenly sounded out, causing the ears of the spectators to ring. The 5-clawed golden dragon was restrained by the blazing sun, and dragon roars could be heard continuously. The scene was so shocking that everyone was dumbfounded. This, so powerful? I think they are all qualified to become the top cultivator in the world. The Sword Emperor is so powerful. He's on par with the teacher of a great emperor, Mighty, who said that the Sword Emperor would lose. So exciting. This trip was not in vain. The cultivators were all incredibly excited and continuously cried out. The 5-clawed golden dragon powerfully tore apart the blazing sun, but Shi Shenzong quickly rushed over and tore apart the 5-clawed golden dragon with a single strike. Zhou Xuanji was not heavily injured. He gripped his two swords and unleashed universal attraction. Shi Shenzong felt a powerful suction force, and his body could not help but slow down. To Zhou Xuanji this was enough. He turned and unleashed 10,000 ultimate steps. Shi Shenzong flipped his hand and blocked Zhou Xuanji's 10,000 ultimate steps. Their gazes met. Their gazes were cold and sharp, and they could both see the shock in each other's eyes. They were both shocked by their respective abilities. Zhou Xuanji continued to swing his two swords. Shi Shenzong received the swords, but he was sent flying back. Following this, every time the swords clashed, he would be sent flying back, causing his face to become more and more pale. He suddenly laughed and said, "So it's like that." After saying this, he once again closed in on Zhou Xuanji. This time he did not circulate his spirit energy. Come. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 329. After Shi Shenzong saw through world reincarnation, he could rely on his physical strength and sword techniques to contend with Zhou Xuanji. Gradually he started to use different sword techniques, which were ever-changing. Zhou Xuanji could not switch sword techniques either. The two of them began to compare their sword techniques. Their bodies continuously moved about, and sword flowers flashed as all sorts of abnormal signs appeared. There were many powerful experts among the spectators, and they were completely mesmerized by this. Both of their cultivations are so powerful, they can switch between so many sword techniques so smoothly. In other words, Zhou Xuanji is not inferior to the Sword Saint? It's not just strength, it's also the foundation of the way of the sword. Indeed, legends say that the Sword Emperor can develop a sword will from a high-grade sword technique in a day. In other words, the Sword Emperor is more powerful than the Sword Saint because he's simply too young. I support Zhou Xuanji. He killed so many great demons for the human race, and his contributions are even greater than Yangdi's. Look at Shi Shenzong. When he was alive, did he ever contribute to the human race? You might say he did, but that's the Hegemon Sword Emperor. However, even after becoming a great emperor, he did not destroy the demon race. As they watched the battle, they discussed among themselves. Zhou Xuanji's support grew louder and louder. A legend was a legend in the end, and it was too far away from them. Zhou Xuanji was a top-tier hero in the world, who did not want to surpass their predecessors. However, many people still felt that Shi Shenzong was more powerful. Both of them have the potential to become great emperors, Bai Hao Yisin muttered to himself with a serious expression. He had seen countless geniuses, and both Zhou Xuanji and Shi Shinzong were among the top. He had seen countless geniuses, and Zhou Xuanji and Shi Shinzong were both at the top. He had seen countless geniuses, and both Zhou Xuanji and Shi Shinzong were among the top. If these two people were 90,000 years ago, it would be difficult to imagine what heights they would have reached. Clang, clang, clang. Zhou Xuanji and Shi Shinzong quickly clashed, turning into two rays of sword light that danced above the sea of clouds. This fellow is becoming more powerful. Zhou Xuanji inwardly felt quite shocked. He had used the power of two intimidating spirit legendary swords, and even though he could make up for the difference in cultivation, he could not suppress Shi Shinzong. He had underestimated Shi Shinzong. This person was truly powerful. Shi Shinzong felt even more shocked. This boy only had great realization realm level 9 cultivation, and he was able to fight evenly with him. One should know that his strength was enough to defeat a third tribulation bodiless immortal. Even Xinyuan Zhou was no match for him. This child's talent surpassed his. At that moment, Zhou Xuanji's arms shook as he unleashed sword chi soar. Countless traces of sword chi burst out from his body, forcing Shi Shinzong back. He immediately used the Emperor's Way Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha. A golden Buddha that was thousands of meters tall appeared behind him. Thousands of arms grew out from the back of the golden Buddha, each holding a giant sword. Crackle, strands of heavenly lightning coiled around the thousand-hand sword Buddha, gathering together to form a thunderbolt. Golden light illuminated the earth. The high and mighty thousand-hand sword Buddha was like an unparalleled deity overlooking the earth. Everyone was dumbfounded. What kind of divine ability was this? Shi Shinzong was also stunned. He looked up at the thousand-hand sword Buddha like an ant looking up at a mountain. This is the Emperor's Way Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha. Sword Saint, give it a try. Zhou Xuanji said with a smile. Following this, his body entered the thousand-hand sword Buddha. Sword intense state. He was the thousand-hand sword Buddha, and the thousand-hand sword Buddha was him. The thousand-hand sword Buddha opened its eyes and two beams of light shot out. Then a purple taiji symbol appeared on its forehead. A buzzing sound sounded out as if a great bell had rung. A vertical purple taiji symbol appeared behind the thousand-hand sword Buddha. It was even bigger than the thousand-hand sword Buddha, and it looked like a holy Buddha's halo, causing the thousand-hand sword Buddha's aura to become even more powerful. The Buddha in my heart does not appear in times of prosperity, but in times of chaos, to save the world from disaster. I will not use my own selfish desires to disturb a clan. In the current world there are no true Buddhas, only Buddhist cultivators who want to slay demons. They also have an undeniable responsibility for the chaos in the human race. As such, I created this sword technique to give the world a bright and peaceful world, to expel impurities and suppress evil. This is the Emperor's Way Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha. Zhou Xuanji's voice sounded throughout the heavens and earth, as if a holy Buddha was creating all things. Everyone was shocked, and they immediately thought of Dongyuan Monastery. The conflict between the righteous and demonic sects had always been driven by Dongyuan Monastery. When the human race was in chaos, Dongyuan Monastery could not do anything. Soon they started to think about other things. On the ground there were also Dongyuan Monastery's monks. Hearing this, their faces became red. Even though they were furious, they could not help but think about it. Were they really doing the right thing? Shi Shinzong laughed. He raised the Saint Path sword, and the blazing sun once again appeared behind him. It was as tall as the thousand-hand sword Buddha. Sword Emperor, you are indeed powerful. Sword will is incredibly easy for you, but you are still a bit lacking. You should know that sword will is not the end of the way of the sword. Today I will show you what is above sword will. Shi Shinzong said as he coldly harumphed, his tone filled with pride. He was the sword saint, the saint of the way of the sword. How could he allow a junior to surpass him? As he spoke, the blazing sun behind him rippled. The thousand-hand sword Buddha narrowed its eyes and did not immediately act. Zhou Xuanji had heard the sword spirit say that there was a realm above sword will. Could it be that Shi Shinzong had already reached it? He wanted to see what it was. The 2 million spectators held their breaths, not daring to even breathe loudly. Clang. The Saint Path sword in Shi Shinzong's hand violently trembled, giving off a clear ringing that was incredibly piercing. Traces of intense flames flowed out of the Saint Path sword, looking like smoke rising up from a chimney. Soon, the intense flames reached a height of 3,000 meters and fused with the blazing sun. Shi Shinzong's entire right arm was wrapped in flames. At a glance, the blazing sun seemed to be connected to him, and his aura grew stronger and stronger. A might that surpassed a third tribulation scattered immortal. In the distance, Fu Hao opened his eyes wide and cried out in shock, "Sword Soul!" The blazing sun on Shi Shinzong's body became more and more corporeal, and the top turned into the upper body of a human. It was incredibly majestic and domineering, and it was not inferior to the thousand-hand sword Buddha at all. Zhou Xuanji could sense that there was no sword qi in the sword soul of fiery flames. Instead, it was formed by gathering the world's spirit qi. Apart from that, there was also an indescribable power. In contrast, his thousand-hand sword Buddha was made of corporeal sword qi. Even though the two looked majestic, they were fundamentally different. Shi Shinzong raised the Saint Path sword slowly with an icy expression and said, "Sword Emperor, I hope you can withstand this sword strike." Just as he spoke, he slashed out with extreme speed. The sword soul on his body turned into a fiery long sword that disappeared in an instant. Before Zhou Xuanji could react, the thousand-hand sword Buddha was cut in half. Boom! Shi Shinzong was blasted back by his own power, and blood spurted out from his body. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared over the horizon and smashed into a tall mountain. No one knew if he was dead or alive. Silence. The heavens and earth fell silent. Zhou Xuanji levitated in the air, his hands trembling. A stream of blood flowed down from his forehead and dyed his handsome face red. He frowned. His gaze was cold, but his heart was in great shock. That sword strike. His world reincarnation could not completely block it. Come. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 330. More than 2 million spectators were dumbfounded, and they couldn't believe their eyes. Shi Shinzong had made it sound so powerful, and the raging flame sword soul was incredibly shocking. Its might caused them to tremble in fear. They had thought that the two of them would have a soul-stirring, peerless battle or that Zhou Xuanji would be heavily injured. But he never expected. Shi Shinzong had destroyed the Emperor's Wei thousand-hand sword Buddha with a single swing of his sword, but he had still been forced to kneel? The 10,000 Swords Divine Ridge's master, Shi Huanming, was dumbfounded. How is this possible? Primogenitor. Shi Huanming's entire body trembled. With a thud, he knelt on the ground. The Hegemon Sword sect master did not mock him. He was also shocked. Could it be the world Buddha art? How old is he to be able to cultivate world reincarnation? Bai Hao Yisan swallowed his saliva and looked at Zhou Xuanji with fear in his eyes. He had once witnessed the power of the world Buddha art. That person was the human emperor at that time. Although he was no match for the Renhuang, he was still stunning. If the Renhuang was given another 10,000 years, the one who would be defeated might be the Renhuang. Boom. The whole place was in an uproar. Everyone was talking excitedly. Oh my God. What did I see? The Sword Emperor is mighty. Too domineering. Is the Sword Saint dead? That's it. As expected of my belief. Now, who still dares to say that he isn't a Sword Emperor? I knew Zhou Xuanji would win. He's undefeatable. The millions of voices converged together as if they were about to overturn the heavens. Zhou Qingxin, Princess Xuanya, Yang Xindi, Great Chen's Emperor, and the others all excitedly cheered for Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xiaoqi was bouncing on the spot, almost causing the little black snake to faint. High in the sky, Zhou Xuanji tried his best to stabilize his body, making it look like he was fine. In fact, that sword strike had already injured him. If it wasn't for the fact that he had fused with the Violet Demon Monarch's heart, if he had fought Shi Shinzong in the past, he might have been instantly killed by Shi Shinzong's sword. No wonder Xin Yuan Zhou died at his hands. So that was how it was. Was this the power of the sword soul? Fast to the point of being unpredictable, tyrannical to the point of shattering mountains and rivers. His heart was burning with passion. He must cultivate a sword soul. At this time a figure quickly flew over. It was Shi Shinzong. He was covered in blood, but his eyes were still sharp and clear. With the Saint Path sword in his right hand, he locked onto Zhou Xuanji. The Qianxia map continuously provided Zhou Xuanji with spirit energy, and he once again unleashed the Emperor's Wei thousand-hand sword Buddha. The majestic thousand-hand sword Buddha quickly danced, wildly slashing at Shi Shinzong. Shi Shinzong swung his sword to block. Although the Sage Dao sword was far weaker than the thousand-hand sword Buddha's golden sword, its power was not inferior at all. It was like a grain of rice striking a roof beam. Sword Saint, your attainments in the way of the sword are indeed impressive, but you are no match for me. Zhou Xuanji loudly laughed. The thousand-hand sword Buddha's power became stronger and stronger, and with the support of heavenly lightning, Shi Shinzong's body became more and more bloody. Your time has passed. As he shouted, the thousand-hand sword Buddha used the sky-dominating divine sword. The thousand swords merged into one and slashed down furiously. Clang. Shi Shinzong was blasted down and smashed through the ground, kicking up clouds of dust. The surrounding 10 kilometers collapsed, and countless cracks spread in all directions, looking like a spider web that wanted to cover the ground. Zhou Xuanji coughed up a mouthful of blood, and his arms slightly trembled. The sword soul's might was too powerful and had injured his internal organs. Now that he had used his full strength, he naturally suffered a backlash. However, he did not care. He had to defeat Shi Shinzong. The heavens and earth fell silent. Everyone was shocked by Zhou Xuanji's domineeringness. He looked down at Shi Shinzong and said coldly, "Sword Saint, do you still want to fight?" Rumble, roiling flames blasted away the dust and rose up from the massive crater like a volcano erupting, rushing into the sky. Shi Shinzong used the intense flames to rush into the sky. His eyes were cold as he stared at Zhou Xuanji and said, "I won't lose." He had his pride. He would either die or win. There was no such thing as losing, nor would there be a tie. The thousand-hand sword Buddha once again slashed out. It was also the sky-dominating divine sword, and it gave off unstoppable momentum. Shi Shinzong unleashed the sword soul, and intense flames flashed as a massive sword that was as long as a mountain range slashed out. It came quickly and disappeared quickly as well. After colliding with the thousand-hand sword Buddha's golden sword, it exploded and turned into a sea of flames. Shi Shinzong once again fell. Zhou Xuanji was sent flying, but he managed to stabilize his body in time. Blood continuously flowed out of his mouth, gushing out like a fountain. God damn it. This fellow really doesn't want to live. Zhou Xuanji inwardly swore. Since Shi Shinzong did not want to live, he would go all out. He did not believe that he could not win. Legendary swords appeared above his head, and with a thought, the legendary swords quickly got into formation, casting the ceiling dream sword formation. A violet pillar of light descended from the sword formation, smashing into the ground incredibly quickly, causing the ground to tremble. Rumble, a sandstorm rose and swept across the land, startling the nearby cultivators into hiding. Within the violet light, Shi Shinzong gripped the Saint Path sword and disregarded his injuries as he forcefully stood up. "I am the Sword Saint, invincible in the mortal realm, why should I lose?" His sleeves exploded, and he bent his legs as he forcefully broke through the ceiling dream sword formation and once again rushed at Zhou Xuanji. Was this fellow using a cheat to explode his seeds? He still did not die? Zhou Xuanji was infuriated and madly used the power of God Ghost Howl and Heavenly Retribution Martial Punishment. Countless howls filled the heavens and earth, creating a chilling scene. Even with his powerful physique, the surface of his body started to crack and blood flowed out. The pain was like a blood-red flame. The violet Tai Chi diagram on his forehead gave off light, and he let go of the legendary swords. He raised his right hand and suddenly swung it downwards. Boom! All of the legendary swords rushed up. The two intimidating spirit legendary swords were at the front, followed by the Heavenly Soul legendary sword, followed by the glorious gold legendary sword, and the amethyst legendary sword. All of the legendary swords exploded out with their own power. All sorts of lights gathered together, forming a sword of light that descended from the sky. Shi Shinzong gritted his teeth and once again unleashed the sword soul. This time he used all of the spirit energy in his body. In that moment, a massive sword of intense flames flashed and collided with all of the legendary swords. A deafening explosion sounded out, and intense light exploded out, causing everyone's vision to become white. The sound disappeared. It was as if their eardrums had been torn. It was like the explosion of the beginning of the world, causing everything to lose its color and noise. Zhou Xuanji almost fainted. He felt as if his body no longer belonged to him, and he could not control himself as he fell. He gritted his teeth and desperately used the Qianxia map to provide him with spirit energy. Only with great difficulty did he manage to stabilize himself. The intense light dissipated, and the bright world became dim. Dust covered the ground, covering the sky and covering the sun. It was impossible to see anything. Zhou Xuanji deeply breathed in. He could sense Shi Shinzong's aura. He immediately flew over. Right now he was like an arrow at the end of its flight and his flying speed was very slow. Only after a while did he come before Shi Shinzong. Within the massive crater, Shi Shinzong half knelt on the ground. He gripped the Saint Path sword with both hands and stabbed it into the ground, helping him stabilize his injured body so that he did not fall. Zhou Xuanji looked down at him and said calmly, "You have lost." Come. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 331. Shi Shinzong didn't tremble nor did he pant. His life force was about to be used up, and his body was stiff, unable to move. He could not look up and could not see Zhou Xuanji's expression. He said with difficulty, "I can still." Zhou Xuanji frowned. This old guy was a sore loser? Since it's a spar, there's no enmity between us. Do you really want me to kill you before you stop? Zhou Xuanji said coldly. Seeing Shi Shinzong like this made him feel quite disappointed. As a Sword Dao Grandmaster, he should be able to let go of things. Where there is life, there is hope. I'm already a dead man. Shi Shinzong closed his eyes and said calmly. How could he still have the face to walk in this world after losing to a junior? Since he had already died once, he might as well die again. The wind and sand billowed. The two of them seemed to be in the middle of chaos. They couldn't see anyone else and no one could see them. You have no regrets? Zhou Xuanji asked. Shi Shinzong was very powerful, and if such an expert died, he would have one less opponent. There weren't many people in the world who could be his opponent. Shi Shinzong did not reply. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow. Io still not replying. See if I don't beat you to death. Do you know what the greatest regret of your descendants is? He asked in a melancholy tone. Shi Shinzong asked in confusion. What? Zhou Xuanji sighed and said, your disciple, the Hegemon Sword Emperor, succeeded in becoming a great emperor, but you were just a step away from becoming a great emperor. Isn't that your greatest regret? It's not that the world wants to doubt you, but we believe that you will definitely become a great emperor. Don't tell me you didn't have such regrets before you died? As a man, you already know that there is a higher sky. Don't you want to go and take a look? Besides, you lost to me today. Don't you want to defeat me again? The emotions in his tone fluctuated, and it was extremely provocative. Shi Shinzong lowered his head, making it impossible to see his expression. I don't understand what you've been through, but I've always walked on the path of failure. How many times have I wandered from place to place? How many times have I run for my life? I can even say that I've been a failure since I was born. If I were like you, unable to accept defeat, I'm afraid you wouldn't have lost. Towards the end, Zhou Xuanji's tone became calm. Of course, he knew in his heart that he had won by a large margin. In a one-on-one fight, unless the opponent's realm far surpassed his, he had never lost. Shi Shinzong slowly stood up. Zhou Xuanji's expression changed. What the hell, this guy was recovering his stamina and was listening to his nonsense on purpose. Shi Shinzong raised his head, his gaze as sharp as when he was fighting. His heart skipped a beat. Oh no. Another fierce battle? Although he was a little flustered, he appeared calm on the surface. If he could defeat Shi Shinzong once, he could defeat him again. He was only afraid that he would be seriously injured and give someone with ulterior motives an opportunity to take advantage of. I'll wait for you in the upper realm. Shi Shinzong said in a low voice as he looked at Zhou Xuanji, causing him to feel quite stunned. Upper realm? Bang! A pillar of light broke through the billowing dust and landed on his body. He slowly rose up. Ascension. Zhou Xuanji frowned. He ascended just like that? He had originally wanted to take this fellow as a sword slave. He wanted to say something but hesitated. He wanted to ask, could he be given a chance? Zhou Xuanji, you are indeed more powerful than me. I admit my defeat. From today onwards, I will treat you as my greatest opponent. I will wait for you in the upper realm. Next time we will fight again. I will wait for you. Shi Shinzong looked down at him and said word by word. A violent gale blew up the dust around them. One was in the sky while the other was on the ground. Both of them were covered with wounds and were covered with blood. They only had eyes for each other, and they could sense each other's battle intent. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and laughed. This is good too. This is the best result, he mumbled. There were not many powerful cultivators that he acknowledged, and Shi Shinzong was one of them. At this moment, Shi Shinzong's voice suddenly came, sounding domineering and proud. Today I, Shi Shinzong, admit my defeat to Zhou Xuanji wholeheartedly. In my heart, he is the Sword Emperor and he will become the most powerful Sword Emperor. I will wait for him in the upper realm. One day I will defeat him. Because I am the Sword Saint. Rumble, everyone looked up. Even though the sky was covered by the sand and wind, they could still see the light of ascension. Everyone's face was filled with shock and admiration. They were shocked that Zhou Xuanji could win. They admired Shi Shinzong's carefreeness. Such a Sword Saint was fully deserving of the title. As Baihao Yisin shielded the beauties from the wind and sand, he muttered, Shi Shinzong? Interesting. Looks like you're going to turn the higher realm upside down. As for Zhou Xuanji, he did not want to comment on him. He always felt that he and Zhou Xuanji were fated to clash. Yang Xindi sighed emotionally and said, I'm afraid we have all greatly underestimated the Sword Emperor. He couldn't help but recall the World Hero Conference. Looking back, he realized how wise he had been. What he said to Zhou Xuanji back then could be exchanged for 10,000 years of peace for Great Sham. The other spectators also came back to their senses. This is too exciting. This battle will be recorded in the annals of history. The Sword Saint lost in strength, but he didn't lose his name. I really want to go to the upper realm to see their next battle. Zhou Xuanji is so young and won't ascend for thousands of years. Let's wait and see how long it will take for them to become #1 in the world. Isn't that the best in the world? Can Sunlight Emperor defeat the Sword Saint? The Sword Saint ascended, and after everyone admired him, they began to imagine Zhou Xuanji's future. As long as Zhou Xuanji did not die prematurely, his future would be unimaginable. On the other side, Zhou Xuanji sat on the ground and began circulating his qi to heal his injuries. The light of ascension was still illuminating the dark heavens and earth. Shi Shinzong could no longer see him, but he did not look away. Zhou Xuanji, you might be the person he was talking about. Shi Shinzong smiled slightly. After he figured it out, he did not feel down. Instead, he felt good. Today's battle would be unforgettable for him. Clap, clap. A round of applause came and Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes. He saw a boy hopping toward him. He was clapping as he ran. He had an innocent smile on his face. Zhou Xuanji frowned. Numerous legendary swords appeared out of nowhere and protected him. Those who could come to the Sword Emperor Canyon were not simple. Since this boy dared to look for him at this time, he must have come with ill intentions. He thought about it seriously and immediately thought of someone. Lin Changa said that there was a boy with Sunlight Emperor who had unfathomable power. Could it be him? Sword Emperor, you are really powerful. Even the Sword Saint was defeated by you. If you continue to grow, the human race's fate will flourish forever, right? Fu Hao giggled. His eyes turned into two crescents. He flipped his right hand and a dark green dagger appeared in his hand. He still had a harmless smile on his face. Zhou Xuanji said with disdain, the people around Sunlight Emperor are so lowly. It seems like Sunlight Emperor is not a hero. Whether Fu Hao represented Sunlight Emperor or himself, Zhou Xuanji felt disdain. Come. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 332. Facing Zhou Xuanji's mockery, Fu Hao was indifferent. He laughed and said, You're right, but no matter how much the dead know, it's useless. He stomped with his right foot and charged toward Zhou Xuanji. The ancient god sword condensed the souls of 8 powerful beings and they all attacked. Just when Fu Hao was about to touch Zhou Xuanji, he was blown away by a powerful gale. He was not injured. Instead, he smiled mockingly and said, Zhou Xuanji, why resist? This will only increase your pain. Bang! A berserk aura exploded out from his body, and his body seemed to be covered in a layer of faint blue flames. His body blurred and appeared above Zhou Xuanji's head. His body flipped and his right leg smashed down like a whip, carrying with it a tremendous force. The souls of the 8 great cultivators used their own techniques and sent him flying again. This time, Fu Hao didn't dare to lower his guard. He narrowed his eyes as he looked at the souls of the Almighties and asked with a smile, Are these the souls in the Tianxia map? Zhou Xuanji did not reply. Ignorant child, he only knew about the Tianxia map. Fu Hao took a deep breath and his eyes became sharp, as if he wanted to end the battle quickly. If the sandstorm around him dissipated, he would expose himself. Zhou Xuanji's reputation leaned towards benevolence and righteousness. If it was discovered that he had killed Zhou Xuanji now, it would greatly affect Yangdi's reputation. It might even obstruct the establishment of the Great Fate Empire. He charged at Zhou Xuanji again. He split into 3 clones and attacked Zhou Xuanji from different directions. The dark green dagger was thrown out by him. Because the distance was too close, the 8 souls could not stop it in time. Puchi, the dagger stabbed into Zhou Xuanji's chest. It did not pierce through, but the blade pierced into his flesh. Zhou Xuanji's expression did not change, and he coldly harumphed as he activated world reincarnation, sending the dark green dagger flying back. Fu Hao quickly took over the dark green dagger. A vertical eye opened on his forehead and stared at Zhou Xuanji. 3 bolts of lightning shot out and turned into dragons and snakes, landing on Zhou Xuanji's body instantly. Lightning flashed, but Zhou Xuanji was not affected. He possessed the power of heavenly thunder, so how could he be hurt by lightning? Fu Hao frowned. He did not expect the heavily injured Zhou Xuanji to be so difficult to kill. Shio. An air-piercing sound was heard. Fu Hao's scalp went numb and he jumped away subconsciously. The Saint Path sword descended from the sky and landed before Zhou Xuanji. Fu Hao looked up in shock. He had never thought that Shi Shinzong would act. He immediately turned around, burrowed into the soil and disappeared. The divine path sword rose up and disappeared in the billowing dust. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and laughed. The sword saint had quite a character. Then his eyes turned icy cold. In the exchange just now, he had a clear understanding of Fu Hao's strength. He was probably at the peak of the Mahayana realm, which was nothing to be afraid of. However, Fu Hao's background forced him to think more. At this moment, Zhou Xiaoqi ran over with the little black snake. They were very excited and surrounded Zhou Xuanji, chattering non-stop. Zhou Xuanji did not reveal anything about Fu Hao. He felt that there was something fishy about this. If Sunlight Emperor was really despicable, why would he send such a weakling to kill him? At the edge of the forest, Fu Hao appeared on the cliff and looked at the distant sky covered by the dust storm. His lips curled up. Zhou Xuanji, don't disappoint me. He turned around and was about to leave when he stopped in his tracks. A figure walked out of the forest. It was the man in the raincoat. He stood under the shade of a tree and asked, Fu Hao, are you still the same you? Fu Hao did not panic but replied with a smile, you don't belong to this world. Don't tell me you want to break your vows and attack me? He continued ahead. The man in the raincoat continued, if I tell Sunlight Emperor about this, what will he think? Fu Hao walked to his side. Without looking at him, he lowered his head and said with a smile, he has never trusted me or you. What's the point of this? Just when he was about to walk away, he seemed to have thought of something and continued, oh yeah, you should think about what your plan will be if Zhou Xuanji defeats Sunlight Emperor. With that, he laughed out loud and walked into the forest without the slightest scruple. After he left, the man in the raincoat walked to the edge of the cliff. How can a kid like you understand the schemes of a tribulation executive? His tone was mocking. His voice drifted in the air and disappeared with the wind. The sandstorm dissipated gradually, and Zhou Xuanji was still recovering from his injuries. Groups of cultivators gathered around him, and each of them looked very excited. The ones closest to him were Great Zhou, Great Qin, Great Shang, and the Hegemon sword sect, just in case someone ambushed him. And Shi Xinzong had already left the northern wilderness region. After a long while, Zhou Xuanji decided to tell them about Fu Hao's sneak attack. He projected Fu Hao's appearance with his spirit energy before asking about his identity. Soon, someone recognized that Fu Hao was Sunlight Emperor's servant. He pretended to be surprised before saying with disdain, this kid ambushed me just now. If not for the Sword Saint, I might have been even more injured. Such a lowly person doesn't deserve to be the great Emperor's servant. With this, the cultivators were in an uproar. Sunlight Emperor's servant ambushed Zhou Xuanji? Their imagination started to run wild. Could this be Sunlight Emperor's idea? Definitely. Sunlight Emperor is the top cultivator in the world. Now that the Sword Emperor defeated the Sword Saint, the next step is to challenge his throne. Impossible. Sunlight Emperor doesn't look like such a lowly person. Then what do you think? Sunlight Emperor only brought Fu Hao with him. Could the Sword Emperor be lying? The Sword Emperor is an upright person. Why would he lie? Although Sunlight Emperor stopped the war between humans and demons, Jihuang Demon Lord died in the hands of the Sword Emperor. Hearing the cultivators' discussions, Zhou Xuanji was expressionless, but he felt a little pleased in his heart. After that, he got up slowly and chatted with Zhou Qingxin and the others for a while before leaving. He sent invitations to Great Zhou, Great Shang, and Great Qin in advance. When Emperor Sword Court was established, the three empires must come. The three emperors were delighted. After defeating the Sword Saint, Zhou Xuanji was still not arrogant. He still remembered their friendship, which made them very satisfied. Zhou Xuanji sat on Zhou Xiaoqi's back, and Zhou Xiaoqi left swiftly on a cloud. The little black snake coiled on Zhou Xiaoqi's head and cursed, I didn't expect Sunlight Emperor's servant to be so despicable. With his little power, is he trying to incite hatred between Master and Sunlight Emperor? Fu Hao escaped too quickly. If he insisted on attacking, the Sword Saint would not be able to stop him. After all, the Sword Saint was in the Ascension Light. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, who cares? But Sunlight Emperor must have something to do with this. As the top cultivator in the world, how could Sunlight Emperor be stupid? And Fu Hao is his bodyguard. Sunlight Emperor must know that he came to the Sword Emperor Canyon. He suddenly felt interested. They headed straight towards Skyfall. Zhou Xuanji learned a lot from this battle, so he decided to focus on cultivation. At the same time, the news about the Sword Emperor defeating the Sword Saint and the Sword Saint's ascension spread. Within 3 days, the news spread across the entire northern wilderness region, including the human and demon races. A contemporary legend defeated a historical legend. Shi Xinzong even said that Zhou Xuanji would become the most powerful Sword Emperor. These words carried a lot of weight. He was the teacher of a great emperor after all. Come. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 333. In less than half a month, the news of Zhou Xuanji defeating Shi Xinzong spread like wildfire. From the empire's high officials to ordinary people, everyone was talking about this. This battle pushed Zhou Xuanji's reputation to the extreme. In the hearts of countless people, he was already a supreme expert at the same level as Yang Di. The two of them were bound to fight. Soon, the news about Fu Hao's sneak attack on Zhou Xuanji was spread by some people. This matter quickly spread, and a storm of public opinion against Sunlight Emperor was coming. In a dilapidated temple, Xian Xianghua was meditating and cultivating. Beside him stood the leader of the 36 demon leaders, Qin Zheng. The other devil leaders were sitting at the side, and all of them had looks of disbelief on their faces. Qin Zheng recounted the battle at Sword Emperor Cliff. In the end he sighed, "The Sword Emperor's growth speed is simply too horrifying. It looks like Sect Master will not be able to return to being the world's first." If it was someone else he would not dare to say this, but it was Zhou Xuanji, and he was not afraid of Xian Xianghua's anger. Hearing this, Xian Xianghua opened her eyes and said proudly, "Of course. The man that I like is naturally incredible. The title of number one in the world will belong to him sooner or later. Not only will he be the number one in the northern wilderness region, but he will also become even more powerful." The demon leaders nodded, all of them sighing emotionally. That kid was only in his 50s. Thousand Hands Devil Qin Gang stood in the corner with a complicated expression. Back when he had first met Zhou Xuanji, he had never thought that Zhou Xuanji would reach such heights and come so quickly. After everyone sighed, Xian Xianghua asked, "What has the evil king been doing recently?" After reviving the ancient Diablo king, she did not restrict his freedom. Reporting to sect leader, the old sect leader is in the north and seems to be looking for something. Qin Zheng answered truthfully. Speaking of this matter, he was also puzzled. After the revival of the evil king, he did not take over the position of the sect master. In fact, he did not even mention it. Xian Xianghua fell into deep thought. The north was a world of ice and snow. It was a dangerous place, but it also contained countless fortuitous encounters. It seemed like the evil king had another plan. Xian Xianghua instructed, "Continue to keep an eye on him. Also, continue to recruit disciples. The more the better. Don't focus on quality." Qin Zheng accepted the order and left quickly. Xian Xianghua's eyes turned cold as she mumbled, "Fu Hao, I will make you die a horrible death." After returning to Skyfall, Jiang Shui, Lin Changge, Huang Lianxin, and the others all came up to congratulate Zhou Xuanji. The news had already reached their ears, causing them to be excited for a few days. After defeating the Sword Saint, how great would Zhou Xuanji's prestige reach? They didn't dare to imagine it, but they were looking forward to it. On the day the sect was established, Zhou Xuanji could raise his arm and call for help. How many cultivators would come to join the sect? After congratulating him, they were filled with righteous indignation towards Fu Hao's actions, and all of them threatened to kill Fu Hao in the future to vent their hatred. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and laughed. After saying a few simple words, he walked to a place where there was no one around and started to cultivate. Everyone understood that he must have comprehended something during the battle, so they didn't disturb him. Daoya old man stared at Zhou Xuanji and fell into deep thought. Why is there something wrong with this kid's aura? Could it be that Fu Hao did something to him? He mumbled to himself and did not go up to ask Zhou Xuanji. He did not want to disturb Zhou Xuanji's enlightenment. On the way back, Zhou Xuanji kept thinking about the Sword Soul. During the battle, Shi Xinzong had used his Sword Soul multiple times. The Sword Soul was mighty when it was still and thunderous when it moved. Its power was something that even world reincarnation could not completely resist. If he could master it, he would be a great weapon against the other owners of the Tianxia map. He believed that he would meet the previous owners of the Tianxia map after he ascended. That person also knew the world Buddha art. If he became his enemy, it would be troublesome. The Sword Spirit said that as long as he could master a Sword Soul, he could quickly master any sword technique in the future. He was looking forward to it. Once he mastered the Sword Soul, he would surely defeat Yang Di. He did not believe that Yang Di could leave Shi Xinzong in the dust. Filled with fighting spirit, he took out the book cutter sword and began practicing. He was practicing the white crane sword technique. This was the sword technique that he practiced the earliest and the one that he was most familiar with. In the courtyard of Sun Hill, Fu Hao knelt on the ground with his forehead touching the ground. Yang Di was still writing and did not look up at him. He had been kneeling for 3 days and 3 nights, but Yang Di did not ask him to get up. He was very patient and did not utter a single word. Tell me, why did you do this? Yang Di put down his brush and asked as he stared at Fu Hao. His expression was indifferent and no one could tell what he was thinking. Fu Hao lowered his head and said with gritted teeth, Zhou Xuanji defeated Shi Shenzong and threatened the Great Emperor. Of course, I want to help the Great Emperor get rid of him. Boom! Just when he finished speaking, he felt an unstoppable gust of wind blowing toward him, sending him flying and crashing through the wall. After that, he quickly returned to his original spot and knelt. Then why did you give up halfway? Yang Di continued to ask. He walked around the desk and came up to Fu Hao. Fu Hao sensed the murderous aura and replied anxiously, even though Zhou Xuanji was severely injured, it was still difficult for me to kill him. And with the Sword Saint's help, I could only retreat. The corner of Yang Di's lips curled up in a mocking smile. Fu Hao, if you did not take me in back then, I would have died in the belly of a demon. Later on, I obtained the Great Emperor's inheritance by chance, and my cultivation improved tremendously. You were not talented enough, but I kept improving your cultivation for the sake of our old friendship, allowing you to reach where you are today. In this world, you and I depend on each other. I have always treated you as my family. But after thinking about it for all these years, I always felt that something was wrong. Hearing Yang Di's words, Fu Hao was covered in cold sweat. Fu Hao wanted to explain, but he did not know what to say. He suddenly realized that Yang Di's conjecture about him was deeper than he had imagined. If you want me to trust you again, I will give you a mission. Go to the north and find Lu Wuji's cave abode. If you can find it, I will forgive you. But if I can't get what I want, I will kill you myself, Yang Di ordered coldly. Sunlight Emperor ordered coldly. Hearing this, Fu Hao suddenly raised his head. He cried out in fear, Lu Wuji? What do you want to do? Yang Di's eyes flickered with a strange look as he said, I heard that Lu Wuji was the most powerful being in the human race. Even the human emperor at that time was no match for him. His Yuan Shen had left his body and shattered the void. The body he left behind was indestructible and sealed deep underground in the north. I just want to see how powerful his body is. Fu Hao took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. He took a deep look at Yang Di and said with a complicated tone, Great Emperor, you really hid it well. Yang Di was in closed-door cultivation all year round, and he was the one who helped him with all kinds of trivial matters and intelligence. He thought that Yang Di was already in the palm of his hand, but he did not expect Yang Di to even know about Lu Wuji's body. He felt a chill down his spine, and the more he thought about it, the more terrified he became. Lu Wuji's body is very dangerous. 50,000 years ago, it was dug out by someone and was slaughtered. If it was not for Devil Emperor Dugu, the northern wilderness region would have become a dead land. Do you want to repeat the tragedy of the past? Fu Hao asked while gritting his teeth. This matter was too dangerous and he did not dare to agree immediately. Come. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 334. Facing Fu Hao's interrogation, Sunlight Emperor's eyes flickered and said, If you are unwilling, then you can reincarnate today. Boom. An extremely powerful aura erupted, causing the mountains within 100 miles to tremble. Fu Hao was like a leaf in a storm on the verge of collapsing. His face was pale, but he could only grit his teeth and agree. Sunlight Emperor waved his hand and he left quickly. Even Great Emperor Heartless and the Sword Saint have revived. So what if there's another Lu Wuji? Sunlight Emperor mumbled to himself with a smile. It was too lonely to be the top cultivator for 3,000 years. He desperately needed a strong enemy to push himself to the next level. As for Shi Shenzong, Zhou Xuanji and Xin Yuanzhou, he did not take them seriously. He wanted to challenge someone who became a great emperor. Not these mortals. He walked to his desk and picked up his brush to continue writing. There was a piece of white paper on the desk and 2 words were written on it. Ancient and modern. Sunlight Emperor did not write immediately but fell into deep thought as he stared at the words. At the top of Skyfall. Zhou Xuanji continued to swing his sword, like a white crane dancing gracefully. Ning Zifeng, Lin Changge, Meng Tianlang, Qin Bantian, and Beixiao Wangjian stood nearby and watched quietly. Beixiao Wangjian could not understand. He glanced at the 4 beside him and saw that they were concentrating. He felt a little disappointed, but for the sake of his reputation he remained calm. Lin Changge squinted his eyes and thought to himself, how long are these 4 going to stand there? He did not know that Ning Zifeng, Meng Tianlang, and Qin Bantian were also anxious. Initially, they were only curious about Zhou Xuanji's sword practice. Qin Bantian was very competitive and said that they would see who could figure out what was going on. After that, they continued to stand there. The sword soul was Shi Shenzong's greatest achievement in his life. How could they see through it with their own eyes? Zhou Xuanji did not know about their competition and was still immersed in the sword's way. He had already practiced the white crane sword technique tens of thousands of times, day and night, but he still could not figure out the key point of the sword soul. What am I lacking? Zhou Xuanji thought hard as he trained his sword instinctively. He began recalling the scene when Shi Shinzong used the sword soul. Time continued to pass. After an hour, Lin Chang'e, Beishao Wangjian, and the other two looked at each other and finally left without saying a word. Even Zhou Xuanji was still trying to figure it out, so naturally they could not understand it. However, they didn't point it out. They gave face to each other and to themselves. 1 month later. Zhou Xuanji was still practicing the white crane sword technique, which made Jiang Shui worried. She told Daoya old man about this. Don't worry, this kid must be practicing some amazing skill. Just ignore him. Daoya old man said indifferently. He then changed the topic and said, I asked you to calculate the south of the northern wilderness region the other day. Today you can calculate the north. The Tao of divination could not only predict a person's karmic luck in future, but it could also predict the future of an area. He had preached to Jiang Shui for dozens of years, and this girl's divination ability was already very strong. Jiang Shui took a deep breath, closed her eyes and began to calculate. Daoya old man looked back at Zhou Xuanji. In the current world, no one knew a sword soul, so he did not know what Zhou Xuanji was cultivating. However, he noticed that the strange aura on Zhou Xuanji's body was getting denser and denser, which was not a good thing. Just when he was thinking about how to help Zhou Xuanji, Jiang Shui opened her eyes suddenly. Grand teacher, I divined a person, she said, biting her lips lightly. Daoya old man asked in astonishment. I asked you to calculate the north's heaven and earth. How did you find a person? Jiang Shui replied honestly. She divined that in a world of ice and snow, there was a white-haired figure walking slowly with his head lowered. He was dragging a corpse in each of his hands on the snow-covered ground. Daoya old man heard her and became even more curious. He asked her to project the scene. It was easy to project a scene with only 3 people. Jiang Shui closed her eyes and formed a spell with both hands. A water ball appeared in front of her. The scene that Jiang Shui described appeared in the water ball. Lin Chang'e, Huang Lianxin and the rest who were not far away noticed this and came over. Jiang Shui had already demonstrated her divination ability. They often heard her talk about the future, so they were very interested. Isn't this Fu Hao? He's dead? So easy for him. Lin Chang'e pointed at the child's corpse in the white-haired figure's right hand and cried out in shock. The group was shocked. This corpse was Fu Hao's? They turned their attention to the other corpse. The white-haired figure broke their necks and dragged them with his hands around their throats, which was why the group could see their faces clearly. It's Diablo. Zhou Xuanji's voice came coldly, which made everyone shudder in fear. They saw that he had appeared behind Huang Lianxin. Diablo? Who is this person? How could he kill Diablo and Fu Hao? And why are these 2 people in the north? Daoya old man frowned. He stroked his beard and fell into deep thought. Zhou Xuanji stared at the white-haired figure. He felt that he had seen him somewhere before, but he could not match it to a certain person. Because this figure was dressed in rags and had a hunched back, like an old man who had been imprisoned for a long time. He had seen many people like this before, so it was difficult for him to identify who it was. Moreover, this person could kill Diablo and Fu Hao and leave their corpses intact, which meant that he was much more powerful than the 2. With the same level of power, it was difficult to leave an enemy's corpse intact. Bai Hao Yisun was the extreme. Even if he died, he would self-destruct and perish together with his enemy. Let me divine it again. Daoya old man took a deep breath and said with a deep voice. Everyone's expression became strange. Will this guy vomit blood again? Daoya old man was a little hesitant, but this was an important matter, so he decided to take the risk. Even Jiang Shui could divine it without restraint, so why couldn't he? He closed his eyes and divined with his fingers. Piff! A mouthful of blood spurted out from his mouth. His face was pale and he almost fell down. Beishao Wangjian quickly held him up and said unpleasantly, Old man, don't force yourself if you can't do it. I feel that you will die from the divination. Zhou Xuanji's face twitched slightly. He felt that something was wrong too. Could it be that the old man's body was getting weaker? Would vomiting blood so frequently shorten his lifespan? Demon. Unparalleled demon. Daoya old man opened his bloodshot eyes and cried out with a trembling voice. He fell into fear and ignored everyone else. He hugged his arms and repeated the word, demon repeatedly. Everyone's hair stood on end. It was the first time that Daoya old man lost his composure like this. Could that white-haired figure really be an unparalleled demon? After all, even the ancient Diablo died in his hands. The group began to comfort Daoya Old Man. A long while later, Daoya Old Man calmed down, but he was still in shock. He sat down with his legs crossed and took a deep breath. The world is going to be in chaos, he said. That unparalleled demon will appear from the north. Even Great Emperor Heartless was no match for him. Even though Great Emperor Heartless self-destructed in front of him, he was not affected at all. Come. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 335. Great Emperor Heartless would self-destruct in the face of a peerless demon? Zhou Xuanji and the others had strange expressions on their faces. They felt that this was within their expectations, but at the same time, it was unexpected. The current Great Emperor Heartless would self-destruct whenever he met an enemy he couldn't defeat. But how did Daoya Old Man predict this? Could it be that the Heartless Emperor was related to the future of the North? Evil King and Fu Hao might be the reason for drawing out the demons, but what about Great Emperor Heartless? Everyone fell into deep thought and the atmosphere became silent. Qin Bantian suddenly laughed and said, "Don't worry. With me, the Yellow Dragon's royal bloodline's 10,000-year prince, around no matter what kind of peerless evil demon they are nothing." He put his hands on his hips and laughed loudly, causing everyone to roll their eyes. The tense atmosphere also dissipated. Zhou Xuanji turned around and left to continue comprehending the Sword Soul. He already had an idea. He estimated that he would be able to cultivate the Sword Soul soon. By then he would be able to cultivate the Sword Soul of all his sword techniques, and his strength would definitely increase exponentially. The matter of the peerless evil demon caused the others to cultivate even harder. In the following period of time, nothing major happened in the northern wilderness region. The battle between Zhou Xuanji and the Sword Saint continued for a long time, and there were always people talking about it. Occasionally the matter of Fu Hao would be mentioned, but this matter did not cause too much of a stir. It was obvious that there was a powerful force suppressing it. What was worth mentioning was that Great Zhou, Great Shang and Great Qin had officially formed an alliance, becoming the strongest existence among the dynasties. Of course, in terms of peak battle prowess, they could not compare to the Hunyuan Empire. However, the Hunyuan Empire had more peak experts, so if they were to truly fight, it would not just be a clash between empires. The various factions behind them would join in as well. It would be difficult to predict who would emerge victorious. Half a year later, Zhou Xuanji finally developed a sword soul for the White Crane Sword technique. The so-called sword soul was actually the physical form of the sword intent. It required an extremely strong understanding of the sword Tao and soul power. When the sword soul was still, the essence of the sword technique would appear. When it moved, the full power of the sword technique would be unleashed. Most of the sword arts that had been cultivated to the level of sword soul looked similar, but their lethality and nature were different. It was like a breeze and a strong gale, like water and fire. Detected that the sword owner has successfully cultivated the sword soul. Gotcha started. Ding. Congratulations, sword owner, for activating sword soul mode and obtaining Glorious Gold Black Abyss Dragon Essence and Dao Fruit Green Pill. Zhou Xuanji stopped and heaved a long sigh. Then, 3 lines of words appeared before his eyes. Sword name, Black Abyss Dragon Essence. Level, Glorious Gold. Description, created from the dragon essence of the Black Abyss True Dragon. It contains dragon might and the power of extreme flames. The Glorious Gold Divine Sword was passable. Zhou Xuanji did not take out the Black Abyss Dragon Essence immediately. How could a Glorious Gold Legendary Sword surprise him now? He already had 2 intimidating spirit swords. However, he was very interested in the Dao Fruit Green Pill, so he asked about the origin of the fruit. The Dao Fruit Green Elixir is a type of elixir that can increase one's cultivation. Its medicinal power is overbearing, and if one's physical body isn't strong enough, one shouldn't casually consume it. However, the current sword master can consume it. The sword spirit's introduction made Zhou Xuanji nod slightly. He still had a lot of 5-colored immortal fruits that he hadn't used yet, enough for him to break through to the Great Tribulation scattered immortal realm. Soon after, he grasped the bookcutter sword and began to practice his other sword techniques. All the sword techniques needed to be practiced 1,000 times to form a sword soul. To him, 1,000 times wouldn't take more than a day. In the following month, he worked tirelessly to turn all the sword techniques he knew into sword souls. After forming a sword soul, he did not use it as exaggeratedly as Shi Shinzong did. The sword soul was only 6 meters tall. He wanted to use the sword soul as his trump card. Facing Lin Chang'e and the others' questions, he did not use it and kept it a mystery. Even if he told them, with their cultivation stage, they would not be able to cultivate it. Sword souls not only required talent but also cultivation in the sword's way. Zhou Xuanji had mastered many sword wills, which others could not compare to. After cultivating the sword soul, he began internalizing qi. He was preparing to break through to great tribulation scattered immortal as soon as possible. In the blink of an eye, another 3 years passed. Zhou Xuanji had reached 57 years old and obtained 5 legendary swords. Their grades were not high, and the highest was only amethyst. They were the Facier Sword, Dongyuan Sword, Luken Sword, Cat-Sucking Sword, and Thousand-Edge Ruler Sword. With the help of the colorful celestial fruit and the Dao Fruit Green Pill, his cultivation had reached the pinnacle of Great Realization Level 10, and he was only 1 step away from breaking through. This day he walked down the mountain to check on his disciples. Xiao Jinghong and Zhao Congjian had returned, and there were more than 1,500 third-generation disciples. The second-generation disciples were also mentors, and each of them had dozens of disciples. Su Yang was already in charge. This guy was the reincarnation of a powerful cultivator indeed. His cultivation had already broken through to astral projection. His revered teacher Xiao Jinghong's cultivation had also improved tremendously under Zhou Xuanji's guidance. As his only disciple, Zhou Xuanji treated him well and gave him 5 colorful celestial fruits. Thinking back to a few decades ago when he was still a child, Xiao Jinghong had helped him a lot. Not only did they have a teacher-disciple relationship, but he had also saved his life. Zhou Xuanji had always remembered this. After I break through to great tribulation scattered immortal, it's time to establish my own sect. Zhou Xuanji thought to himself as he rubbed his chin. In his plan, Emperor Sword Court did not ask for numbers but quality. However, Skyfall was in the territory of the demon race. If he wanted to establish his sect smoothly, he had to meet the powerful demons nearby. If the demon race interfered and no one came to Skyfall, it would become a joke. Along the way, the disciples greeted Zhou Xuanji respectfully when they saw him. Their eyes were filled with extreme fanaticism. In their hearts, Zhou Xuanji was already the most powerful being in the world. Zhou Xuanji walked from the top to the bottom of the mountain and observed each disciple's cultivation. He was very satisfied. At least he did not see anyone slacking off. In the north, snow covered the sky. Diablo, who was dressed in a black robe, walked ahead with a map in his hand. In the vast snowy land, his silhouette looked so tiny. I've been searching for almost 4 years. Why haven't I found it? Diablo was a little frustrated and his expression turned savage. The north of the northern wilderness region was vast. There were cities or tribes for humans and demons, but because of the harsh weather they rarely went out. If someone left alone, they would feel a sense of loneliness, as though they were the only person in the world. But Diablo did not. He only began to doubt the authenticity of this Wuji map. Come here. Come here. At this moment, a faint voice called out to him, causing the evil king to stop. His expression changed into wild joy. He immediately turned around and dashed toward a certain direction. 100 miles away on a tall mountain, a silhouette stood at the peak and looked into the distance. She wore a white dress that fluttered in the wind. Her face was cold, and although her facial features were exquisite, her eyes were lifeless and gave off a deathly aura. Her silver hair was tied up in a bun. She looked in the direction that Diablo left and said faintly, "The corpse of the most powerful human. Why do you want it so much? You overestimate yourselves. You don't even understand what it means to be the most powerful human." Her tone was filled with murderous intent. The snowstorm behind her transformed into the shape of a phoenix, which let out a long cry. Come. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 336. Northern Wilderness Region, East Coast. A huge whirlpool appeared on the surface of the sea, and a group of cultivators rose from it. The leader was a bald, burly man named Duan Yogu. He had been to the Violet Demon Palace before, but there was no sign of the colorful celestial tree, which had infuriated him. In order to find the colorful celestial tree, he specially went back and invited the Taoist with the best divination ability. Taoist, this is the northern wilderness region. Come and try. Duan Yogu took out a colorful celestial fruit and handed it to the Taoist in green beside him. The Taoist in green was slightly skinny, and his hair was a mix of black and white. His eyes were like a cheetah's, cold and sharp. He took the colorful celestial fruit, closed his eyes and began divination. The other cultivators looked around cautiously. The overseas region and the northern wilderness region had always been incompatible. If they were discovered, there would be a fierce battle. Duan Yogu looked at the horizon of the northern wilderness region thoughtfully and mumbled, "Why does it feel like the northern wilderness region is not as strict as before? A long time ago he had been to the northern wilderness region. As soon as he stepped onto the beach to rest, experts from a sacred ground appeared, forcing him to flee in panic. Now he had brought so many people but no one came to stop him. It seemed like the rumors were true. The northern wilderness region had fallen. My king, I can't divine it. I have to enter the northern wilderness region first and understand its fate. Only then can I divine it further. The Taoist in green opened his eyes and shook his head. Duan Yogu was not angry at this as he had expected it. Afterward, the group flew toward the inner regions of the northern wilderness region. Mountains rose and fell and lakes dotted the landscape. The scenery was as beautiful as a painting. Among the mountains there was a group of buildings. There were wooden houses, pavilions, stone houses, palaces and towers. It was a city in the forest. Many flying beasts sat on top of it and they all looked very divine. This place was called Mountain Abyss Ziggurat, and it was one of the 8 sacred grounds. It guarded the eastern side of the northern wilderness region. The Ziggurat residence was located on a tall mountain, shrouded by clouds and mist. There were 4 cultivators guarding the gate. Inside the residence, the Ziggurat residence, Zheng Junlu, was staring at a crystal ball, which reflected Duan Yogu and the others. Zheng Junlu was in the top 100 of the northern wilderness region. His strength was unfathomable, and he wore a beautiful purple robe, looking noble and imposing. He frowned and murmured, "These people came from overseas. What are their intentions?" He did not send anyone immediately because he could feel that Duan Yogu was very powerful. For thousands of years, the sacred grounds and the demonic Tao had been fighting ceaselessly, and the strength of both sides had been diminishing. Although the Tanhua sect had been defeated, the strength of the 8 great sacred grounds had also decreased significantly, and they had lost many experts. With a flip of his right hand, a brush, ink and white paper appeared on the table. He picked up the brush and began to write. Since the Mountain Abyss Ziggurat was unable to fend off the enemy, he would ask for reinforcements. The war between the human and demon races had just ended, so the 8 great holy lands had to work together to prevent the overseas forces from succeeding. After he finished writing the letter, he sighed and said, "It seems that chaos is really coming. Can the Mountain Abyss Ziggurat really be considered a holy land now?" He was at a loss for the future of Mountain Abyss Ziggurat. If the Mountain Abyss Ziggurat was destroyed in his hands, how would he face his predecessors after he ascended? At the peak of Skyfall, Zhou Xuanji began to break through. The thunderclap sword floated above his head, ready to absorb the heavenly lightning. Everyone stood far away in case they were accidentally injured. Previously, when I broke through to the spirit refinement and great realization stages, it was an ascension tribulation. I wonder what kind of tribulation it will be this time. Daoya old man smiled as he stroked his long beard, looking expectant. Xiao Jinghong asked curiously, "I heard that there was no tribulation when Shi Shinzong ascended. Why is that?" The others listened attentively. If there was a way to avoid the tribulation, they would naturally want to know. Although the tribulation could make one more powerful, it was more of a risk of death. It's different. Shi Shinzong's cultivation and lifespan had already surpassed the limit. He had already passed the ascension tribulation 20,000 years ago, but he wanted to become a great emperor in the mortal realm and did not ascend. Now that he ascended, the heavenly law was more than willing to do so. Why would it send a tribulation to stop him? Daoya old man said as he shook his head. He was deeply moved at the mention of this. Such a powerful cultivator was defeated by his grand disciple. Now even he could not see through Zhou Xuanji. How powerful was this brat? The group came to a realization and looked at Zhou Xuanji again. Boom, thunderclouds gathered, covering the starry sky and darkening the summit. A purple Tai Chi diagram appeared between Zhou Xuanji's brows as he waited for the tribulation to descend. He was using his inner vision to look at his own purple heart. As the breakthrough approached, he felt that the violet demon monarch's heart was not as simple as it seemed. An extremely powerful force was stirring and was about to burst out at any time. Soon, the heavenly lightning descended and was blocked and absorbed by the thunderclap sword. After the tribulation began, the heavenly lightning's aura grew tremendously. Countless bolts of lightning descended wildly, just like the aura of his emperor's thousand-hand sword Buddha, wild and domineering. The thunderclap sword vibrated violently and absorbed the heavenly lightning for Zhou Xuanji. Jiang Shui, Huang Lianxin and the others were worried for him. Could this sword withstand it? At this moment, a gigantic lightning dragon head emerged from the thunderclouds. It was even bigger than the entire Skyfall Peak. Before the lightning dragon head, everyone was filled with respect and awe. They opened their mouths wide instinctively. Heaven is jealous. Forbid. A majestic voice came like the furious roar of a celestial god. The voice shook the souls of all humans and demons on Skyfall. Next, the lightning dragon descended from the dark clouds and charged toward Zhou Xuanji. It was as though the sky was collapsing. Its divine might was unstoppable. In a stone pavilion on the Green Mountain, Dao Seeker and the man in the woven rush raincoat were drinking wine. Heaven has changed again. Did you divine it? Dao Seeker asked. He swirled the wine cup in his right hand and stared at the man in the woven rush raincoat. The man in the woven rush raincoat was silent for a while before sighing. I can no longer control him. He was referring to Yang Di, of course. Dao Seeker's face turned dark. How can that guy overestimate himself? He thinks he can do whatever he wants just because he's the top cultivator in the world? Who is Lu Wuji? He's the most powerful being in the history of the Northern Wilderness region. Even if his soul ascended, how can he touch his body? The man in the woven rush raincoat was speechless. He was furious too, but there was nothing he could do. Tribulation executives could not attack ordinary people. Otherwise, they would be breaking the rules and would be punished by the heavenly might. Also, more and more people from overseas are entering the Northern Wilderness region. The world epic might be related to overseas. Dao Seeker's face softened and changed the topic. The man in the woven rush raincoat asked, "You mean that the next main character of the world will come from overseas?" Dao Seeker nodded. Although the two were tribulation executives and did not meddle in worldly affairs, they came from the human race and naturally did not want the human race to be destroyed. If Yang Di and Zhou Xuanji worked together, they might be able to protect the Northern Wilderness region. Right now, the Northern Wilderness region is not as powerful as overseas. There are many geniuses from overseas. I hope you can tell Yang Di about this, Dao Seeker continued, but the man in the woven rush raincoat shook his head. With Yang Di's pride, would he work together with Zhou Xuanji? The two did not speak further and drank wine quietly. Come. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 337. Sword Owner has reached the first tribulation bodiless celestial stage. Gotcha started. Ding. Congratulations, the Sword Owner has obtained Intimidating Spirit, True Lord Xianxing Sword, Ground Shrinking. The sword spirit's voice sounded in Zhou Xuanji's mind. He was looking up at the thunderclap sword above his head. The thunderclap sword was surrounded by countless bolts of lightning. It was like a sun shining with intense light. The thunderclouds began to disperse, but his cultivation was still growing. A first tribulation loose immortal. He had finally surpassed the Mahayana realm and was no longer immortal. The spiritual energy in his body was transforming. After surpassing the Mahayana realm, spiritual energy would become stronger magic energy. Magic power was purer than spiritual power, and its lethality was also stronger. It was equivalent to the evolved version of spiritual power. Dong dong. Dong dong. His heartbeat was extremely powerful, like the birth of heaven and earth. Even Jiang Shui, Xiao Jinghong and the others in the distance could hear it. They looked at each other and saw the doubt in each other's eyes. Is that Master's heartbeat? Looks like Master's physical body has already reached an extremely ridiculous level. Body cultivators can be this strong? He really succeeded in transcending the tribulation. The heavenly might just now was so terrifying, but it was actually blocked by a sword. That sword is also transforming. Everyone discussed in low voices, their voices filled with amazement. Zhou Xuanji adjusted the rampaging magic energy in his body while he asked the sword spirit to display the information of True Lord Xianxing Sword. Sword name, True Lord Xianxing Sword grade, Intimidating Spirit, description, a sword forged from True Lord Xianxing's soul. It contains True Lord Xianxing's power. Immortal Xianxing? Zhou Xuanji blinked. He seemed to remember that Erlang Shin's other title was True Lord Xianxing. He didn't think too much about it. After all, the Supreme Legendary Sword System was a simulation of a plug-in software that he had created. It wasn't hard to understand why True Lord Xianxing would appear in that Xianxia game. Of course, it was also possible that perfected Lord Xianxing really existed. Although the Supreme Legendary Sword System created its own legendary swords, sword techniques and divine powers, it had absorbed many things in the process of descending into the Northern Wilderness region. For example, the 9 souls of the ancient god sword. For example, the great hell god-slaying formation. Now, with the addition of the intimidating spirit sword and the breakthrough in his cultivation, he suddenly wanted to challenge Yang Di immediately. But on second thought he felt that it was unnecessary. Ever since he defeated the sword sage in the eyes of the world, he was on par with Sunlight Emperor. He needed to defeat Sunlight Emperor in a grand scene. It was the World Millennium Duel. Next, it was time for him to prepare for the establishment of the sect. As he pondered, he sheathed the Thunderclap sword. It was time for the Thunderclap sword to level up. With such a powerful heavenly tribulation, there should be hope for it to break through to the heavenly soul stage. He continued to adjust his magic power. An hour later, he got up and gathered everyone together. It's about time to decide on the matter of the founding of the sect. Let's set the time for today 1 year from now. Next, you will begin organizing the disciples to build the houses and prepare for the various matters of the founding of the sect. The matter of the invitations cannot be delayed. Once you are done, hand them over to me and I will go through them one by one. Send them out in a month. Zhou Xuanji said. Over these years, Skyfall had been under construction for the sake of establishing a new sect. Daoya Old Man had even prepared the fate sacrifice ceremony. Zhou Xiaoqi was a fire Qilin, and Qilins were the auspicious beasts of heaven and earth. They inherited the fate of heaven and earth, so having him as the sect's guardian divine beast couldn't be better. Once it succeeded, its cultivation would soar, and it would be connected to Emperor Sword Court's fate. Even if it did not cultivate, it would be able to quickly become stronger. This made the little black snake, big and small heir extremely envious. It was a pity that they were not qualified to be the sect's guardian divine beast. Master, then shouldn't you and Xiao Shue's wedding date be set? Huang Lianxin asked with a smile. As she spoke, she nudged Jiang Shui with her elbow. Jiang Shue's pretty face blushed immediately. She did not lower her head but stared at Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji smiled gently at her and said, I said it before. The day of the founding of the sect is the day of our wedding. The group had no objections and all cheered. Will Xian Xianghua interfere? The little black snake cried out. Jiang Shui threw him a stare and snorted, Do you think everyone is like you with a dark mind? The little black snake felt wronged. How am I a dark mind? Zhou Xuanji gave a few more instructions before asking the group to spread the news so that all the disciples could be prepared. Fu Hao advanced swiftly amidst the falling snow. He wore a thick fur robe and darted across the snowy ground as he looked around. He had been in the north for 2 years but he still had no clue. Not to mention Lu Wuji's cave abode, even the villages and cities that he passed by along the way did not know Lu Wuji's name. His mood was like the ancient Diablo back then. He became restless. Come here. Come here. At this moment, a faint voice came into his ears, which shocked him so much that he stopped immediately. Next, a voice that only he could hear came into his ears. Are you looking for me? Come here. As long as you find me, Lu Wuji's inheritance will belong to you. You will inherit my mantle and become the most powerful human. The voice was indifferent and majestic, with a domineering aura that made people worship him. Fu Hao was pleasantly surprised and immediately dashed toward the direction of the voice. After traveling for tens of thousands of miles, he came to a cliff. This was a canyon that cut across the land of ice and snow. It was unfathomably deep and it was pitch black below. He could not even see his fingers in front of him. It was like an abyss. Fu Hao jumped down without hesitation. After he landed, the surrounding walls were glowing with a green light, which allowed him to see the path under his feet. He continued forward and found a cave to enter. After entering the cave, he still maintained an extremely fast speed. Along the way he encountered many complicated tunnels. If not for Lu Wuji's guidance, he would have gotten lost easily. Half an hour later, he flew out of the cave and came to a dark underground space. As soon as he landed, his body stopped. In an instant he trembled and woke up. What's going on? Why am I here? Fu Hao was drenched in cold sweat. He glanced out of the corner of his eye and was shocked to find another person standing next to him. Evil King. Why are you here? He asked in shock. He wanted to move, but his body seemed to have been immobilized and he couldn't move at all. Evil King asked expressionlessly, Do you know me? He was also frightened and depressed. He had been here for 2 months. He had been standing for 2 months. Only God knew how he spent this time. Fu Hao did not answer and looked forward. There was a wooden coffin 10 meters away, leaning against the mountain wall. There were all kinds of runes on the coffin's lid, and there were also several thick chains that fixed it firmly. There were many white bones lying around them. There were humans and demons and they were all wearing clothes. They died in a strange way which made one's scalp tingle. What's going on? Fu Hao mumbled to himself and a chill ran down his spine. The heretic king sighed and said, We've been tricked by Lu Wuji's trick and have been lured here. He will absorb our essence energy until we die. Fu Hao's eyes widened and he asked in shock, Isn't Lu Wuji dead? Evil King answered faintly, He is indeed dead, but his body actually gave birth to a consciousness. He wants to be resurrected. Come. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 338. A dead body gaining consciousness and wanting to be resurrected? Fu Hao swallowed his saliva and his scalp went numb. He had seen many resurrections. However, it was too bizarre for a corpse to come back to life on its own. He began to think of a way to break free. He did not want to die here. He glanced at the evil king and asked, "Can his consciousness hear us?" The evil king replied, "No, he just used his subconscious to lure us over. It's like an instinct. The will of his dead body hasn't really formed yet, so he can't think independently." He couldn't escape alone. Now that Fu Hao was here, he naturally had to exchange information. He was a little curious. Who was this person? Fu Hao rolled his eyes and said, "Can't you ask for help? If you ask Xian Xianghua to help you, we might be able to escape." Evil King did not answer. What if he harmed Xian Xianghua as well? Perhaps Xian Xianghua's arrival would speed up Lu Wuji's revival. Without getting a reply, Fu Hao had to think of another way. Ka 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 ka. At this moment, a sound came from the wooden coffin, startling Fu Hao and Evil King. A chill spread through the cave. Fu Hao asked cautiously, "Are you sure he doesn't have an independent consciousness?" Evil King also hesitated. If Lu Wuji's corpse already had its own will, then wouldn't it have heard everything he had said in the past 2 months? What was even more frightening was that this fellow didn't answer him. 1 month later. A major piece of news shook the entire northern wilderness region. Zhou Xuanji wanted to establish a sect in Skyfall and invited all heroes to be his guests. The 8 great sacred grounds and the 7 great dynasties received the invitation immediately. The Sword Emperor is finally going to establish his own sect. Skyfall is so far away, and it's in the demon race's territory. How do we get there? I must go and take a look. Even if I can't enter the sect, I must witness the might of the Sword Emperor. This is a good opportunity to establish a relationship with the Sword Sovereign. I've always wanted to go to Skyfall. I finally have the chance. Is it possible for Emperor Sword Court to become a sanctum? All sorts of voices sounded out across the northern wilderness region. News of Zhou Xuanji establishing a sect spread across the entire northern wilderness region very quickly. It was just like how Sunlight Emperor claimed to establish the Great Fate Empire. Although there was still a year to go, many cultivators were already preparing to head to Skyfall. Zhou Xuanji's battle with the Sword Saint had opened the door to the way of the sword, and more people wanted to learn the sword. On this day, Zhou Xuanji left Skyfall and prepared to visit the various demon kings. The top 10 demons of the northern wilderness top 100 had all been killed by him. No other demon would dare to disrespect him. As soon as he announced his name, the demons trembled and made way for him. They even invited their kings to come out. Within 3 months, Zhou Xuanji had visited all of the powerful demon kings in the southern part of the northern wilderness region. None of the demon kings did not appreciate his kindness and treated him with great respect. They promised that they would not affect the establishment of Emperor Sword Court. Zhou Xuanji only had to worry about the distance between the human race and Skyfall. He could not be bothered with the demons on the east and west sides. The territorial awareness between the demon race was far greater than that of the human race. After visiting the demons, he went to the Great Zhou dynasty. In front of a lake, Qiu Bailey was telling the story of Sword Emperor Zhou Xuanji to a group of children. This place was not far from the Hidden Sword sect. The Hidden Sword sect was no longer what it used to be. It was said that a powerful figure asked the emperor to take care of the Hidden Sword sect, which allowed the Hidden Sword sect to obtain many resources and grow tremendously. Qiu Bailey knew who the powerful figure was, but he did not say it out loud. He did not tell the sect that it was all thanks to him. He did not want to drag Zhou Xuanji down. Even though Zhou Xuanji was already the world's second, he had the Tianxia map. Who knew if there would be evil people who could use him as leverage against Qiu Bailey? He had experienced such things many times when he was young, and he had always been traumatized. Now, Zhou Xuanji is only 57 years old and he is already famous across the world. He has surpassed the predecessors in the sword's way and became the Sword Emperor. If you want to learn the sword, you must set him as your goal. Qiu Bailey smiled as he stroked his long beard. He looked amiable. Looking at the group of children who were half the height of a human, he could not help but think of Zhou Xuanji and Jiang Shui back then. Time really flew by. It's so difficult to set him as your goal. My mother told me that the Sword Emperor is the pride of Great Zhou. He is the unprecedented genius and no one can surpass him. An 8 or 9-year-old boy said as he sucked on his finger. He looked lost. The young boy was filled with curiosity about Zhou Xuanji. In recent decades, The newborns grew up listening to Zhou Xuanji's stories, just like how the people of Great Zhou grew up listening to the legends of the Sword Monarch of Great Zhou and Emperor Yan of Zhou. Qiu Bailey shook his head and laughed. These silly children. Just when he was about to speak, a voice came, "Listen to your grandpa Qiu. Without him, there would not be the Sword Emperor today." The children turned around and saw Zhou Xuanji standing by the lake under the sunlight. He looked at them with a smile. Qiu Bailey looked as though he was struck by lightning. His face was full of disbelief. He could not believe his eyes. He quickly got up and rubbed his eyes to make sure that he did not see wrongly. Zhou Xuanji walked over slowly, and the children were stunned by his demeanor. "Big brother is so handsome. Who are you? Wow, when did you appear? Why didn't I see you at the Hidden Sword sect?" The children asked all at once. Because they were afraid of strangers, they all hid behind Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji walked up to Qiu Bailey and bowed with his fist cupped. "Old man, long time no see," he said with a smile. Qiu Bailey was a little stunned. He smiled and said, "Long time no see indeed." Their eyes met. The memories of the past kept replaying in their minds, which made them sigh in amazement. After that, Qiu Bailey asked the children to leave. He and Zhou Xuanji sat under a tree and chatted. This time, Zhou Xuanji came to invite him to Skyfall. How could the opening ceremony of the sect not include this old friend? Of course, he also hoped that Qiu Bailey could join Emperor Sword Court. If it were before, Qiu Bailey might have rejected because he was loyal to the Hidden Sword sect. If he were to tell the sect lord about this, the sect lord might bring the Hidden Sword sect along with him to join Emperor Sword Court. The whole world knew that as long as nothing happened to Zhou Xuanji, Emperor Sword Court would become a sanctum sooner or later. It might even become the most powerful force, because Great Zhou, Great Qin, and Great Shang had already announced that they would support Emperor Sword Court. The two chatted for an hour, and Zhou Xuanji left after leaving an invitation letter. He told Qiu Bailey that he would arrange for a team from Great Zhou to pick him up and go to Skyfall together. With Qiu Bailey's power, it would be difficult for him to travel through the demon's territory and reach Skyfall. Looking at the direction in which Zhou Xuanji left, Qiu Bailey got up slowly with a gratified smile on his face. Even though this brat had become the world's second, Qiu Bailey did not become arrogant and neglected him. On the same day, Zhou Xuanji came to the Great Zhou Royal Palace. At this moment, Zhou Qingxin was pacing back and forth in the royal study. He looked anxious. Shitan Changshu stood at the side and smiled bitterly. "Your Majesty, we better ask the Sword Emperor for help or else Great Zhou will face the danger of annihilation." Come. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 339. Ask the Sword Emperor for help? We would like to, but he is busy establishing his own sect. Wouldn't it be too ungrateful to invite him at this time? Zhou Qingxin said with a frown. His position as the emperor was given to him by Zhou Xuanji. All along there were many voices of dissent in the royal capital. He wanted to prove that he did not need to rely on Zhou Xuanji for everything. He believed that Zhou Xuanji had the same expectations for him. Shitan Changshu felt that it made sense and could only sigh. "What is it? Say it." Zhou Xuanji's voice came suddenly, and the two shuddered in fear. They turned around and saw Zhou Xuanji sitting on a chair in the corner of the imperial study, lightly swaying. Zhou Qingxin walked over in surprise and asked, "Why are you here?" Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "I'm here to visit an old friend. Tell me what's the matter. I will help you settle it." The Great Zhou dynasty was a dynasty after all. How could it be destroyed so easily? Could it be that Sunlight Emperor had come to attack? Zhou Qingxin hesitated, not knowing whether he should say it or not. Shitan Changshu took a step forward and recounted everything that had happened. It turned out that the powerful cultivator from overseas, Duan Yogu, found out that Zhou Xuanji's fate originated from Great Zhou. He brought his subordinates into Great Zhou to investigate and even threatened Zhou Qingxin not to expose their whereabouts, or else they would destroy Great Zhou. Under Duan Yogu's coercion, Zhou Qingxin had no choice but to help them find the five-colored immortal fruit. That day Zhou Xuanji's sword qi had injured Duan Yogu. He guessed that the person who took away the colorful celestial tree was a powerful swordsman. In this world, who else could possess such a powerful sword qi? Other than Zhou Xuanji, it was difficult to find someone else. Duan Yogu had also found out about this, but he did not dare to act recklessly. He wanted to make his move during the opening ceremony. "Where is he?" Zhou Xuanji asked. He did not expect this guy to come to the mainland. Shitan Changshu cupped his fists and said, "Let me bring you there." Zhou Xuanji nodded, and the two of them immediately left the imperial study. 300 miles away from the Great Zhou imperial city, Duan Yogu and the others were cultivating in a valley. The green-robed Taoist walked to Duan Yogu and said, "Your Majesty, I foresee misfortune. It's best that we leave this place immediately." "Leave?" Duan Yogu opened his eyes and frowned. "Leave? Where are you going?" He had investigated the Violet Demon Palace for thousands of years and finally found the whereabouts of the five-colored celestial tree. How could he give up just like that? He had already heard that Zhou Xuanji cared a lot about Great Zhou, so Great Zhou was his bargaining chip. Let's leave the Great Zhou dynasty first, then make plans later. He was invited by Duan Yogu at a high price, and he did not want to die in the northern wilderness region. "You're not going anywhere." Zhou Xuanji's voice resounded across the valley. Everyone in the valley got up in shock and looked around vigilantly. Duan Yogu turned around and followed his gaze. He saw Zhou Xuanji standing on a small mountain peak looking down at them. Shitan Changshu stood behind Zhou Xuanji. He pointed at Duan Yogu and said, "It's him. He's the leader. After coming to Great Zhou, he killed many of Great Zhou's citizens." Speaking of this matter, he gritted his teeth. How powerful was the Great Zhou dynasty? How could they be threatened like this? Zhou Xuanji was expressionless. He stared at Duan Yogu and said, "The person you are looking for is me. The five-colored celestial tree is in my hands too." Although the five-colored celestial tree was extremely valuable, this guy still did not give up after so many years. Zhou Xuanji could not understand this. Could it be that the five-colored celestial tree had other uses other than fruits? Duan Yogu got up slowly and took out his tiger-striped blade. "Since you are here, then hand over the five-colored celestial tree. You must have consumed many five-colored celestial fruits. Give the tree to me and it will be considered a good deed. What do you think? I came from overseas and my power is much greater than the Great Zhou Empire. You will not lose out if you form a good deed with me. In the future, when you come overseas, I can guarantee that you will be unhindered in all the sea regions." To make Zhou Xuanji compromise, he had to reveal his power. The green-robed cultivator stared at Zhou Xuanji with a tight frown. He tried his best to divine Zhou Xuanji, but he could not divine any information. "What's going on? Who is he?" The green-robed cultivator was covered in cold sweat. He had lived for tens of thousands of years, and it was his first time encountering someone he could not divine. He backed off quietly and kept his distance from Duan Yogu. Zhou Xuanji took out the dog-culling sword and said, "What if I don't hand it over?" The five-colored celestial tree did not belong to Duan Yogu. Why should he hand it over? After merging with the Violet Demon Monarch's heart, the Violet Demon Palace was equivalent to his private property. He had no reason to hand over the five-colored celestial tree. "Then only death awaits you." Duan Yogu was furious. He leaped up and charged toward Zhou Xuanji. Whenever he thought about Zhou Xuanji forcefully occupying the five-colored celestial tree to cultivate, he was infuriated, as though his beauty was being enjoyed by someone else. Zhou Xuanji immediately gathered the sky-dominating sword soul on his right arm. The sky-dominating sword soul was like a god of war. It was clad in armor and had a muscular upper body. Its face was hideous like a devil's. Facing the aggressive Duan Yogu, Zhou Xuanji swung his sword quickly. Before Shitan Changshu could see the sky-dominating sword soul clearly, he sensed a flash of violet light, which shocked him so much that he closed his eyes instinctively. Duan Yogu's pupils contracted. He raised his blade to block instinctively. In the underground space. Crack, 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 Lu Wuji's wooden coffin trembled more and more violently, as though something was about to break out. Fu Hao and Diablo's hearts were in their throats. "What should we do? We can't just sit here and wait for death." Fu Hao cried out with gritted teeth. He could sense that Lu Wuji's corpse was about to break out of the seal. Once it broke out, they would surely die. Diablo was also terrified. "You ask this king, who should I ask?" he cursed. "If this king knew how to escape, I would have escaped long ago." He was extremely regretful in his heart. Why did he want to take Lu Wuji's inheritance? He was blinded by lard. Rip, a rune on the wooden coffin broke suddenly, followed by the other runes. Fu Hao and Diablo's hearts were in their throats. "My life is over," Diablo sighed. It was not easy for him to come back to life, but he was going to die again. It was terrible. Fu Hao cursed Yang Di in his heart. If not for Yang Di, why would he take the risk? Boom, the entire underground space began to tremble. Countless rocks and sand slid down. The aura of death was already approaching the two. At this moment, a white figure suddenly darted in from the cave entrance. It was the silver-haired lady in white who was staring at Diablo. Fu Hao and Diablo opened their eyes wide. They were pleasantly surprised, like a drowning man who saw a life-saving straw. They were about to speak when the lady in white exclaimed, How is it possible? He is going to break out of the seal. After saying that, the lady in white turned around and turned into a white light. She quickly entered the cave. She escaped again. Fu Hao and Diablo's eyes were filled with despair. Was there something wrong with this lady? There was a loud bang. The lid of the coffin flew and hit Fu Hao's face. He was smashed into the cave and his body was embedded into the wall. After Fu Hao landed on the ground, he was surprised to find that he could move again. He was wild with joy. He shouted to Diablo, "Ha! Ignorant kid. Just wait for your death." After saying that, he turned around and fled. Diablo was so angry that he cursed his ancestors. Come. WonderfulBookhouse.com. Chapter 340. Fu Hao shuttled swiftly through the tunnel with all his might. He wished he could grow another pair of wings. The fear that Lu Wuji brought him was too great. He had not felt such fear for a long time. Even when Yang Di wanted to kill him, he did not feel such fear. Soon he leaped out of the ground and dashed toward the inland. Only by leaving this snowy land could he feel safe. Bomb. Just when he was sprinting at full speed, his abdomen was struck by a horrifying force, and he was sent flying back while vomiting blood. His body was forced back while he was moving at high speed, and his body almost exploded. His body rolled along the snowy ground like a ball without slowing down at all. Along the way he smashed through numerous snowy mountains and only stopped after flying for dozens of miles. He could not stop coughing out blood. Gritting his teeth, he opened his eyes and saw two figures levitating above his head, looking down at him. One of them was ancient Diablo. His eyes were lifeless and his neck was broken. His face was facing backward and his death was horrifying. The other person had strips of cloth hanging on his body. His skin was shriveled and he was as thin as a match. His head was hung low, and his white hair was like withered grass. His face was like a skull and his eyes were glowing with a green light. He looked like a beast in the night. Lu Wuji. He breathed heavily and stared at Fu Hao. Seeing him, Fu Hao trembled in fear and said with a trembling voice, "What do you want?" "I need essence qi," Lu Wuji said, panting. Fu Hao heard him and immediately cried out, "I can help you capture him. I can provide you with an endless supply." Smack. Lu Wuji swung his left hand and slapped Fu Hao's face. Next he opened his mouth and began to absorb Fu Hao's essence qi. In the ruined valley, hundreds of cultivators knelt on the ground and trembled. Most of them were injured and looked ahead in fear. Zhou Xuanji stood in front of Duan Yogu, and the dog-culling sword was on Duan Yogu's neck. At this moment, Duan Yogu's arms were severed, and he was covered in blood. He looked extremely miserable. "What sword technique is that?" Duan Yogu asked with gritted teeth. As a third tribulation scattered immortal, he could not even fight back against Zhou Xuanji. The terror of the sword soul made him shudder just thinking about it. Zhou Xuanji smiled and asked, "Do you know the name of the sword in my hand?" After forming the sword soul and breaking through to the great tribulation bodiless immortal realm, his battle prowess skyrocketed. This third tribulation bodiless immortal was so weak in front of him. It seemed that he had underestimated his own strength. "If you dare to kill me when the other sea regions invade the northern wilderness region, my master will not spare you. He will pull out your bones and devour your soul, making you wish you were dead." Duan Yogu looked at Zhou Xuanji furiously and threatened. This guy was quite strong-willed and did not beg for mercy. Zhou Xuanji laughed condescendingly, "This is the dog-culling sword." Duan Yogu's eyes widened. He was so angry that his soul almost left his body. Just when he was about to curse, Zhou Xuanji chopped off his head. Then he used the Qianxia map to absorb the soul. For cultivators of this level, it was not so easy for their souls to enter the cycle of reincarnation after they died. Perhaps there was a chance for them to revive, so Zhou Xuanji left his soul behind. It might be useful in the future. What was worth mentioning was that his cultivation did not improve much even though he had absorbed all of Duan Yogu's dermic powers. After he reached the Great Tribulation scattered immortal realm, the magic power he needed to break through had reached an extremely terrifying level. Just thinking about it gave him a headache. Shitan Changsher stood behind Zhou Xuanji and still had not come back to his senses. The powerful and invincible Duan Yogu had been defeated so quickly. He finally understood why Zhou Xuanji could defeat the Sword Saint. Before he could unleash the famous Emperor's Wei Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha, Duan Yogu had already knelt down. Shitan Changsher smiled bitterly and thought to himself, "Your Majesty, what kind of monster did you give birth to? Don't tell me he's the reincarnation of a supreme god from the upper realm?" Zhou Xuanji turned and asked, "What should we do with these people?" When he had been fighting with Duan Yogu, he had noticed that a cultivator in a green robe had escaped. That person was also a great tribulation scattered immortal, and even if Zhou Xuanji wanted to chase him, he would not be able to catch up. He was not afraid that the cultivator in a green robe would inform him. After all, it was the world epic and he was not afraid of having too many enemies. The more enemies there were, the more powerful they would be, which would help him increase his cultivation. Lock them up first and interrogate them. According to Duan Yogu, the overseas region will invade the northern wilderness region sooner or later. We must make preparations, Shitan Changshi said, and Zhou Xuanji nodded in agreement. He turned around and activated the sealing dream sword formation, sealing the spirit energy of the hundreds of cultivators. The moment the sword formation was activated, the ground shook, and Shitan Changshi was in awe. The second in the world was as powerful as an immortal god. Oh, he might already be the top cultivator in the world. Sun Hill. At the edge of a lake, Yang Di was cultivating while facing the lake. Violet Qi came from the east and surrounded his body. He frowned suddenly and stood up. He looked toward the north with rage in his eyes. "You're dead?" Yang Di mumbled to himself, clenching his fists in his sleeves. Although Fu Hao had ulterior motives, he did not really want to kill him. The two of them depended on each other. Could even be said that he was raised by Fu Hao. As long as Fu Hao did not plot against him, he would not kill him. He did not expect Fu Hao to die in the north. Could it be that someone else is spying on Lu Wuji's cave abode? He fell into deep thought. It was possible that Lu Wuji's cave abode had powerful restrictions, and Fu Hao died because he was careless. He began to hesitate if he should go to the north. His mind was on the Great Fate Empire. If he left now, he might waste more time. At this moment, a man in black appeared behind him and half knelt on the ground. "Great Emperor, I have found the true dragon clan's lair. Should we act?" The man in black asked with cupped fists. Excitement could be seen in his eyes. Capture the true dragon. To establish the Great Fate Empire, a divine beast was needed to maintain its fate. Yang Di set his eyes on the most powerful divine beast, the true dragon. The true dragon clan had not appeared in the northern wilderness region for tens of thousands of years. Many people thought that the true dragon clan had gone extinct, but that was not the case. "Lead the way," Yang Di said. As for Fu Hao's death, he could only put it aside for now. A month later, Zhou Xuanji returned to Skyfall. Just when he landed, Daoya Old Man came up to him immediately. "Bad news. Diablo and Fu Hao are dead. That evil demon has revived." Daoya Old Man said anxiously. He could still divine their life and death. "So soon?" Zhou Xuanji asked with a raised brow. He thought that he would have to wait for a few years or even decades or even centuries. "I'm afraid that the establishment of the sect will be affected." "Should we?" Daoya Old Man asked. Zhou Xuanji heard him and rejected him decisively. This matter had already been decided and the whole world knew about it. If it was delayed, Emperor Sword Court's reputation would suffer a great setback before it even started. Seeing Daoya Old Man's worried face, Zhou Xuanji comforted him. "Skyfall is very far from the north. If something happens, it will be the 8 sanctums. What are you afraid of?" He had no enmity with that peerless evil demon. How could he be fearful? Come. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 341. Daoya Old Man had been frightened by the divination last time. After Zhou Xuanji's persuasion, he calmed down and understood that he was overly worried. After comforting him, Zhou Xuanji found Jiang Shui and told her about his encounter with Qiu Beili. Jiang Shui lamented, 50 years have passed without me noticing. For many mortals, 50 years was a lifetime. Ever since they escaped from Green River Village, it was Qiu Beili who had accompanied them for many years. Qiu Beili could be considered as their first master in their lives. He taught Jiang Shui spells and taught Zhou Xuanji many principles of the northern wilderness region. If not for Qiu Beili, perhaps the two of them would have had a different ending. Actually, we can take in the Hidden Sword sect as a subsidiary force and let them become the bridge between us and the Zhou dynasty. Jiang Shui suggested. She was moved when she heard Qiu Beili telling the children about Zhou Xuanji's legend. There was a kind of indescribable warmth. Zhou Xuanji had boasted in front of Qiu Beili before, saying that he would become famous across the world. Qiu Beili would always laugh and say that he could surely do it. Now Zhou Xuanji had done it and he was promoting it. This feeling was similar to an inheritance. "Looks like we have a tacit understanding." Zhou Xuanji hooked her nose and smiled. Jiang Shui hugged his arm and giggled. "Do you think we should have a baby earlier? This way he can ascend with us. If it's too late and he's left alone in the mortal world, won't he be lonely?" The two of them were already engaged, so naturally she would think about the future. Zhou Xuanji chuckled. "Not him, it's them." Jiang Shui rolled her eyes at him. The two of them walked to the edge of the cliff and started talking about the conversation between lovers. 2 hours later, Jiang Shui walked to a place not far away and sat down to cultivate. Zhou Xuanji stood where he was and thought to himself. The deaths of Fu Hao and the evil king made him suspicious. In his heart, the two of them were villains. How could they die just like that? This was especially so for the evil king. He was someone who fought against the great emperor 10,000 years ago. How long had it been since he was revived? The world did not know that he had been resurrected and he had died again? How aggrieved was that? However, this also told him that reality was crueler than he had imagined. No matter how powerful a person was, they could still die in vain and without a sound. He suddenly thought of someone. He immediately got up and left. At the foot of Skyfall, the thunder demon sovereign of the Haotian sect, Zhang Quanglan, was chopping wood. He had been enslaved by Zhou Xuanji for decades. Because his cultivation was sealed, he was like an ordinary person. However, he was deeply loved by the third-generation disciples. This was because he could always talk about legends that his disciples had never heard of. Zhang Quanglan was dressed like a farmer. He was thinking while chopping wood. Why am I used to my current life? I'm the Thunder Devil Lord, I have to revitalize the Haotian sect. His fighting spirit burned in his heart, but when he thought of the hardships he had gone through in the past 10,000 years, he suddenly felt that the present was pretty good. Zhou Xuanji was right. What should exist would always exist, and what should not exist, no matter how much one tried to force it, it would vanish into the world. He alone could not revitalize the Haotian sect. Haoqi Alliance and Xinhao sect were already independent. They seemed to respect him, but they never really wanted to rebuild Haotian sect. Rather than that, he might as well enjoy the moment. It was quite interesting to brag to the third-generation disciples every day. Of course, this was all he could do. He could not escape from Zhou Xuanji's clutches. I want to ask you about something. Zhou Xuanji's voice suddenly came. He turned and saw Zhou Xuanji sitting on a wooden chair not too far away. He put down his axe and wiped his sweat as he asked, "What is it?" Now it was already quite good for him to see Zhou Xuanji once a month. Every time he saw Zhou Xuanji he would feel quite complicated. This boy could even defeat the Sword Saint. He was even more powerful than the Haotian sect's founding ancestor. Is there a demon suppressed in the north? A demon that can kill the Diablo? Zhou Xuanji asked. Zhang Quanglan was much older than Daoya. Old man Zhang Quanglan was stunned and frowned as he asked, "Demon? There are many demons suppressed in the north. Because of the climate, it has been a sealed and buried place since ancient times. However, a demon that can kill the Diablo. The ancient Diablo was so powerful that even the Hegemon Sword Emperor acknowledged his talent. It would be very difficult to kill him." Wait. Zhang Quanglan suddenly thought of something. His eyes widened and his breathing became ragged. Impossible. Impossible? He shook his head and muttered to himself, a look of terror on his face. Zhou Xuanji frowned. It was the first time he had seen Zhang Quanglan so afraid. "Just what is it? Tell me." Zhou Xuanji said in a low voice, causing Zhang Quanglan to tremble. He hurriedly replied, "The human race is the most powerful. Lu Wuji. His corpse was suppressed in the north and 50,000 years ago he broke out of the seal. If it wasn't for Devil Emperor Dugu suppressing him, the entire northern wilderness would have been slaughtered by him. Right now there is no one as amazing as Devil Emperor Dugu. If it really is Lu Wuji, it's over." He sat paralyzed on the ground, sinking into extreme terror. "Lu Wuji?" Zhou Xuanji's expression was quite strange. He asked, "Apart from Lu Wuji, is there anyone else?" Zhang Quanglan shook his head and said, "The Diablo has many tricks up his sleeves, and even the Hegemon Sword Emperor found it difficult to kill him before he verified his Tao. Apart from Lu Wuji, no other demon can kill the Diablo." Zhou Xuanji got up and walked over to Zhang Quanglan, helping him up. "Don't be afraid. Even though there is no Devil Emperor Dugu, there is still me. As long as I am here, you will not die." With that, he disappeared into thin air. Zhang Quanglan was dazed. These words reminded him of his master, the former Haotian sect master. Zhou Xuanji came to an empty cave and took out the ancient god sword. The ancient god sword's 9 souls had all awakened. The 9th soul was Mystic Venerable One. According to what the sword spirit had said, if he fused the 9 souls, the ancient god sword would level up. However, he felt that the 9 souls had other uses, so he did not fuse them. He summoned the 9 souls and asked, "Lu Wuji, I have something to ask you. Don't play dead." Ever since he became a great tribulation scattered immortal, he realized that the 9 souls still had their own consciousness, but they didn't like to talk to him. Lu Wuji didn't say anything, but the other souls did. "Tiske, Daring to speak to Lu Wuji like that, the younger generation will surpass us in time. Ever since this kid became a great tribulation itinerant immortal, he has become more and more arrogant. Lu Wuji, I asked you a question. Aha, don't play dead. He's really dead. He's not pretending. Zhou Xuanji ignored the mockery of the other souls and looked at Lu Wuji's soul. Looking at its soul, it was completely different from the white-haired evil demon that Jiang Shui had predicted. But their heights were similar. He had most likely become thinner. Lu Wuji did not reply, so Zhou Xuanji took the initiative to tell him about what had happened in the north. After he spoke, Emperor Zhao said in amazement, "Why do descendants always like to seek death? The human race's most powerful is not just for show. Even if it's just their fleshly bodies, they are undying and indestructible existences." Come. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 342. Lu Wuji remained silent, making Zhou Xuanji feel a bit impatient. Don't you want to be resurrected? If I'm killed by your body, you'll die too. Zhou Xuanji coldly harumphed. If he died, the ancient god sword's soul would automatically perish. Of course, he did not think that he would die. Right now he was very strong. Venerable Xian said, he doesn't have the face to say that he didn't want to give up his body. Could the strongest of the human race be threatened? Zhou Xuanji felt quite curious, and just as he was about to ask, Lu Wuji began to speak. Sai, after I ascended, I calculated this karma, but I can't go down to the lower realms. I can only use my divine will to find an inheritor to guard my physical body. However, there are always people who will do anything for power. His tone was gloomy and complicated. Who would want their body to be coveted by others? Even if it was a dead body. Why don't you guess how strong your body is now? Zhou Xuanji asked. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. I'm not sure. After all, that fleshly body has been separated from me for more than 100,000 years. Even though the cultivation of the dead body has declined, at the very least, it has the strength of a seventh tribulation scattered immortal. If it had absorbed the essence, its strength would have increased. Lu Wuji hesitated. Even he wasn't sure. Seventh tribulation bodiless immortal. Zhou Xuanji's eyelids twitched. This was power that could kill the heavens with a single palm strike. Moreover, since that guy ran out 50,000 years ago, he was definitely not just a seventh tribulation scattered immortal. He quickly asked, can you control him? Lu Wuji sighed, I'm just a remnant soul right now, and my soul's power isn't enough. Otherwise, this ancient god sword would be even stronger. That was right. If he could control the body of a seventh tribulation scattered immortal, the ancient god sword would probably surpass the intimidating spirit grade. Zhou Xuanji felt a headache. How should he deal with Lu Wuji's body? Emperor Zhao chuckled and said, don't worry too much. Although Lu Wuji is known as the strongest of the human race, that is only limited to the human race. Moreover, it's just a corpse. If he wants to slaughter the entire human world, dream on. Lu Wuji snorted coldly. Zhou Xuanji asked with narrowed eyes, you mean that there are other powerful cultivators hidden in the northern wilderness region? He thought of Baihao Yisan. If even the heartless great emperor could reincarnate, there might be other great emperors in hiding. There are always some people who can't survive in the upper realm, so they hide in the mortal world. Emperor Zhao said casually. This guy's tone always carried a hint of mockery like a playboy. However, Zhou Xuanji did not underestimate him because this fellow was an emperor. He was also the only human emperor who had conquered the ocean. After becoming a great emperor and ascending, he left behind many legends. Many temples and ancestral halls in the northern wilderness region had statues of him. Emperor Songhai suddenly said, don't worry. There are many hidden races in the ocean. If you can't defeat them, you can go to the ocean. As long as you don't say that you are from the northern wilderness region, it will be easy for you to hide. Ocean. Zhou Xuanji frowned. Emperor Zhao said disdainfully, they're all just fellows who hide their heads and show their tails, avoiding the might of our human race. Emperor Songhai was not angry, nor did he respond. Zhou Xuanji asked a few more questions before preparing to sheath his sword. If you don't have confidence, you can go to Juadi Cliff. I've hidden a treasure there. When the time comes, I'll take you to find it and use it to deal with Lu Wuji. Hehe, I've always regretted not being able to fight with the strongest human in the mortal world. Finally, I have the chance. Emperor Zhao once again spoke with a smile, sounding quite excited. Even though this fellow was quite talkative, he was very domineering and was not inferior to the cold and arrogant Lu Wuji at all. Lu Wuji did not reply. No one knew if it was because he was scared or because he disdained to reply. Zhou Xuanji said, very well. After saying this, he put away the ancient god sword and returned to the summit to continue cultivating. Talking to the 9 souls did not make him feel at ease and instead made him feel even more worried. Demons that surpassed 7th tribulation scattered immortals. And peerless powerhouses that were hidden in the world. He suddenly felt that he and Yang Di were a joke. There was always someone more powerful than you in the world. This was never a joke. Interesting, this is good. The more ancient experts there are, the more challenging it will be. Zhou Xuanji smirked. The worry in his heart turned into excitement and flowed through his bones and tendons. He sat down at the edge of the cliff and started to cultivate. News of Lu Wuji's revival had not spread through the northern wilderness yet, and the world was still talking about Zhou Xuanji establishing a sect. This was the most important thing for him right now. Within a Taoist temple, Feng Qiu was reading an ancient book. The fragrance of sandalwood floated in the air, making one feel relaxed and relaxed. Apart from him, there was no one else in the temple, and the roars of demons could occasionally be heard from outside. At that moment, a figure walked into the Taoist temple. Feng Qiu looked over and his expression slightly changed as he asked in a low voice, "Who are you, sir?" The person who came was Bai Hao Yisan. He wore elegant white clothes and held a paper fan in his hand as he smiled and said, "I heard that apart from tribulation executives, you are the person with the greatest attainments in the way of karma. This emperor wants to take you in and give you the opportunity to become a great emperor in the future." Feng Qiu's expression changed and he narrowed his eyes as he asked, "You are Great Emperor Heartless? The only living great emperor of this generation." No matter how calm he looked, his heart was greatly shaken. Bai Hao Yisan slowly walked over to him and looked around as he said, "Ever since I reincarnated, I've always encountered trouble, making this emperor very annoyed. Those fellows think that just because this emperor has reincarnated, they can bully this emperor as they please. They don't know that becoming a great emperor is not just about cultivation talent." He placed his hands on the table and leaned forwards as he looked at Feng Qiu. His gaze was filled with aggressiveness and was filled with extreme arrogance. "If you work for this emperor will give you whatever you want. Even those 2 tribulation executives who look down on you will be stepped on by you." Feng Qiu's heart rate sped up, but he did not panic. He asked in a low voice, "Why should I believe you?" Great Emperor Heartless had reincarnated for decades and was like a joke, so Feng Qiu had to be cautious. Bai Hao Yisan's lips curled up as he said, "This emperor left behind a divine weapon and an army." Feng Qiu's eyes widened. Could it be that Great Emperor Heartless had been preparing for something 90,000 years ago? Lu Wuji's body has already been revived. "If you don't rely on this emperor, you're dead for sure," Bai Hao Yisan said as he smiled. Bai Hao Yisan said as he grinned. His words caused Feng Qiu's expression to change greatly. "Do you know who Lu Wuji is? If you don't, then this emperor can tell you that his cultivation in the mortal world was at a height that no existence in the mortal world could reach. He was viewed as the most powerful person in the human race, and after ascending he was extremely powerful in the higher realm." Lu Wuji. Feng Qiu knew about that legend and his face became pale. He did his best to calm himself down. At the same time, ambition welled up in his heart. This was his fortuitous opportunity. He closed the book and stood up as he asked, "Great Emperor, what do you need me to do for you?" Bai Hao Yisan loudly laughed, feeling incredibly carefree. Feng Qiu suppressed his excitement and waited for his orders. Bai Hao Yisan rubbed his hands together as he chuckled and asked, "This emperor needs you to do many things. First, which single woman is the most beautiful in the world?" Feng Qiu's eyes widened, and he almost cursed inwardly. The hot-bloodedness in his heart instantly disappeared, and he felt that everything was tasteless. Chapter 343. In the blink of an eye, there was only a month left before the official opening of Emperor Sword Court. Many cultivators were already gathering around Skyfall. Zhou Xuanji did not allow them to enter the mountain, so they could only find a place to stay nearby. During this period, Zhou Xuanji celebrated his 58th birthday and received 3 legendary swords, all of which were amethyst grade. They were the Divine Martial Sword, Towering Sword, and Seeking Phoenix Sword. At this moment, at the peak of Skyfall, Zhou Xuanji gathered his trusted followers to discuss the disciple assessment. If the threshold was too low, there would be too many disciples. If the threshold was too high, it would ruin the talents. Why don't we take in some odd job disciples first? If they are talented, we can promote them to official disciples. This way it will be more convenient for the opening ceremony, Ning Zifeng suggested. Every sect overseas had odd job disciples, and the number of them far exceeded official disciples. This way they could take care of every disciple. Zhou Xuanji felt that it was a good idea, so he began to discuss the treatment of odd job disciples and official disciples. Finally, they divided the disciples into legendary sword disciples, core disciples, elite disciples, ordinary disciples, and odd job disciples. Those who reached great realization and comprehended two sword wills would become legendary sword disciples. Those who reached astral projection and comprehended two sword wills would become core disciples. As long as they comprehended two sword wills, they could become elite disciples straight away. Disciples of different levels would receive different amounts of cultivation resources each month. Zhou Xuanji opened the 10,000 Swords House to distribute swords and cultivation resources. Huang Lianxin and Daoya Old Man were in charge of it. Lin Chang'e and Xiao Jinghong were in charge of purchasing swords of different grades from the humans. After that, he put Han Shenbua and Ning Zifeng in charge of the Xuanji Sword Library. He would record down all the sword techniques he knew and put them in the library. What was worth mentioning was that the Xuanji Sword Library and 10,000 Swords House were already completed. Yesterday they had already selected suitable disciples and were waiting to take up their posts. Other than that, he was going to name the Punishment Hall, Law Enforcement Hall, and other departments. He had already thought about the personnel arrangements. If not for the solid foundation he had built over the years, it would be too difficult to establish a sect. Even so, Emperor Sword Court would be emptied in less than 20 years. On the opening day, the guests will not come empty-handed. Daoya Old Man stroked his beard and smiled like a sly old fox. Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, "In the future for the Divine Sword Palace's missions, we will first take half of the deposit, after which the disciples will receive it and complete it. After completing it, the employer will pay the remaining half. Remember, every mission must be carefully evaluated to determine the authenticity and level of the mission. We cannot accept unjust missions." This matter was extremely important as it concerned the future development and image of Emperor Sword Court. Finally, Zhou Xuanji put Lin Chang'e and Chongming Demon Monarch in charge. Lin Chang'e was in charge of the human race's mission registration and investigation, while Chongming Demon Monarch was in charge of the demon race. Zhou Xuanji said thoughtfully, "And the intelligence organization, we cannot neglect it. When the time comes, we will choose from odd job disciples and ordinary disciples. Of course, elite disciples and core disciples can also join. After joining the intelligence organization, they must have their own code names." He named the intelligence organization the Firmament Net, and its treatment was better than that of the ordinary disciples. If they did a good job, they would be rewarded. Everyone sighed inwardly as they listened. Zhou Xuanji had thought through all of Emperor Sword Court's details, and many of his ideas shocked them. According to his plan, Emperor Sword Court could become a top-tier faction in a few hundred years. For other sects, reputation was the most important thing. But for Zhou Xuanji, reputation was what he had the most. After he made the arrangements, he ordered everyone to get busy. Each pavilion and palace had to choose their second and third generation disciples within 7 days. Zhou Xuanji asked Fenyu Dragon King to stay. "In the future you will continue to guard Skyfall. Don't always sleep in. If enemies sneak into Skyfall, you must keep a close eye on it," Zhou Xuanji said seriously. Fenyu Dragon King was a little embarrassed, but he still nodded resolutely. This guy spent all his time in Skyfall's lava and always slept soundly. He was really lazy. Skyfall is ahead. In the forest, a group of carriages was moving forward. The soldier leading the way turned around and shouted. Chiu Bailey, who was sitting on his flying sword, looked up. Skyfall was shrouded in clouds and was even more majestic than he had imagined. Even though he was dozens of miles away, he was still shocked. Zhou Xuanji could occupy such a majestic mountain, which showed how powerful he was. Zhou Qingxin sat on the dragon horse, which had the bloodline of a dragon. It had a horse's body, a dragon's tail, and dragon's horns. Its hooves were ablaze with flames, and its shoulders were 6 meters tall. When it moved, it looked extremely majestic. He was also immersed in the beauty of Skyfall. Great Zhou's team had 500 people. The soldiers were carefully selected, and even the weakest was at Soul Fountain. Along the way they did not encounter any demons that made things difficult for them. Great Zhou's flag was enough to scare away all the demons. Who did not know that the Sword Emperor came from Great Zhou? "Your Majesty, how tall do you think Skyfall is?" Princess Xuanya, who was sitting on a banana leaf, flew over and asked. Even she wanted to live in Skyfall. The spiritual chi in this area was dense, and the spiritual chi on the mountain must be even denser. If she cultivated here, wouldn't she improve tremendously? Zhou Qingxin shook his head and said, "No one knows. Standing on the peak, one can touch the sky, which is why it's called Skyfall. How tall do you think the sky is?" Princess Xuanya opened her mouth wide in shock. Touch the sky? As the day of Emperor Sword Court's opening approached, more and more guests came. Zhou Xuanji and the others had already recruited 20,000 odd-job disciples. These people did not have much talent in the sword's way, but they wanted to join Emperor Sword Court. As such, they were taken in and looked after by the third-generation disciples. The odd-job disciples began to receive the guests. In front of the mountain gate, which was 1,000 meters above the ground, Daoya Old Man and Huang Lianxin were registering the guests. Because there were so many people, the guests had to line up. The line stretched from here to the foot of the mountain, and it was quite a grand sight. This is the territory of the demon race, and yet so many people came. This is the rallying power of the Sword Emperor. I really want to see the Sword Emperor with my own eyes. The Sword Emperor isn't even 60 years old yet, right? Looking at this scene, Emperor Sword Court will be a first-rate faction once it opens. Not just that. With the help of the three empires, it won't be a problem for it to become a first-rate faction. The cultivators in the line were not impatient but excited instead. Such a grand occasion was quite rare. In the future they could brag about it to their descendants. People could stay at the waist of Skyfall but they could not go any higher. No one felt that Zhou Xuanji was being rude. At the foot of the mountain, Chief Monk Xuanha arrived with a group of monks. Looking at the majestic Skyfall, his expression was complicated as he softly chanted, Amitabha. Emperor Sword Court was already a major power, and his close friend Daoya Old Man was also here. How could he not come? Moreover, he wanted to use this opportunity to find Xian Xianghua's whereabouts. Don't worry, Abbot. With me here, Zhou Xuanji and Xian Xianghua will not be able to do anything to you. There was a black-robed monk behind Chief Monk Xuanha. He looked young and handsome, but there was an evil aura between his brows. Standing among the Dongyuan Monastery's people in a black kasaya, he was very eye-catching. Come. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 344. Chief Monk Xuanha glanced at the black-robed monk and said, most of those who died at Zhou Xuanji's hands thought so. Many powerful cultivators felt that Zhou Xuanji was too young to be a threat, but he died a pitiful death. For example, Huangquan Drake King, Nether Ghost, Jihuang Demon Lord, etc. The black-robed monk chuckled, I'm not them. His tone was confident and unquestionable. Xuanha Divine Monk thought of his fight with him and did not say anything else. The group walked to the stone steps and lined up. They didn't cut the queue because there were many big forces in front of them, and there was no lack of holy lands. Zheng Junlu was also lining up with the Mountain Abyss Ziggurat disciples. Ever since he had seen Zhou Xuanji kill Duan Yogu, he had made up his mind to build a good relationship with Zhou Xuanji. Not only because of Zhou Xuanji's strength but also because of his standpoint. Even though Duan Yogu had revealed his identity, he still acted decisively without hesitation. The northern wilderness region needed such a powerhouse. However, his disciples were dissatisfied. Tower Lord, if we go up directly, Zhou Xuanji will receive us, right? Why are we queuing here? A disciple could not help but ask, causing the other disciples to nod in agreement. Zheng Junlu shook his head and laughed, saying, if they don't line up, how can the people from Skyfall arrange it? I'm setting up a benchmark. Even our Mountain Abyss Ziggurat has to queue up, so how can the other factions go up directly? This is also a gesture of goodwill to Zhou Xuanji. Hearing this, the disciples were enlightened and they admired his way of thinking. Even though the Mountain Abyss Ziggurat was a sanctum, it had been a long time since they had produced one of the top 5 experts in the world. It was not shameful for them to rope in Zhou Xuanji like this. On the summit, Zhou Xuanji did notice this. Daoya Old Man had introduced the leaders of the 8 sanctums to him, and he had even seen their faces. Moreover, Zheng Junlu's cultivation was at the first tribulation scattered immortal stage. He was so conspicuous at the foot of the mountain, how could he not notice him? Mountain Abyss Ziggurat? How sensible. Zhou Xuanji smiled satisfactorily before closing his eyes and continuing to cultivate. There was no need for him to personally entertain the guests. He was the second in the world. Who could make him personally receive them? If he appeared, it would damage Emperor Sword Court's reputation. Not too far away, a sacrificial altar had been constructed, and Zhou Xiaoqi was napping lazily on it. He seemed to be extremely satisfied. This was a sacrificial altar that gathered the fate of heaven and earth. There were incense sticks and candles that represented fate in all directions. The stone platform was built with 10,000-year-old stones, and there was also a spirit-gathering formation around it. It attracted the little black snake, the three-eyed drought rodent, a big and small air to stop in their tracks. Once it became a divine beast of providence, Zhou Xiaoqi would soar into the sky. The others were all busy, including Jiang Shui. She was preparing for her marriage and was being served by female disciples. At that moment, a figure appeared behind Zhou Xuanji. It was Xian Xianghua. She wore a flirtatious purple dress, and her face was covered by a veil as usual, revealing only a pair of enchanting eyes that seemed to contain a myriad of amorous feelings, as well as a hint of coldness. "You came," Zhou Xuanji said without looking back. Xian Xianghua walked to his side and sat down. She smiled and said, "Yo, your strength is really getting stronger and stronger. You discovered me the moment I appeared." She saw through Zhou Xuanji's cultivation at a glance. A first tribulation loose immortal. His magic power was so strong that ordinary second tribulation bodiless immortals could not compare to him. This kid is really something. Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes and asked, "What have you been busy with recently?" This old demonic woman had been gone for dozens of years, which made him miss her occasionally. Xian Xianghua smiled coquettishly and said, "Of course I'm busy with reviving the Tanhua sect. Why do you miss me a lot? Today you can marry me as well. How about that? You can enjoy the happiness of having multiple partners." Zhou Xuanji was a little moved, but he still refused. Because he knew that this old demonic woman was toying with him. "Do you already know about the ancient Diablo?" Zhou Xuanji asked. Lu Wuji had told him about the ancient Diablo. Lu Wuji's cultivation was at least 7th tribulation scattered immortal, and he most likely surpassed that. He did not want Xian Xianghua to take such a risk. Xian Xianghua nodded calmly and said, "It's good that he's dead. He has no value anyway." Zhou Xuanji looked at her intently and asked, "Is that so? If she was just using him, why would Xian Xianghua need a share of the ancient Diablo's colorful celestial fruit?" He did not point it out but reminded her, "The person who killed the ancient Diablo is very powerful, even more powerful than Yang Di. His cultivation is at least 7th tribulation scattered immortal. I advise you not to act recklessly." 7th tribulation scattered immortal. Xian Xianghua's eyes widened as she said in a low voice, "How is that possible? There can't be 7th tribulation scattered immortals in this world. Ordinary cultivators would ascend when they reached 2nd tribulation scattered immortal. If they stayed here, it would be very difficult for their cultivation to progress. How could one cultivate to 7th tribulation scattered immortal in the mortal realm?" Zhou Xuanji did not say much, and Xian Xianghua fell into a state of confusion. Her eyes flashed with fear, excitement and curiosity, making it difficult for others to guess what she was thinking. Zhou Xuanji's heart thumped. This old demonic woman had her eyes on Lu Wuji to obtain his power? Others could cultivate to 7th tribulation scattered immortal, so why couldn't she? Xian Xianghua thought to herself. She could already smell the serendipity. The day of the sect's establishment arrived. Hundreds of thousands of people had already moved into Skyfall, and there were millions more at the foot of the mountain. Skyfall had a limited number of houses. Apart from the guests who had received invitations, everyone else could only stay at the foot of the mountain. However, Skyfall would still send disciples to receive them. "Today is the day of Emperor Sword Court's establishment," Daoya Old Man said loudly. In front of the mountain gates, Daoya Old Man said loudly. All of the 2nd and 3rd generation disciples stood in front of him, looking incredibly excited. Xiao Jinghong, Beixiao Wangjian, Zhao Tsongjian, and the others stood at different places and looked at Daoya Old Man from afar. Their eyes were filled with anticipation. The founder of the sect is the current Sword Emperor Zhou Xuanji. He started training with the sword when he was 2 years old and revealed his brilliance before he was 10 years old. He fought his way into the Northern Wilderness top 100 when he was 20 years old and was ranked 2nd in the world before he was 30 years old. At 50 years old, he defeated the legendary sword saint. Daoya Old Man introduced Zhou Xuanji with great emotion. His voice resounded throughout the heavens and earth, and even those who were not at Skyfall could hear him. Everyone who heard him felt their blood boil. How could they not have a glorious future by following such a powerful cultivator? A 1,000-hand sword Buddha that was 3,000 meters tall descended from the clouds and looked down at the ground. Zhou Xuanji stood on its head, looking like a descending god. Daoya Old Man was still speaking, but everyone's gaze was attracted by the 1,000-hand sword Buddha. Such a domineering golden Buddha. This is the foundation of Emperor Sword Court's establishment. To support the world with the sword and save the world with the sword. Daoya Old Man said the last sentence. Next, all of the 2nd and 3rd generation disciples drew their swords and pointed them at the sky. The sound of their swords being unsheathed gathered together and shook everyone's hearts. To support the world with the sword and save the world with the sword. To support the world with the sword and save the world with the sword. To support the world with the sword and save the world with the sword. The disciples shouted together with all their might. Their voices shook the clouds. The guests were all shocked in their hearts. Emperor Sword Court had just been established, but these disciples already had such cohesiveness and morale. Zhou Xuanji's influence was too great. To support the world with the sword and save the world with the sword? With the swords in your hands? Zhou Xuanji, I want to see if you are qualified to do so today. A soft laugh suppressed the disciples' shouts and silenced the heavens and earth. Come. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 345. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice, wanting to see who dared to provoke Zhou Xuanji at such a critical moment. During each sect's grand opening ceremony, they would be oppressed by their enemies. However, Zhou Xuanji was ranked second in the world. Who would dare to do that? The speaker was the black-robed monk from Dongyuan Temple's team. Under everyone's gazes, he took a step forward and looked at Zhou Xuanji, who was high up in the air. He smiled and said, Zhou Xuanji, you obtained the Tianxia map and indeed had great luck. However, if you are too strong you will break easily. You dare to call yourself the most talented person in all of history, don't you think you're a bit too arrogant? Zhou Xuanji glanced at him but did not speak. Regarding the matter of his talent, he did not brag about it to outsiders. This was a title that the world gave him. This fellow wanted to provoke him because of this, but the reason he came up with was too lame. Daoya old man and the disciples of Emperor Sword Court looked coldly at the black-robed monk, revealing mocking smiles. The black-robed monk's face turned cold and he slowly rose up. Wisps of strange black gas emerged and surrounded his body. My ancestor was a great emperor. In terms of talent, no one in this world can compare to me. I've cultivated for nearly 1,000 years and only came out today. I can use your name as a stepping stone to shake the world. He smiled proudly and many people were moved by his words. An ancestor who became a great emperor? This was truly incredible. It was a pity that Zhou Xuanji remained expressionless, making the black-robed monk feel quite angry. There was a feeling of hitting cotton with all his might. Displeased. He stared at Zhou Xuanji and laughed coldly. What? Panicking? Zhou Xuanji, make your move. Today I will defeat you in front of all the heroes in the world. He spread out his arms, and the black gas transformed into a black Buddha figure, like a great Buddha who was possessed by the evil fire. The black Buddha quickly grew taller, wanting to reach the same height as the thousand-hand sword Buddha. At that moment, the thousand-hand sword Buddha opened its eyes. Two beams of intense light illuminated the world, causing many people to close their eyes. The thousand-hand sword Buddha moved. 1,000 arms brandished their swords in unison, and it was as if 1,000 swords had transformed into a single sword. It slashed down with the force of 1,000 caddies, and its momentum was unstoppable. The black-robed monk's eyelids twitched. Just as he was about to block the attack, the black Buddha behind him was slashed apart. Bang! The black-robed monk's body exploded under the huge sword, turning into a bloody mist that dissipated in the air. The sword wind shook Skyfall, causing countless people's hearts to palpitate. Such tyrannical strength. The world was silent. Apart from the Dongyuan Monastery's people, who were completely dumbfounded, no one else felt surprised and only praised Zhou Xuanji for being powerful. And nobody wanted to challenge the Sword Emperor? So what if he was the descendant of a great emperor? He was still not a great emperor. How many descendants of great emperors could become great emperors again? Zhou Xuanji's body shook and disappeared. After a second, he returned to the top of the thousand-hand sword Buddha's head. If one did not keep a close eye on him, one would think that he had not moved at all. In truth, he had just taken away the black-robed monk's soul. This lad's cultivation had reached second tribulation scattered immortal, and he was no weaker than Huangquan Drake King. Unfortunately, he had chosen the wrong opponent. However, this brat's background was not simple. He could interrogate him and perhaps he could obtain some good information. The grand opening ceremony has officially begun. Rise! Zhou Xuanji roared, and following this, all of Skyfall violently trembled. A draconic roar rang out, and Finyu Dragon King appeared at the foot of the mountain. He transformed into his dragon form, and his body expanded rapidly as he coiled around the mountain. The mighty dragon's body was revealed in front of everyone's eyes, causing them to be dumbfounded. Dragon. Such a powerful dragon's might. Could it be an 8th rank great demon? Not only that. 9th rank. Heavens, apart from Huangquan Drake King, there are other dragons that have reached 9th rank? The Sword Emperor has such a powerful demon under his command. Magma flowed under Finyu Dragon King's scales, giving off a scorching aura. It was like a fog, which was quite shocking. The sea of clouds above shook violently, and another roar sounded out. Compared to Finyu Dragon King's, it sounded much more immature. However, this roar grew louder and more majestic. "This is the roar of a Qilin?" Someone cried out in shock, causing another commotion. Last time when he fought the Sword Saint, Zhou Xuanji had stepped on a fire Qilin. Could it be that the fire Qilin was not simple? Thinking about it, Zhou Xuanji only lacked the phoenix to gather the leader of the three ancient divine beasts. The spiritual chi of the heavens and earth surged toward the top of the mountain. All of the Emperor's Sword Court disciples felt as if something was being sucked out of their bodies, but they did not feel any discomfort. Zhou Xiaoqi's roar grew louder and louder until it sounded like thunder, so loud that even the deaf could hear. Chief Monk Xuanhe's expression was unsightly. The black-robed monk's death was a great blow to him. Even he could not defeat the black-robed monk, and the monk was killed by Zhou Xuanji in an instant. Seeing Finyu Dragon King and hearing the fire Qilin's roar, he felt a sense of defeat. He really could not compare to Zhou Xuanji. He suddenly understood why the arrogant Xian Xianghua was so loyal to Zhou Xuanji. Maybe she really admired and liked Zhou Xuanji. He had known Xian Xianghua for a long time, but it was the first time he had seen her treat a man like this. Even Yang Di could not move her heart. Zhou Xuanji did not know what Chief Monk Xuanhe was thinking. He was sensing the fate. A formless fate rose up like a violent gale, and even his fate was sucked upward. The entire court's fate was now flowing into Zhou Xiaoqi's body. Zhou Xiaoqi's body grew at a visible rate. Flames wrapped around his body and he looked majestic. Such powerful fate, as expected of the Sword Emperor. At the foot of the mountain, a middle-aged man praised. His name was Lianyu. He was the ziggurat lord of the Shanghai Ziggurat, who controlled the world's intelligence. He came to visit Zhou Xuanji today and happened to witness such a grand occasion. The Shanghai Ziggurat's disciples behind him looked at him with admiration. No wonder Zhou Xuanji could defeat the Sword Saint. Just this fate alone was enough to compete with Yang Di. At the same time, in the northern part of the northern wilderness region, Lu Wuji, who was strolling ahead, suddenly looked toward the south. At this moment he had regained his normal size and was no longer as skinny as a match. His eyes were still glowing with a green light, and his white hair danced in the wind. He looked like an evil demon walking in the boundless world. Such a majestic fate. Is it Zhou Xuanji or Yang Di? He mumbled to himself with a smile. His eyes were filled with a murderous look. When he absorbed the essence chi of Diablo and Fu Hao, he also absorbed their memories. He had a better understanding of the world and was no longer ignorant. He immediately turned around and walked toward the south. Initially he wanted to absorb the essence chi of all living beings in the north. But now he could not wait to absorb Zhou Xuanji and Yang Di's essence chi. Hundreds of thousands of miles away, Baihao Yisun and Feng Qiu stood on a cliff. The four seasons were like spring behind them and the landscape was picturesque. The undulating ice mountains in front of them looked like another world. Since ancient times, the north has always been a place of suppression. Great Emperor, your divine weapon is in the north. Will it bump into Lu Wuji? Feng Qiu asked carefully. Ever since he knew that Lu Wuji had revived, he had been in fear. With Lu Wuji's power he could kill whoever he wanted and no one could stop him. Baihao Yisun smiled condescendingly and said, Lu Wuji is nothing. When this emperor was at his peak, I was not any weaker than him. Come. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 346. Seeing how confident Baihao Yisun was, Feng Qiu wanted to say something but hesitated. If you're so powerful, why were you forced to self-destruct so many times? Look at Lu Wuji. A single corpse could put the entire northern wilderness region in danger. Don't you know the difference between the two of you? Feng Qiu felt bitter in his heart, and he increasingly felt that he had fallen into a trap. Baihao Yisun flew forward and waved behind him, saying, Hurry up and follow me. Once I get my hands on the divine weapon, Lu Wuji will die regardless of how many tribulations he has. Feng Qiu sighed and could only follow. Heavenly Palace. The pale-faced Xinyuan Zhou sat on the throne. Ever since he had been killed by Shi Shinzong, he had only revived today. He was filled with rage and couldn't control it. Ever since he landed in the northern wilderness region, he had not had a good time. First, Zhou Xuanji had pretended to surrender, then he had been killed by Baihao Yisun's self-explosion, and then he had been killed by the Sword Saint. Looking back at the whole process, he was even more disheveled. What would happen next time? He felt that he had let down the heavens. However, the guilt could not compare to the anger in his heart. He wanted to kill Zhou Xuanji, Baihao Yisun, and the Sword Saint. At this moment, a bronze mirror at the side suddenly lit up. A blurry figure appeared in the mirror. Xinyuanzhou, what are you doing? We still haven't received any karmic luck from you. A roar came out from the mirror, shaking the entire heavenly palace. Xinyuanzhou hurriedly got up and knelt down. He gritted his teeth and recounted what had happened during this period of time. Trash. The person in the mirror cursed, wanting nothing more than to rush out and beat Xinyuanzhou up. Xinyuanzhou felt very wronged. The two people who killed him were both historical figures. Just wait, we will send another person to the mortal world to help you. After Shi Shinzong ascended, the higher realms were thrown into chaos, and everyone wanted to fight over him. The Hegemon Sword Emperor even joined hands with the other Sword Emperors to fight. The heavenly palace needs fate as well as younger power. The man in the mirror said in a deep voice before disappearing into the mirror. Xinyuanzhou wasn't happy. Instead, he was even angrier. Bai Haoisen, I want you to die a horrible death. At this moment he did not seem like the heavens who had lost all his emotions. He was like a lion that was walking towards its end. A pillar of light appeared out of nowhere and shone on his body. The light dissipated. Xinyuanzhou slowly rose to his feet, regaining his calm and emotionless demeanor. If the heavens want you to die, you have no choice but to die. The flow of fate continued for the time it took for an incense stick to burn. A 300-meter-tall fire qilin leaped out from the sea of clouds, scaring everyone into retreating. The fire qilin sprinted in the air, roaring excitedly as it resonated with Finyu Dragon King. I announced the establishment of the Emperor Sword Court. Zhou Xuanji loudly cried out, and all of Emperor Sword Court's disciples followed suit. They shouted themselves hoarse, and all of them were so excited that their faces and necks were red. Fate connected into one, and Emperor Sword Court was officially born. If one person's luck soared to the heavens, the whole family would enjoy happiness and obtain good luck as well. If the Emperor Sword Court was heavily damaged, its fate would dissipate, and the fate of all the disciples in the court would also be damaged. Like birds of a feather. Today is not only the opening day of the Emperor Sword Court, but also the wedding day of me and my beloved wife Jiang Shui. Skyfall will host a banquet and invite all guests. In the following month, the Emperor Sword Court will be recruiting disciples. I will also make time to interact with the heroes of the world. Zhou Xuanji's voice sounded out again, making everyone excited. Those who wanted to join the sect would inevitably worry when they saw so many people. Those who wanted to befriend Zhou Xuanji would also have time to meet Zhou Xuanji. No matter what the outcome was, at least they did not come for nothing. Next, Zhou Xuanji landed in front of the mountain gate. Daoya Old Man waved his right hand, and red flowers appeared on the stone steps above him, extending into the clouds. Zhou Xuanji changed into a bright red dress, and Jiang Shui, who was wearing a wedding dress, appeared beside him with a red veil. Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Tsongjian, and the others followed behind them to protect them. Daoya Old Man stroked his long beard and smiled, looking pleased. He began to give a speech announcing to the heavens and gods. All living beings were witnesses to this marriage. No one jumped out to interrupt this marriage. Even if some people had other thoughts, they would not dare to do so at this moment. Jumping out in such a situation would only infuriate Zhou Xuanji. Anger could make people lose their rationality, but it could also make powerful people stronger. Zhou Xuanji took out the red embroidered ball, which was tied with a red cloth. He and Jiang Shui each held one end. From today onwards you are my wife, Zhou Xuanji said softly with a smile. Under the red veil, Jiang Shui's lips curled up, and she felt sweet in her heart. After Daoya Old Man finished speaking, they began to climb the mountain. Holding Zhou Xuanji's hand, they ascended step by step. Ah! This day is finally here. Chongming Demon Monarch held his wine cup and laughed. He embraced the little black snake into his arms and strangled it with one arm, almost strangling it to death. A big and small air circled happily in the sky, flying together with Zhou Xiaoqi and Finyu Dragon King. Cheers resounded across the sky, and it was extremely lively. Boom! 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 At the foot of the mountain, the odd job disciples lit up fireworks. Dazzling fireworks bloomed in the sky. There were no fireworks in this world. Zhou Xuanji created them based on his memories from his previous life, just for this day. He walked step by step at a steady pace. With every step he took, scenes of memories surfaced in his mind. The confusion when he was born, the awkwardness and discomfort when his new mother doted on him, the heartache when Lady Zhao Xian threw him into the river, and so on. He was already 58 years old. On Earth he was considered old. But here his life truly began. He turned to look at Jiang Shui. Since he was 2 years old, he had decided to protect her, and it had never changed. But this promise became deeper. Deeper with happiness. From today onwards they would share blessings and misfortunes together. A smile appeared on his face and his fighting spirit was high. He would definitely make her the happiest woman in the world. In the north, amidst a world of ice and snow, Lu Wuji, who was strolling forward, stopped and looked ahead coldly. In front of him there were two people 100 meters away. It was Baihao Isin and Feng Kyul. Feng Kyul said in a low voice, "This person is not simple. I cannot see through his cultivation, we must be careful." Baihao Isin was expressionless as he said, "He is Lu Wuji. God damn it. Could their luck be any worse?" In this boundless world of ice and snow they had just entered and they had already bumped into Lu Wuji? At that moment he suddenly felt that the heavens were toying with him. What? Lu Wuji? Feng Kyul's expression greatly changed and terror descended upon him. Extreme fear flooded his heart like a tidal wave. The most powerful human in the legends? Your essence chi is very abundant. I'm going to kill you. Say your last words. Lu Wuji walked towards the two of them as he spoke. His voice clearly traveled into Baihao Isin and Feng Kyul's ears. Feng Kyul's legs trembled as he asked, "Can we escape?" Baihao Isin proudly laughed and stepped forwards as he said, "Escape? Why would this emperor escape?" His confidence gave Feng Kyul hope. Looking at his back, Feng Kyul felt that he was incredibly powerful and grand. Come. Miao Shu Wu. Chapter 347. Retreat first. Leave this to this emperor. Baihao Isin instructed as he walked toward Lu Wuji. His tone was arrogant, and he gave off a domineering aura that could hold back 10,000 enemies. Feng Kyul suddenly thought of something and his expression changed drastically. He immediately turned to escape. Lu Wuji smiled condescendingly and said, "Escape? Where can you escape to? You will all die." He stomped his right foot and clawed at Baihao Isin. Baihao Isin gave a mocking smile and chose to self-destruct. Boom. A horrifying explosion sounded out. A powerful light engulfed Lu Wuji's body. Feng Kyul, who was flying forward, felt a powerful gust of wind sweep toward him from behind. His body almost exploded and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. His body floated into the distance like sand. At the peak of Skyfall. Within the building, Zhou Xuanji and Jiang Shui sat on a bed. The room was decorated in a festive manner. Under the flickering candlelight, the room was so red that it was mesmerizing. There was a festive atmosphere at the top and bottom of the mountain. Zhou Xuanji left these social activities to Xiao Jinghong, Daoya old man, and the others while he returned to his room to enjoy the night. He lifted up her red veil lightly with a gentle look in his eyes. She was beautiful and her red lips were alluring. She looked away shyly, and her hands tightly gripped the corner of her clothes. Zhou Xuanji laughed and said, "Still nervous? We're already an old couple." Hearing this, Jiang Shui's shy facade disappeared. She pinched his ear and said coquettishly, "Say that again?" Zhou Xuanji chuckled and flipped her over. Outside the building, Xian Xianghua was cultivating by the cliff. She snorted coldly and her eyes were filled with displeasure. "Stinking brat, you're so proud." Xian Xianghua mumbled to herself as she looked into the distance. The sky was filled with stars, and it was as beautiful as a painting. She suddenly frowned and got up slowly. "What's that?" she mumbled. Following her gaze, a violet rainbow appeared in the horizon. It was like a rainbow hanging at the end of the horizon, and it was much larger than the surrounding stars. It was easy to see. The Sword Emperor's marriage swept across the northern wilderness region like a whirlwind. At the same time, Finyu Dragon King and Zhou Xiaoqi became famous. Countless people knew that Emperor Sword Court had powerful true dragons and Qilins. They had immense fate and could rival sanctums. Soon, more and more cultivators rushed towards Skyfall. After all, Emperor Sword Court's recruitment period was 1 month long. After the wedding night, Zhou Xuanji began to receive the guests, while Xiao Jinghong, Lin Chang'e, and the others continued to recruit disciples. Skyfall was not idle, and the new disciples and odd job disciples were all busy that day. Zhou Xuanji met with the 8 sanctums one by one. Even Chief Monk Xuanhe did not put on airs. Everyone discussed the future of the northern wilderness region and the human race. It was righteous and harmonious. As for the empires, Zhou Xuanji summoned them all. Apart from the Hunyuan Empire, all the other empires came. Zhou Xuanji's friendliness had left a good impression. To them, the second in the world was something they had to look up to. Once there was a sense of distance between them, the attitude of those who were in a higher position could make people feel happy. It was normal for people to bully the weak and be vain. Only after half a month did Zhou Xuanji finally relax. He strolled around Skyfall with Jiang Shui, looking at the current Emperor Sword Court. Apart from the second and third generation disciples, Skyfall had more than 10,000 official disciples and 100,000 odd-job disciples. Among them there were more than 100 elite disciples. Compared to the previous 2 generations of disciples, their overall talent was naturally a little worse. For the development of Emperor Sword Court, Zhou Xuanji could only lower his requirements, but there was still a requirement for talent. If one did not have talent in the sword's way, he could become an odd-job disciple and seek serendipity in the future. What if one was lucky enough to obtain the legacy of a powerful cultivator and instantly open up the sword heart? Zhou Xuanji had seen this many times, and it was even recorded in the legends of the northern wilderness region. In the blink of an eye. A month passed, and Emperor Sword Court was listed as a super first-rate faction by the Shanghai Ziggurat. It was second only to the Sanctums and it caused a huge commotion. Not everyone acknowledged that Zhou Xuanji was powerful because of his individual power. It was extremely difficult for a faction to become a super first-rate faction. Those who disagreed all thought that the Shanghai Ziggurat was sucking up to Zhou Xuanji. Of course, these voices were no longer important. This day, Zhou Xuanji gathered all the disciples, including the odd-job disciples, at the waist of Skyfall's mountain. They were arranged according to their levels. From the front of the mountain gate to the end of the procession, there was a distance of nearly 1,000 meters. Everyone looked at Zhou Xuanji, who was on the 1,000-hand sword Buddha's head, passionately. At this point, Emperor Sword Court's recruitment period has ended. From now on, I will recruit disciples once every 10 years. I do not ask for a large number of disciples, I only ask for quality. Therefore, for all of you to be able to join Emperor Sword Court, you are all extremely talented. Odd-job disciples must also have confidence. For you to be able to join Emperor Sword Court, it means that I acknowledge you. In the future, you will hold up the sky of the northern wilderness region. Do you think you can do it? Zhou Xuanji looked down at them and said. His voice was indifferent, but it made the 100,000 disciples' blood boil. The world's second acknowledged them. How could they not be excited? Yes. We can definitely do it. We want to be like the primogenitor. We will definitely strengthen Emperor Sword Court. The disciples roared with all their might. Their voices shook the clouds and made the demons on the mountain shudder in fear. Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Congjian, Huang Lianxin, Lin Changge, and the others were also excited. Zhou Xuanji was powerful individually and had great teaching ability. They did not expect him to be so powerful as a leader as well. After the disciples cheered for a while, Zhou Xuanji continued to speak. He told them about Emperor Sword Court's initial development plan. All of the disciples had to focus on cultivation. In 5 years the Skyfall net would be opened, and the disciples could join the Skyfall net. They could also go to the Skyfall net to receive missions and build up Emperor Sword Court's might while fighting for support for themselves. Zhou Xuanji also told them about the court's rules. Killing one another and deceiving one's teachers and ancestors were great crimes, and the disciples all memorized them. Afterwards, Zhou Xuanji personally displayed 10 sword techniques, making the disciples feel incredibly excited and wanting to immediately learn them. Cultivate well, Emperor Sword Court will be relying on you. After saying this, the 1,000-hand sword Buddha disappeared, and Zhou Xuanji left. The second and third generation disciples entered the arena one after another and left with their disciples, preparing to continue practicing their swordsmanship. Skyfall was very big and there were many different places for them to train. After returning to the summit, Xian Xianghua had been waiting for a long time. What is it? Is something the matter? Zhou Xuanji asked. After the wedding night, Xian Xianghua had disappeared, and he had thought that she was sulking. He had never thought that she would come back so quickly. Xian Xianghua said seriously, something big has happened in the north. Lu Wuji has appeared and fought with Great Emperor Heartless. The outcome is unknown, but it's said that Lu Wuji has already infiltrated the inner regions. Many cities and villages at the edge of the human race have been massacred, and the dead have all of their essence chi sucked dry. Come. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 348. Then what? Don't tell me you want to join forces with me to deal with Lu Wuji? Zhou Xuanji asked with a strange expression. This old demonic woman had turned over a new leaf and wanted to become a saint? Lu Wuji was at least a 7th tribulation loose immortal. Even if he joined forces with Xian Xianghua and 10 other helpers, they still wouldn't be able to defeat them. Although he was not an evil person, he knew how to act within his means. If the villains were weak, he would naturally draw his sword to help them. However, the enemy was too strong, so why would he send himself to his death? He had heard from the souls of the powerful beings that Lu Wuji could absorb essence chi to become stronger. If he were to die, it would bring more harm to the northern wilderness region. Xian Xianghua rolled her eyes at him and snapped, "Am I that stupid? What I want to say is that after Lu Wuji sneaked into the human tribe, he seemed to have his eyes on Sunlight Emperor. According to his tracks, his target is Sun Hill." Zhou Xuanji heard him and blinked. Sun Tomb? Was Sunlight Emperor so unlucky? It was unknown how long the #1 expert in the world could last against Lu Wuji. Of course, he still hoped that he could defeat Sunlight Emperor in person. In this way he would be worthy of his title as the first in the world. Then I shall wait for the results of the battle. Zhou Xuanji said with a smile. The result was obvious. Xinyuan Zhou was only a third tribulation individual immortal, but he could delay Sunlight Emperor for a while. No matter how powerful Sunlight Emperor was, he could not surpass a fifth tribulation individual immortal. If he encountered Lu Wuji he would definitely die. He began to think about how to quickly increase his strength. Once Yang Di died, Lu Wuji would find him sooner or later. Also, for the next period of time, I will be heading to the seaside to develop the Tanhua sect. The overseas factions are getting restless, and I reckon that they will soon invade the northern wilderness region. Emperor Sword Court should focus on increasing your strength. Xian Xianghua took a step forward and patted Zhou Xuanji's face as she said softly. Her eyes were blurry, filled with relief and gentleness as well as surprise and pride. Back then he refused to become the Tanhua sect's deputy sect leader no matter what. Now that he had established Emperor Sword Court, which was even stronger than Tanhua sect, it was hard to predict the fate of a person. Zhou Xuanji asked with a frown, "Is Tanhua sect really that important?" Xian Xianghua's eyes curved into crescent moons as she said, "Is Emperor Sword Court really that important? You and I are the same kind of people, you should understand." Having heard this, Zhou Xuanji could only sigh. After all, Xian Xianghua was not an ordinary woman. Her ambition was no less than a man's. Go. If there are any difficulties, inform me at any time. However, I hope that your Tanhua sect will not commit any more evil deeds. Zhou Xuanji waved his hand. Xian Xianghua flirtatiously blew him a kiss before turning into a ball of demonic qi and leaving. He shook his head and laughed. He turned to look at the endless starry sky above him. He was already very strong now. However, it wasn't the strongest, so it was still dangerous. If that was the case, then he would become the strongest in the mortal world. No, to become the strongest in the mortal world he might encounter enemies from the upper realm later on. He wanted to keep growing stronger. After thinking about it, he walked to the edge of the cliff and started to cultivate the third level of world reincarnation, World Overlord. Even with the Qianxia map, it would take a long time to reach the seventh tribulation scattered immortal realm by absorbing qi to increase his cultivation level. Lu Wuji, on the other hand, was constantly growing stronger. Only by cultivating the overlord of the world and gathering the energy of the heavens and the earth would one be able to completely counter Lu Wuji. In the north, Feng Qiu carried a baby boy as he advanced. He would occasionally look behind him, afraid that Lu Wuji would attack. Stop looking. He was injured by this emperor, so he probably won't dare to come. The baby boy giggled. He looked like a newborn, but he could already speak. Naturally, he was Great Emperor Heartless by Hao Yisan. Every time he self-destructed, he had to be reincarnated. He had a special divine ability that allowed him to grow rapidly. Not long ago, he appeared in Feng Qiu's dream and asked Feng Qiu to steal him away from a mountain village. Thinking about the woman who was as strong as a cow feeding him milk, he shuddered. Feng Qiu rolled his eyes and said grumpily, "Great Emperor, I'm begging you to stop bragging, okay?" He really had 8 lifetimes of bad luck to follow Heartless Great Emperor. My ancestors lied to me. Great Emperor Heartless was not so powerful and invincible. The young Bai Hao Yisan saw through his thoughts and snorted, "Junior, you don't understand true power. This emperor is really powerful, the kind of invincible power." Feng Qiu chuckled. Now that things had come to this, in order to survive the world epic, he could only hold on to this life-saving straw. Yang Di was being targeted by the man in the woven rush raincoat, and Zhou Xuanji was working together with Dao Seeker. In this world, only Bai Hao Yisan could give him hope. It was just that this hope had become very small. The power that this emperor left behind is hidden in the abyss 3 miles away. There are powerful restrictive spells down there, and anyone who enters will definitely die. When the time comes, just throw this emperor down. When this emperor rushes out, I will be invincible in the world. Bai Hao Yisan said with a pleased smile. Hearing this, Feng Qiu narrowed his eyes. He asked cautiously, "Is this true?" Lu Wuji had given him too much shock. After suffering from Baihao Isin's self-destruction, that fellow was completely unharmed and had even snuck into the human race. Lu Wuji relied on absorbing essence qi to become more powerful. To him, the human race was a place of serendipity. Thinking about an even more powerful Lu Wuji, his scalp felt numb. "This emperor never lies," Baihao Isin said proudly. Baihao Isin said arrogantly. He firmly believed that he was invincible. "How long will it take for you to rush out?" "Depends on the situation. At least 100 years, at most 1,000 years." Feng Qiu had an urge to throw Baihao Isin to death. 100 years? Not just the human race, even the demon race might be massacred by Lu Wuji. Half a year later, the storm brought by Emperor Sword Court gradually subsided. After all, Emperor Sword Court did not make any big movements after it was established. The entire sect was cultivating hard. But on this day, the leader of the Seven Empires, the Hunyuan Empire, suddenly issued a decree to the world. Hunyuan's emperor was going to attack Lu Wuji. This decree listed Lu Wuji's crimes one by one, shocking the world. Because of this, the world knew that the most powerful human was Lu Wuji. Just his dead body alone was enough to overturn the world. Within half a month, the news of Sun Hill being razed to the ground spread again, causing the world to be in an uproar. Yang Di had disappeared. Could he have been killed by Lu Wuji? He was the top cultivator in the world. How can it be? Where is Yang Di? Facing the most powerful human, he must have. Impossible. Yang Di is invincible. That's Lu Wuji, someone who has existed since the beginning of the human race. Even Yang Di died in his hands. Who else can deal with Lu Wuji? Sword Emperor Zhou Xuanji. The entire human race was in a panic. All sorts of voices could be heard. The Seven Empires and 8 Sanctums were on high alert and began searching for Lu Wuji. The news reached Skyfall. Zhou Xuanji did not make any arrangements but continued to cultivate in isolation. On this day, before the gate of Hunyuan Royal City, Lu Wuji looked up at the towering city wall. Countless people entered and exited the city. Soldiers stood on the 100-meter-tall city wall, and each of them was as mighty as a divine weapon. Stealing the fate of the Saint Empire. You should not exist. Lu Wuji mumbled to himself. As he spoke, he raised his right hand slowly. Come. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 349. The Hunyuan Empire had existed for more than 20,000 years. It was the oldest empire among all the empires. Until now, no one knew the true origin of the Hunyuan Empire. But there was one thing that people liked to talk about. The spiritual qi in the Hunyuan Empire far surpassed that of other empires. The weather here was good, and no matter how big the war was, it would not harm the Hunyuan Empire. When Lu Wuji raised his right hand, the sky above the royal capital changed drastically. A violent gale howled, and the shadow of a 5-clawed golden dragon appeared above the royal capital. It was like a winding mountain range that covered the sky, attracting countless people's attention. The dragon ancestor has appeared. Why did our Hunyuan Empire's fate divine beast appear? It's not a divine beast but a dragon vein. Could it be a powerful enemy? Could it be the famous Lu Wuji? The citizens cried out in shock, but the royal capital did not fall into chaos. This was the Hunyuan Empire after all. In the eyes of the Hunyuan people, no enemy could threaten them no matter how powerful they were. Boom! A horrifying beam of black light came from outside the city and penetrated the Hunyuan Empire instantly. All the buildings, people, and livestock along the way were pulverized. Next, a few more beams of black light appeared and blasted the Hunyuan Empire into pieces. Domineering. Before these black beams of light, the Hunyuan Empire was so vulnerable. The spell formations were useless and the sturdy city walls were like paper. One by one, the experts leaped up into the sky, including the 4 divine generals of Qin, Tang, Xian, and Wang. Emperor Hunyuan flew into the sky too. He wore an emperor's robe and a golden crown with green pearls. He looked furious and a horrifying aura exploded from his body, stirring the sea of clouds. Kill him. Emperor Hunyuan pointed at Lu Wuji and roared furiously. He could no longer care about Lu Wuji's identity. How could he face his ancestors after the royal capital was destroyed like this? Yes. The 4 legendary generals charged toward Lu Wuji immediately. Lu Wuji, who was outside the city, saw this. He laughed condescendingly and mumbled, "A bunch of mortals dare to resist the will of immortal gods?" After he spoke, his face turned hideous. His eyes were filled with blood vessels, and a murderous aura emanated from him. At Skyfall, Zhou Xuanji sat by the cliff and thought hard. Becoming a world overlord was even more difficult than world reincarnation. It was extremely profound. He couldn't understand just the mantra alone. Why do I feel that the sentence doesn't make sense? Could it be that I wrote it randomly? At this time, Haoyan Boar King flew over and knelt down behind him. He cupped his fists and said, "Master, something bad has happened. The human race has changed." Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes and glanced at him, asking, "What is it? Shocking changes in the human race?" He immediately thought of Lu Wuji. Lu Wuji has flattened the Hunyuan dynasty's imperial city. The Hunyuan emperor, the 4 divine generals, and millions of people in the imperial city have all died tragically. Now the Hunyuan dynasty is in chaos. The 8 sacred grounds and the other 6 dynasties have begun to work together to help the Hunyuan dynasty. Haoyan Boar King said in a low voice. His face was filled with fear. That was the Hunyuan Empire, the empire that had the highest chance of becoming the Great Fate Empire. It was also the oldest empire in existence. They were destroyed just like that? If the human race was slaughtered by Lu Wuji, would the demon race be next? Zhou Xuanji's expression changed. He had never thought that Lu Wuji would be so crazy. He frowned and asked, "Where is Lu Wuji now?" If the Hunyuan Empire was destroyed just like that, the other empires would most likely follow in their footsteps. He's still in the Hunyuan Empire. He's absorbing the essence qi of the Hunyuan Empire's residents. The Hunyuan Empire has already become hell on earth. Speaking to their Haoyan Boar King shivered. When one's essence qi was absorbed, they would maintain their rationality. In other words, the victim would gradually feel death approaching. This kind of fear was far greater than directly dying. Zhou Xuanji said, "Continue to gather information. If there's anything, inform me at any time." Haoyan Boar King received the order and left. Zhou Xuanji frowned and thought deeply. Yang Di's fate was unknown, and the Hunyuan Empire had been heavily injured. He had to think of a way. He could not place his hopes on World Overlord. He thought about what Emperor Zhao had said. Juadi Cliff had a way to deal with Lu Wuji. After thinking about it, he decided to act immediately. He gathered his trusted aides and gave them orders. Everyone knew about Lu Wuji, including Jiang Shui, Xiao Jinghong, and the others. Juadi Cliff is known as the Great Emperor's Graveyard. There might really be a way. "Revered teacher, please be careful," Xiao Jinghong said as he nodded. The others had no objections. Now Zhou Xuanji had no problem challenging Juadi Cliff. He could come and go as he pleased. Jiang Shui gave some instructions before letting Zhou Xuanji leave. Daoya Old Man chuckled and said, "Unknowingly, this brat has already reached the level of a savior." When Sun Hill was flattened, facing Lu Wuji's ferocious might, the world immediately thought of Zhou Xuanji. Now that the Hunyuan Empire was heavily injured, the outside world was in an uproar. In a few days, letters from various factions would be sent to Skyfall. Jiang Shui smiled proudly and said, "Of course. In the current world, only his fate cannot be predicted. If he's not the savior, who is?" Daoya Old Man shook his head and laughed. The others also joined in and asked when Jiang Shui and Zhou Xuanji would have a child. She was so embarrassed that she wanted to cast a spell. Under the blue sky, the once prosperous Hunyuan royal city had turned into ruins. Lu Wuji sat in the ruins and a 5-clawed golden dragon circled above his head, which was the dragon vein. The dragon's tail sunk into his back, and he was absorbing the dragon vein. The dragon vein was the Hunyuan Empire's fate. Once it was completely absorbed by him, the Hunyuan Empire would be completely destroyed. At the edge of the ruins, Dao Seeker and the man in the woven rush raincoat were looking at Lu Wuji. Lu Wuji ignored them as though he did not notice them. If he obtains the Empire's dragon vein, the northern wilderness region will be finished. All the powerful cultivators at home and abroad will not be able to destroy him even if they work together. Dao Seeker said faintly. Could this be the world epic? Lu Wuji will destroy the humans and demons. After he leaves, a new race will rule the northern wilderness region. The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. The man in the woven rush raincoat sighed. Yang Di cannot defeat him for now. It should be said that no one in the current world can defeat him. The 2 tribulation executives just looked at Lu Wuji helplessly. They felt helpless. After countless years of preparation, they could not defeat fate. Boom, boom. 2 beams of light descended from the sky and landed nearby. Next, Xianyuan Zhou and a muscular man stepped out from the powerful light. The muscular man wore silver armor. His face was wild and his eyes were sharp. He wore a string of jade beads on his forehead. Lu Wuji? How dare a dead body disturb the peace of the mortal world? Today I, Xianyuan Han, will destroy you. To the will of heaven. The silver-armored man shouted. Lightning struck down and turned into a large saber in his hand. He walked towards Lu Wuji with the saber in hand, and Xinyuan Zhou followed closely behind. Dao Seeker and the man in the woven rush raincoat looked at each other curiously. Who was Xinyuan Han? He descended from the sky. Could he be from the upper world? Lu Wuji, who was absorbing the dragon vein, opened his eyes. His eyes were red and his pupils could not be seen. Come. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 350. Xinyuan Han had threatened to eliminate Lu Wuji. Dao Seeker and the man in the woven rush raincoat couldn't help but look forward to it. The Xinyuan clan was the surname of the human race's ancient emperor. Could there be a turning point? Xinyuan Han and Xinyuan Zhou shot out like arrows, raising 2 rows of dust in their wake. In the blink of an eye, the 2 of them were right in front of Lu Wuji. One of them waved his palm, the other brandished his saber. Scram! With a loud roar, Xinyuan Zhou and Xinyuan Han felt an irresistible force rushing towards them, causing them to be sent flying while coughing up blood. A lowly puppet of the heavenly Tao, a mortal who has inherited the destiny of a wise man. Do you really think you can kill me? You overestimate yourself. Lu Wuji laughed savagely. The dragon vein above his head struggled furiously, roaring soundlessly. Xinyuan Zhou and Lu Wuji steadied themselves. He gritted his teeth and said, I told you, Lu Wuji is very strong. Xinyuan Han wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and cursed, You think you're worthy of the heavenly king? Charge with me. We must return peace to the human world. With that said, he took the lead and charged toward Lu Wuji. After the time it takes to burn half an incense stick. Lu Wuji was still sitting in the ruins, absorbing the dragon vein. There were 2 people kneeling in front of him. They were Xinyuan Zhou and Xinyuan Han. Their bodies were covered in blood and their skin was withered. Their life force had already been severed, and their eyes were filled with despair and terror as they stared at Lu Wuji. Upon closer inspection, one could see that their limbs were bent exaggeratedly. It was obvious that they did not want to kneel of their own accord. In the distance, Dao Seeker and the man in the raincoat remained silent. This was especially so for Dao Seeker. His face was ashen and he seemed extremely downcast. How could he possibly defeat Lu Wuji? Lu Wuji, what exactly are you doing? Given the level of your cultivation base, how much stronger can you get by absorbing the quintessence energy of mortals? Asked the man in the raincoat. As tribulation takers, they were connected to the destiny of the human race. As long as they weren't destroyed, they wouldn't die, so they weren't afraid of Lu Wuji attacking them. Lu Wuji didn't even open his eyes. I just want to destroy the hypocritical human race and the demon race. The true human race has already been harmed. The human race shouldn't exist anymore. Dao Seeker and the man in the raincoat were baffled. What do you mean? Humans are humans. How can they distinguish between the past and the present? Dao Seeker continued to ask, wanting to understand Lu Wuji's motives. Lu Wuji didn't hide anything and said, Back then, Emperor Xia founded the human race and became the overlord of the world. However, there was a traitor under him. In order to usurp the position of human emperor, he colluded with the demon race and gave birth in the demon race's territory. Those traitors took advantage of the fact that the human race was weak and destroyed the Xia dynasty. They killed all the Xia people, leaving only a few women to create a new human race. The daughter of Emperor Xia was framed by them. She will forever be a devil, never to be reincarnated. Therefore, the current human race is not worthy of being a human. Dao Seeker and the man in the woven rush raincoat fell silent again. They were shocked, not expecting the human race to have such a secret. If what they said was true, then history had concealed the truth. But even so, it was the fault of the predecessors and it had nothing to do with the descendants. After I absorb the dragon vein, I will awaken the ancient Xia people and control the northern wilderness region. No one can stop me. Lu Wuji said leisurely with a hint of excitement in his tone. Dao Seeker asked in a deep voice, Aren't you a wolf formed from Lu Wuji's dead body? Is this what Lu Wuji's main body is thinking? What kind of person was Lu Wuji? If he knew about this back then, why did he not turn things around and stop the conspiracy? Before he ascended, he was already invincible. When he was in isolated cultivation, the human race changed and he did not know about it. When he came out, the human race had already changed and he could not do anything about it. So, he killed the human emperor in a fit of rage and ascended. I inherited his body and helped him fulfill his wish. It's only right. But, Lu Wuji laughed coldly. His smile became even more savage. I want to become the human emperor. I want to be the only ruler of the world. Dao Seeker was moved and squinted his eyes. As expected. This is the true history of the human race. The descendants wanted to cover up their evil deeds against the Xia people, so they suppressed me. Zhou Xuanji listened to the voice in the blood bead and sighed in his heart. It turned out that old Mother Wanyi was a pitiful person. But when she heard that she was going to deal with Lu Wuji's corpse, she was so frightened that she gave up on life. I advise you to ascend as soon as possible. Lu Wuji's power is beyond your imagination. Before he ascended, all of the living beings in the mortal world combined couldn't possibly be a match for him. He's truly the most powerful of the human race. Before my father ascended, not even he could match up to my father. Old Mother Wanyi advised him earnestly. Her life was in Zhou Xuanji's hands, so she did not want him to die. Once the human race in the northern wilderness region was destroyed, she would die for sure. But there were still northern wilderness people in the upper realm. Their fate could allow her to continue living. Zhou Xuanji snorted, I still have many people I care about in the mortal realm. How can I ascend? You're the daughter of Emperor Xia. You're too cowardly. Wait and see. I will defeat Lu Wuji. After that, before old Mother Wanyi could retort, he stored the blood bead into the Tianxia map. He could not get away to deal with Lu Wuji from old Mother Wanyi, so he could only continue toward Juedi Cliff. He traveled at full speed without stopping. In a few days he could reach Juedi Cliff from Skyfall. After all, Juedi Cliff was in the south. It was not too far for him. 3 days later, he finally reached Juedi Cliff. This time Xian Xianghua was not with him. He traveled alone. He took out the ancient god sword and summoned Emperor Zhao's remnant soul. Juedi Cliff, I'm finally back, Emperor Zhao said with infatuation and excitement. After that, he pointed in a direction and asked Zhou Xuanji to fly over. Juedi Cliff was huge and the weather was ever-changing. Along the way there were many natural forbidden grounds. With his sharp senses, Zhou Xuanji avoided them easily. He felt a little fearful. Previously he could not see these natural restrictions. If he was careless he would not be where he was today. These natural restrictions came in all shapes and sizes. There were 5 elements, yin, yang, and even poison. It was hard to guard against them. He used his divine sense and saw many coffins buried in the mountains or underground. Those who were buried in Juedi Cliff were not simple when they were alive. An hour later, he came to the destination that Emperor Zhao pointed out. In front of him was a bottomless canyon. Gusts of chilling wind blew, sending chills down one's spine. I've opened up a cave abode on the cliff below. There's a puppet inside that was made from my clone, Emperor Zhao urged excitedly. Emperor Zhao urged excitedly. He couldn't wait to see his puppet fight Lu Wuji. Puppet? Zhou Xuanji raised his brow. Puppets were common in the cultivation world, but most of them were not powerful. He did not believe that there would be a 7th tribulation scattered immortal puppet. But since he was already here, there was no harm in going down to take a look. Tianxia map. At this moment, a cold and feeble voice came from behind him. Zhou Xuanji turned around instinctively. A demonic shadow appeared 30 meters away. Demonic chi coiled around his body and only his head was exposed. His eyes were cold and his face was full of wrinkles. His white hair danced like flames as he stared fixedly at Zhou Xuanji. Who are you? Zhou Xuanji asked. He was shocked in his heart because he did not sense this person's appearance. Come. Wonderful book house. Chapter 351. The Tianxia map is an inauspicious item. It shouldn't exist. I advise you to abandon it. The demonic shadow said in an extremely complicated tone. His eyes were cold like 2 pools of water. Emperor Zhao exclaimed, You're also just a remnant soul, so why can your soul condense? That shouldn't be the case. Did the heavenly Tao not allow you to reincarnate? Zhou Xuanji heard him and was curious. Although he did not understand the Tao of samsara, an existence that could shock Emperor Zhao to such an extent was definitely not simple. Junior, tell me your name. Your soul isn't bad. In the future, after I revive, I can recruit you as my little brother and bring you along. Emperor Zhao crossed his arms in front of his chest and smiled proudly. Zhou Xuanji curled his lip and said, Did I say I would revive you? Emperor Zhao chuckled and said, One day the ancient god sword will be insignificant to you. If you can revive us, it will be even more valuable. He neither threatened nor mocked. He simply used a mocking tone to analyze the future. At the same time, these words proved his trust in Zhou Xuanji. Who are you? You're just a remnant soul, yet you're so arrogant. Since ancient times I've never been convinced by anyone. The demonic shadow stared at Emperor Zhao and asked, his tone even more arrogant than Emperor Zhao. Emperor Zhao said proudly, Emperor of all ages Zhao Qinggang. The demonic shadow was silent. What? Are you scared? Emperor Zhao asked proudly. 70,000 years had passed, but he was still as famous as ever. Emoing said, "Never heard of it." It was Emperor Zhao's turn to be silent. Zhou Xuanji could not take it anymore and said, "He's Emperor Zhao. There are not many records of him in history and he's only called Emperor Zhao." The demonic shadow squinted his eyes and said, "So it is Emperor Zhao. I admire you. Your ambition is rare among the Renhuangs. Even Emperor Xia cannot compare to you in terms of territory. You have a good eye and understand that the overseas territories should be controlled in your hands." Emperor Zhao was delighted to hear this. So this kid was his faithful believer. "My surname is Dugu. My name is not important, I have long forgotten it." The demonic shadow continued in a tone that was neither servile nor overbearing. Zhou Xuanji was stunned and so was Emperor Zhao. Dugu. Could it be Devil Emperor Dugu who suppressed Lu Wuji 50,000 years ago? No way. What a coincidence. You're Devil Emperor Dugu? The Devil Emperor Dugu who suppressed Lu Wuji's corpse? Emperor Zhao asked straightforwardly. He had heard of Devil Emperor Dugu's name in the upper realm. The demonic shadow named Dugu asked in confusion, "Who is Devil Emperor Dugu? Who is Lu Wuji?" Zhou Xuanji coldly harumphed and said, "You know Emperor Zhao, but you don't know Devil Emperor Dugu?" Emperor Zhao had ascended 70,000 years ago, while Devil Emperor Dugu had mysteriously disappeared 50,000 years ago. Both of them had left their mark in history. Dugu sighed and said, "I've lost a lot of memories. I'm also looking for my true self, but I can't leave Juedi Cliff. I can only linger here." He looked at Zhou Xuanji with a profound gaze. "You have come to Juedi Cliff twice. The first time you obtained the inheritance of the Hegemon Sword Emperor, so I paid attention to you. The second time I protected you and allowed you to successfully obtain the Tianxia map. Originally, I only wanted you to learn the World Buddha art and then give up on the Tianxia map. However, you obtained another powerful force, causing the Tianxia map to become more integrated with you. Sooner or later it will bite you back." Zhou Xuanji frowned deeply. He had received Dugu's help before? Thinking about it, it made sense. On the way here, apart from the Huangquan twin devils, he did not encounter any danger or obstacles. But this time he saw densely packed restrictive mechanisms and they were all fatal. So it was because of Dugu. Should he trust Dugu? If he gave up on the Tianxia map, his cultivation speed and battle endurance would be greatly reduced. The Tianxia map could store massive amounts of spirit energy and provide endless magic energy during battle. It was a legendary artifact. Cultivation focused on magic energy, but some sects were particular about wealth, companions, laws, and places. Material possessions were also very important. What an auspicious item. As long as you're powerful enough, even the most evil enchanted artifact will bow down to you. Emperor Zhao snorted coldly, which woke Zhou Xuanji up. Dugu looked at Emperor Zhao with a complicated expression and said, "As expected of the Emperor of Eternity." He did not agree with Emperor Zhao's domineering attitude. There was always someone better than you. Who could be sure that they were the most powerful and would not be bitten back by the evil item? Go down first. Don't mind him. He can't leave Juedi Cliff. Emperor Zhao lost his patience and urged. Compared to Dugu, he wanted to see his puppets more. Zhou Xuanji nodded. He glanced at Dugu before leaping into the valley. Dugu did not leave but waited on the spot. Lu Wuji? Why does it sound so familiar? He mumbled to himself and fell into deep thought. It was a pity that no matter how hard he thought, he could not think of it. Zhou Xuanji descended along the mountain wall and soon saw a cave. Under Emperor Zhao's instruction, he quickly entered the cave. He asked Emperor Zhao's puppets as he advanced. "I had 900 puppets in the mortal realm, and each of them had different spells and divine abilities. The most powerful one was a seventh tribulation scattered immortal, while the weakest was at spirit refinement. After I ascended, I refined these puppets, and each of them surpassed great tribulation scattered immortal. It's a pity that half of my puppets were destroyed in that battle. What a pity." The more Emperor Zhao spoke, the more sorrowful he became. But his words shocked Zhou Xuanji in his heart. 900 puppets that surpassed great tribulation scattered immortal. Even with such a lineup, Emperor Zhao was still beaten to the point of death. While Zhou Xuanji was shocked, he could not help but ask about Emperor Zhao's enemy. Emperor Zhao did not reply but told him ambiguously that he should not reveal too much about the upper realm to the mortal realm, or else he would suffer retribution. After passing through the dark cave and passing through hundreds of forks, he finally stopped. A stone coffin was embedded in the wall ahead of him. Tree roots grew around it, forming a complicated web that wrapped around the stone coffin tightly. Even in the darkness he could see the stone coffin at a glance. He raised his right hand and sucked the stone coffin with his magic energy before leaving. Soon he returned to the cliff and placed the stone coffin on the ground. Dugu stood nearby and looked around curiously. With him around, none of the ghosts dared to get close. "Open it," Emperor Zhao urged with an impatient tone. Zhou Xuanji waved his sleeves and the coffin lid was opened, which made him raise his brows slightly. "So easy? If someone else discovered it, wouldn't this puppet be stolen?" He looked at it and immediately understood. No wonder this puppet could be preserved for 70,000 years. Because it was already a pile of bones, it looked worthless. He turned around and looked at Emperor Zhao. "Don't be anxious. Wait for 7 days and 7 nights. After it absorbs the essence of the sun and moon, it will awaken. At that time I will give it commands and you can bring it to teach Lu Wuji a lesson." Emperor Zhao chuckled. He was still very excited. Umph. A cold snort came from the ancient god sword. It was from Lu Wuji. He could not stand Emperor Zhao acting cool anymore. "You are the ancient emperor and you are powerful indeed. But I am the most powerful human and I am your ancestor. Come." Wonderful Book House. Chapter 352. Zhou Xuanji sat near the stone coffin and began cultivating. Dugu did not leave but looked at Zhou Xuanji quietly from afar. No one knew what he was thinking. Zhou Xuanji was not worried that this guy would launch a sneak attack. He placed the ancient god sword in front of him. The souls of the 9 powerhouses could appear freely, but other than Emperor Zhao, the other souls did not appear. They fell because of their enemies. Unless it was absolutely necessary, they would not reveal their identities to others. In the blink of an eye, 6 days passed. During this period, no enemies appeared, and Zhou Xuanji was happy to be at ease. It was too difficult for him to cultivate World Overlord, so he opened his eyes and asked Dugu, "How much do you know about the World Buddha art?" From what Dugu said, he seemed to have a deep understanding of this energy technique, or else he would not have asked Zhou Xuanji to learn it. "I don't know much. I only know that this energy technique is powerful, but I have never cultivated it before. I heard that the World Buddha art is a fragmented version from a powerful cultivator. Even though it's a fragmented version, as long as you master it, you can dominate the mortal world." Dugu replied with a calm tone. Zhou Xuanji's heart skipped a beat. This is just a fragmented version? Just world internalization and world reincarnation were powerful enough. How powerful would the complete version be? He could not imagine. Dugu suddenly turned around and left without a word. Zhou Xuanji was confused. Why did he leave so suddenly? At the same time, at the edge of Juedi Cliff, someone stood by the cliff and looked into the distance. It was the lady in white who was guarding Lu Wuji's corpse. Ever since Lu Wuji was born, she left the north and came to the humans' inner land. After traveling across mountains and rivers and investigating everywhere, she finally found Juedi Cliff. Only by asking him, "Can we save this disaster?" She mumbled to herself as she flew deep into Juedi Cliff. Just when she entered Juedi Cliff, a ball of demonic chi stopped her. "Your bloodline and aura are not suitable to enter Juedi Cliff. If you barge in forcefully, you will cause countless vengeful souls to rebel. Not only you but the entire northern wilderness region will be destroyed." Dugu's voice came from the demonic chi. To be chosen by Lu Wuji as a guardian, this lady's bloodline was not simple. The woman in white cupped her fists and said, "My name is Shangguan Su. Since ancient times, our Shangguan family has been chosen by Lu Wuji's ancestor to guard his corpse. You should have met my ancestors before. Now that Lu Wuji has reappeared, I beg you to help us again." Lu Wuji again. Dugu was puzzled. He had no idea who Lu Wuji was. However, he had an inexplicable blood connection with Shangguan Su, so he could sense her when she got close to Juedi Cliff. "I don't know who Lu Wuji is. I don't have the ability to leave Juedi Cliff now. You should leave quickly." Dugu replied, making Shangguan Su anxious. "Senior, you're the only one left now." Before Shangguan Su could finish, she was interrupted by Dugu. "There's really nothing I can do, but someone in Juedi Cliff is preparing to deal with Lu Wuji. He might succeed. You should go back and wait." Hearing this, Shangguan Su could not help but feel puzzled. Other than Dugu, who else could be stronger than Lu Wuji? "What's his title? Can you let me know?" Shangguan Su asked anxiously. Lu Wuji had not caused trouble in the human world for 50,000 years. If he massacred the people in her generation, it would be a great sin for her. "His name is Zhou Xuanji. You should have heard of him before," Dugu replied. After that, the demonic chi dissipated, and Dugu went deep into Juedi Cliff. Zhou Xuanji. Shangguan Su was stunned. She had heard of this name before. In the past 100 years, Zhou Xuanji's name was very well known in the northern wilderness. Even in the remote north, people were talking about him. However, this person was too young. Could he really defeat Lu Wuji? Although he defeated the Sword Saint, Shi Shenzong was still much weaker than Lu Wuji. She sighed, bowed in the direction of Dugu's departure, and turned to leave. In the ruins of the Hunyuan royal city, Lu Wuji had already absorbed half of the dragon vein. A horrifying demonic qi enveloped the former royal city like a black fog. Far away, the armies of the 8 sanctums and various empires had already gathered. At a glance, there was a sea of people in every direction. They formed a black line and surrounded the Hunyuan royal city. Chief monk Xuanhe said, "Amitba, Lu Wuji is too powerful." This old monk suggests that all factions send out their most powerful cultivators to surround him. As for the other disciples and soldiers, stay here to prevent Lu Wuji from escaping. Songhai Ziggurats Li Yinyu, Mountain Abyss Ziggurats Zheng Junlu, 10,000 Swords Divine Mountain Shi Haiming, and the other leaders nodded. They were also afraid of suffering heavy losses. Soon, all the northern wilderness top 100 cultivators stood up and walked toward Lu Wuji from different directions. They all unleashed their auras which shook the heavens and the earth. "Evil spirit, you dare to dominate the sage's body and slaughter the people. Today you are surrounded. Surrender." Jiang Wudi cried out. In such a situation there was no point in talking too much. But if he could build up his reputation and build up his image, what was the point of saying a few more words? Lu Wuji did not reply and continued to focus on absorbing the dragon vein. Shi Haiming drew his sword and charged ahead. Chief monk Xuanhe followed closely behind. His body turned golden like a golden Buddha, looking majestic and awe-inspiring. The other overlords used their divine abilities to shake the ground. No matter how many mortals there are, they are still mortals. "You worms want to kill me?" Lu Wuji opened his eyes abruptly. His face was hideous as he stood up abruptly. The morning sunlight streaked across Juadi Cliff as though the light was dispelling the darkness. Under Zhou Xuanji's gaze, the skeleton in the stone coffin had already grown skin and flesh. His face was pale and he wore a tattered robe. His body was covered in dust. He was tall and had handsome features. There was a vertical slit between his brows, as though an eye was hidden inside. Zhou Xuanji could sense the magic energy in his body. It was extremely abundant and had already surpassed Shi Shenzong's, and it was still growing rapidly. The surrounding spiritual qi was not so turbulent, so where did his magic energy come from? Zhou Xuanji was very curious but did not ask. He was not too interested in the way of puppets. With just the power of a 7th tribulation scattered immortal, it will be difficult for him to defeat Lu Wuji, right? Zhou Xuanji said. He did not know where Emperor Zhao got his confidence from. Emperor Zhao chuckled and said, "Although it's a 7th tribulation, it has a special divine ability and is very powerful. Even if it cannot defeat Lu Wuji, it can still weaken Lu Wuji's power." Thinking about how his puppet was going to challenge the human race's most powerful physique, he was so excited that he could not control his emotions. Zhou Xuanji did not deny it. He calculated in his heart that it seemed like he had to defeat Lu Wuji personally. If he could obtain a more powerful legendary sword, he should be able to defeat Lu Wuji, right? Above intimidating spirit was celestial shaking. Celestial shaking, as the name suggested, could even shake immortals and gods. How could it not be invincible in the mortal realm? However, even if he could obtain the celestial shaking legendary sword, there would be a limit to his cultivation. He only hoped that the minimum requirement was 1st tribulation scattered immortal. Come. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 353. It was only noon when Emperor Zhao's puppet got up slowly. He opened his eyes and looked at the sun with a dazed expression. Emperor Zhao, who was on the ancient god sword, waved his hand and a ray of black light entered his body. In an instant, the puppet's body twitched with a hideous expression as though it was in great pain, but it did not make any sound. Zhou Xuanji frowned slightly. Could it be that this puppet had its own consciousness? If that was true, was Emperor Zhao trying to possess him? He did not stop him. This puppet belonged to Emperor Zhao after all, and he had no right to interfere. Damned serendipity. Fortunately, I awakened it in time. Or else, it would have developed its own consciousness after 10,000 years and roamed the world like Lu Wuji's corpse. Emperor Zhao cursed, but he still sounded excited. Zhou Xuanji's eyelids twitched as he heard this. According to Emperor Zhao, wouldn't all the corpses of ancient powerhouses develop their own consciousness and reappear in the world? If that was the case, the northern wilderness region would have descended into chaos long ago. There might be some special reasons which might be the serendipity that Emperor Zhao mentioned. A while later, The puppet stopped twitching and his expression became calm. He turned around slowly and walked out of the stone coffin. He knelt before Zhou Xuanji and lowered his head. From now on he is under your control. Emperor Zhao smiled proudly. He was apparently waiting for Zhou Xuanji to praise him. What's his name? Zhou Xuanji asked. He sized up the puppet and felt that it was no different from an ordinary person, except that it was quiet. Call him Zhao 68. He's the 68th among my puppets. Emperor Zhao said, which made Zhou Xuanji roll his eyes. This name was even more perfunctory than his. Has he recovered his cultivation of a seventh tribulation scattered immortal? He continued to ask. With his cultivation, no matter how powerful his senses were, he could not see through Zhao 68's cultivation. In his senses, Zhao 68 was radiating boundless light. It was much more powerful than any human or demon he had ever seen in his life. It's about time. You can bring him to Lu Wuji. Emperor Zhao said ambiguously, which made Zhou Xuanji feel a little uneasy. You are not even sure yourself and you want me to die? The aura of the dragon's vein has changed. I believe that my physical body is absorbing the human race's dragon's vein. You guys should hurry up and stop him. Otherwise, once he finishes absorbing the dragon's vein, we really won't be able to do anything to him. Lu Wuji's voice suddenly came from the ancient god sword. What? Absorb the dragon vein? Emperor Zhao cried out. Following this, he hurriedly urged Zhou Xuanji to continue. Zhou Xuanji was frightened by them. He turned around and flew toward the Hunyuan Empire while asking them about the dragon vein. The dragon vein was the human race's fate, and it was similar to Fate Emperor River. However, Fate Emperor River was created by the heavens and earth. It could be used to become a great emperor and was controlled by the heavenly Tao. On the other hand, the dragon's vein was the fortune that the human race had condensed. If the dragon's vein were to disappear, the fortune of the human race would definitely weaken, and what awaited them would be a disaster. Zhou Xuanji was astonished. He could understand why Lu Wuji wanted to absorb the essence qi, but why did he want to absorb the dragon vein? It seemed that this fellow was not as simple as just gaining sentience. He must have inherited something. Within the ruins of the Hunyuan Empire royal city, many powerful cultivators lay on the ground. All of them were heavily injured. Lu Wuji gripped the Xuanhe divine monk's neck with one hand and raised him high up. The monk's face was bright red, but he did not struggle. He had used up all his magic energy and his stamina was drained. He could no longer resist. You bastards! Lu Wuji gnashed his teeth and cried out. The dragon vein above his head had already left him, and all his previous efforts had gone to waste. He had to absorb the dragon vein again. Even though these cultivators could not compare to him, their methods were unique. They had extracted the dragon vein during battle, which made him furious. The Xuanhe divine monk gave a mocking smile. He knew that he was doomed. It was a pity that he could not take revenge for his revered teacher. Xian Xianghua, if there's a next life, I will definitely kill you. Crack. Lu Wuji twisted the monk's neck before opening his mouth and sucking in the Xuanhe divine monk's essence qi and soul. The northern wilderness region's #1 divine monk had fallen. The people watching from afar were all shocked. Shi Haiming, who was lying in the ruins, gritted his teeth and got up. His body trembled, but he gripped his sword firmly. This Lu Wuji was simply too powerful. He was so strong that he felt despair. He finally understood why Lu Wuji was called the strongest of the human race. Even if Shi Shinzong was still alive, he would not be able to defeat Lu Wuji. Damn it. I cannot be a coward. He tried to calm himself down and walked toward Lu Wuji. Jiang Wudi, Li Yinyu, Zheng Junlu, Shitan Changshi, and the Fury Buddha of Great Shang also stood up. They all knew that it wasn't that Lu Wuji couldn't kill them, but that Lu Wuji wanted to keep them alive so he could absorb their quintessence energy. Now that things had come to this, they had no way out. Even if they wanted to escape, they couldn't. They could only fight with their backs against the wall. How good would it be if he was here? Jiang Wudi bitterly smiled. He was talking about Zhou Xuanji. In the current world, Zhou Xuanji already had the most powerful talent. After defeating Shi Shinzong, it was very likely that he had already surpassed Yang Di. No one answered him because praying for Zhou Xuanji's arrival would only distract them. Lu Wuji was enraged. He scuttled through the battlefield like a ghost, miserable screams rising and falling. No matter who faced him, they would not be able to fight back. The people watching from afar were terrified. Too powerful. No one can defeat him. The divine monk is dead. Who can defeat him? Where's the Sword Emperor? Why isn't the Sword Emperor here yet? The Sword Emperor is in the south, okay? An Emperor Sword Court has just been established. If it were you or me, would you come? I didn't expect the powerful cultivators to be so weak. Soon, more and more cultivators began to flee. Seeing the crushing defeat of their top cultivators, how could they dare to stay? At the same time, news of this battle spread out one after another and shook the entire northern wilderness region. Although everyone was shocked by Lu Wuji, they did not expect him to be so powerful. Even if all the heroes in the world gathered together, they could not defeat him. Could a great tribulation really be coming? Swoosh, Zhou Xuanji flew on his sword at full speed, followed by Zhao 68. The closer he got to the Hunyuan Empire, the more uneasy he felt. Thunderclouds billowed in the sky, and a wave of heavenly might swept across the world. Are seventh tribulation scattered immortals really so powerful? Zhou Xuanji thought to himself. He even suspected that Lu Wuji had surpassed seventh tribulation scattered immortals. Such power did not make him afraid but excited. He wanted to be so powerful too. Or even more powerful than Lu Wuji. Zhao 68, who was behind him, was expressionless. It had been 3 days since he left Juadi Cliff. He estimated that he would reach the Hunyuan royal city in another day. At this moment, in the ruins of the Hunyuan royal city, Lu Wuji began to absorb the dragon vein again. Jiang Wudi, Shi Haiming, and dozens of other powerful cultivators were sealed on stone steels and could not move. They could only look at Lu Wuji with despair. Why doesn't he absorb our essence chi first before absorbing the dragon vein? Jiang Wudi thought to himself, and the uneasiness in his heart grew stronger. Come. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 354. The dragon vein struggled silently. Lu Wuji sat cross-legged in midair. His eyes were fixed on the dragon vein, and his eyes were filled with excitement. No one knew why he was so excited. There weren't many cultivators and soldiers outside the imperial city. They were scattered all over the place, numbering less than 100,000. Compared to before, it was far less than a tenth of the original number. These people were suffering from the fear in their hearts and had to make a choice. They were afraid and wanted to escape. However, they understood that if they did not stop Lu Wuji, the entire northern wilderness region would be in trouble. On a hillside, Dao Seeker and the man in the woven rush raincoat stood side by side and looked at Lu Wuji. They did not speak and seemed very quiet. Dao Seeker was the first to break the silence. Lu Wuji probably left these people alive to feed someone. Dao Seeker sighed. Even though he knew Lu Wuji's goal, he was helpless. The man in the raincoat shook his head and said, Sunlight Emperor is receiving the inheritance of the real dragon tribe. Even if he returns as a real dragon, it will be too late. He was rather displeased by this. He was the one who had given Sunlight Emperor an opportunity, but Sunlight Emperor had already lost control and did whatever he wanted. Occasionally, Sunlight Emperor would even contradict him, which made him very regretful. At this moment, Dao Seeker suddenly looked toward the south and said in surprise, Someone is coming. He pinched his fingers together and calculated. First he frowned, then his expression changed drastically. He had calculated nothing. But there was only one result. That was Zhou Xuanji. What is he doing here? Damn it, does he want to die? Dao Seeker cursed with gritted teeth. He immediately turned around to stop Zhou Xuanji. The man in the raincoat suddenly pulled him back and said, If you stop him, the result will still be death. Why not let him fight? Dao Seeker glared at him and said, He will die. He had witnessed Lu Wuji's strength with his own eyes. He knew Zhou Xuanji's strength. The two of them were on completely different levels. The man in the raincoat said calmly, If I don't die now, will I be able to live in the future? He's still far from ascending. Ascension didn't just depend on one's cultivation. It was also related to one's lifespan. However, when most people reached the cultivation level of ascension, their lifespan had already reached the limit. Dao Seeker tried hard to calm his emotions. He understood that what the man in the raincoat had said was the truth. I'll protect the human race's dragon vein. A loud and heroic laughter rang out, causing everyone to turn their heads to look. Jiang Wudi, Li Yinyu and the others were pleasantly surprised. Sword Emperor. Xiu. Xiu. Two air-piercing sounds came. Zhou Xuanji and Zhao 68 leaped over the cultivators' heads and charged into the ruins of the royal capital without hesitation. With the heavenly retribution martial punishment and the god ghost howl in his hands, the power of the two intimidating swords poured into his body, and his aura grew stronger as he brandished both swords. Sky-dominating divine sword. The two sword chis intersected and quickly collided with the dragon vein, wanting to destroy it. Lu Wuji looked at him and laughed angrily. You're a first tribulation scattered immortal, yet you can release the aura of a fourth tribulation scattered immortal. Kid, you're not simple. His body blurred and turned into a clone, which charged toward Zhou Xuanji. This doppelganger was extremely fast, like a bolt of lightning. With a thought, Zhao 68 blocked in front of Zhou Xuanji and punched out. Boom. As the two fists collided, the robes of Zhao 68 and Lu Wuji's avatars fluttered. Zhou Xuanji's black hair danced wildly in the wind. He was terrified. Just the wind from the punch was enough to make his face hurt. Zhao 68 opened the third eye on his forehead. Countless bolts of purple lightning shot out from his eye and blasted Lu Wuji's clone into ashes. Lu Wuji, who was far away, could not help but squint his eyes and mumble, "Seventh tribulation scattered immortal and a puppet." Jiang Wudi, Li Yinyu, and the others who were sealed on the steel were dumbfounded. How could it be? They stared at Zhao 68 fixedly. No matter how they looked, they recognized this person. Since when was there such a powerful being in the northern wilderness region? And according to Lu Wuji, this person was a seventh tribulation scattered immortal? Seventh tribulation. How could an ordinary person be so powerful? Normally, a second tribulation scattered immortal would ascend. Only a few fourth tribulation scattered immortals remained in the mortal realm. Back then, the Hegemon Sword Emperor ascended as a fourth tribulation scattered immortal. But the Hegemon Sword Emperor became a great emperor before he ascended, and his power far surpassed that of a fourth tribulation scattered immortal. Zhao 68 did not stop and charged toward Lu Wuji straight away. Lu Wuji gritted his teeth and fought. He was not afraid of Zhao 68, but he was absorbing the dragon vein. If there was any deviation, he would have to start all over again. Facing the attack of a seventh tribulation scattered immortal, he soon had to cut off his connection with the dragon vein and fight with all his might. "Puppet, you have angered me." Lu Wuji roared furiously. His white hair danced in the wind, and strands of black chi covered his body, transforming into a black armor that looked hideous and horrifying. Zhao 68 had no consciousness and was only a battle puppet. So he did not reply and charged at Zhou Xuanji again. Boom, boom, boom. The two horrifying cultivators moved at high speed. Everywhere they passed, explosions were heard. The ground shook and a violent gale blew. Zhou Xuanji quickly came to the top of Jiang Wudi and the others. He swung his sword with both hands to break the seals on them. "Sword Emperor, be careful. This person is really powerful." Jiang Wudi cried out loudly as he fled. Zhou Xuanji knew how powerful Lu Wuji was, so he would not let his guard down. The people who saw the battle between Zhao 68 and Lu Wuji from afar felt their blood boiling. This was the first time that someone could fight with Lu Wuji to such an extent. The previous cultivators were all beaten up by Lu Wuji without being able to retaliate. The Sword Emperor is so powerful. Who is that? He's so powerful and he's following the Sword Emperor? Maybe he's a close friend. How can it be? Didn't you notice that he's following behind the Sword Emperor? We're saved. The cultivators could not hold back their excitement and cheered for the Sword Emperor. Bomb. Zhao 68 landed beside Zhou Xuanji suddenly, sweeping up a cloud of dust. Zhou Xuanji leaped up and his body turned golden. A purple Tai Chi diagram appeared on his forehead, ready to defend against Lu Wuji's sudden attack. "Brat, you are so talented. Why don't you become my disciple? When I become the human emperor, I will make you the human king." Lu Wuji, who was like a demon god, stared at Zhou Xuanji and laughed coldly. So what if he's a seventh tribulation scattered immortal? He had absorbed so much essence chi. A seventh tribulation scattered immortal was no match for him. Zhou Xuanji glanced over and saw a large hole in Zhao 68's chest. He seemed to be severely injured, but he did not feel any pain. He got up and charged at Lu Wuji again. He cursed in his heart, "Lu Wuji has indeed surpassed seventh tribulation scattered immortal." Although Zhao 68 was powerful, he was clearly not a match for Lu Wuji. "Emperor Zhao tricked me." He immediately took out dozens of legendary swords and began to form a formation. Hades' god-slaying formation. His other abilities were not enough to defeat Lu Wuji, so he could only rely on this sword formation. "Sai, Lu Wuji, how many sins has your duplicate committed?" Emperor Zhao's soul came out from the ancient god sword and complained. Lu Wuji's soul did not come out, nor did he speak. He probably did not want to see his dead body. Boom! Tens of thousands of lightning bolts exploded from Zhao 68's body. The lightning transformed into countless lions and tigers, which roared and attacked Lu Wuji. The scene was extremely majestic. Within a radius of 10,000 meters, there were lions and tigers. Their roars filled the heavens and the earth, so deafening that even the deaf could hear them. Come. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 355. Facing the attacks of countless lions and tigers, Lu Wuji didn't use any flashy divine abilities. He only relied on his fists to fight 1 against 10,000. He was unstoppable. Zhao 68 blended into the purple thunder lions and tigers and charged at Lu Wuji with extreme speed. Lu Wuji was kicked in the back. Purple lightning formed a net that engulfed Lu Wuji. In the next second, Lu Wuji grabbed Zhao 68 by the throat and threw him to the ground like a piece of cloth. "Little puppet, do you really think I can't deal with you?" Lu Wuji grinned and stomped on Zhao 68's chest with his right foot. A terrifying power erupted. Boom. The ground collapsed and ruins exploded one after another. The ground within a radius of 1,000 meters collapsed and collapsed. Countless rocks were flipped up, like spikes shooting into the sky. Zhou Xuanji blocked with both swords in front of him to reduce the impact. He glanced at the Hell God-slaying formation. The formation had already been set up. The black hole formed by the sword formation had a diameter of 300 meters and was eye-catching. Lu Wuji had also noticed the Hades God-slaying formation, but he did not care about it. Zhao 68 was too difficult to deal with and he had to deal with it quickly. This guy was a puppet and didn't have any essence energy, so he couldn't absorb it. He could only kill it. Zhao 68's body was destroyed by him again and again, but in the blink of an eye, his body reformed again as if he couldn't be killed. Most importantly, Zhao 68's purple lightning was getting stronger and stronger. He was becoming stronger. Haha, this is the power of Zhao 68. The more he fights, the stronger he gets. Emperor Zhao smiled proudly. His soul flickered on the ancient god sword like a candle in the wind, about to be extinguished at any moment. Zhou Xuanji did not reply. Zhao 68 seemed to be getting stronger, but he was still being suppressed by Lu Wuji. If this continued, he would not be able to escape death. At this moment, a black dragon suddenly flew out from the Hades god-slaying formation. This dragon's entire body was wrapped in azure and blue flames, and its body was more than 500 meters long. Countless dragon scales reflected a cold light, and its eyes were scarlet red, full of killing intent. The 2 dragon horns were perfectly straight, but the ends were curved like hooks. At first glance, it looked as if it was wearing an emperor's crown, majestic and domineering. Its appearance attracted the eyes of the people watching from afar. What kind of formation is that? You can summon dragons? This formation seems to be the Hell God-slaying formation. What is the Hades God-slaying formation? I didn't expect the Sword Sovereign to know such an array. He can set up an array by himself? The tyrannical black dragon was truly eye-catching, causing the spectators to cry out in surprise. Black Dragon charged toward Lu Wuji with unstoppable momentum. Zhou Xuanji rejoiced in his heart. It seemed that he had summoned a powerful being this time. This black dragon's aura was very powerful, even more so than Shi Xinzong's. Lu Wuji, who was madly trampling on Zhao 68, was taken away by the black dragon in one bite. Zhao 68's shattered body was struggling in the huge pit. The Hades god-slaying formation is stable this time, right? Jiang Wudi said expectantly, his eyes glowing. Zhou Xuanji's powerful methods made him incredibly envious, and at the same time he felt a different emotion in his heart. It was similar to worship. He watched as Zhou Xuanji became more and more powerful, surpassing him and leaving him far behind. It was an indescribable feeling. Especially since Zhou Xuanji was the son-in-law of his descendant, this feeling was even more profound. However, at this moment, the black dragon let out a mournful roar before it was torn apart by Lu Wuji. Lu Wuji grabbed the 2 dragon horns with both hands, and the dragon blood splashed onto him. His killing intent soared, making him look like a blood-soaked devil god. A6 Tribulation Demon Dragon. But it's a pity that it's nothing before me. Lu Wuji laughed with disdain. He opened his mouth and sucked the 6 Tribulation Demon Dragon into it. The dragon, which was hundreds of meters long, shrunk rapidly. It was as though there was an independent space in Lu Wuji's stomach. The heavens and earth were silent. The arrogant demon dragon died just like that? Zhou Xuanji was stunned too. Zhao 68 got up again and charged toward Lu Wuji. Lu Wuji swung his right hand and sent Zhao 68 flying away with a slap. He walked toward Zhou Xuanji step by step and laughed coldly. Have you thought it through? I already want to kill you. Zhou Xuanji's face was dark and did not reply. He could already sense Lu Wuji's murderous intent. Even if he wanted to escape now, he could not. Zhao 68 charged toward Lu Wuji consecutively but was sent flying away by him. Brat, I'm sorry. Emperor Zhao sighed, which made Zhou Xuanji want to beat him up. Weren't you so confident just now? Is your face swollen now? You are a dead man. You have no face. Zhou Xuanji took a deep breath and prepared for battle. Zhao 68's speed decreased significantly. Although Emperor Zhao said that he could grow more powerful as he fought, there was a limit to it. Lu Wuji was much more powerful than him. It's about to end. Dao Seeker sighed with a complicated expression. It was not easy for him to meet a genius like Zhou Xuanji. It would be difficult for him to meet another one in the future. Moreover, with Zhou Xuanji dead, who else could stop Lu Wuji? Maybe this is fate, the man in the raincoat said. They did not believe that Lu Wuji wanted to recruit Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji did not believe it either. If Lu Wuji really cherished such a talent, how could so many powerful cultivators be killed? This guy probably wanted to nurture Zhou Xuanji so that he could absorb his essence qi. Zhang Quanglan was an example. Zhou Xuanji did the same. Sword Emperor run. Jiang Wudi cried out loudly. He was severely injured and could no longer fight. He did not want to see Zhou Xuanji die here. Zhou Xuanji ignored him and activated the Emperor's Wei Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha straight away. The 1,000-meter-tall golden Buddha rose from the ground and extended its 1,000 hands. The Buddha's radiance illuminated the world and dispelled the darkness. Is this a divine ability? Lu Wuji asked curiously. No, it's made of sword qi. Brat, your talent in the way of the sword is indeed impressive. Are you really willing to die like this? Zhou Xuanji merged into the 1,000-hand sword Buddha. Next, the 1,000-hand sword Buddha opened its eyes. Use the sword to support the world. Use the sword to save the world. Zhou Xuanji replied calmly. He did not want to die, but he had to stop Lu Wuji. When Lu Wuji absorbed the dragon vein, it would be unstoppable, and the people he cared about would be in danger of dying. Since that's the case, then go to hell. Lu Wuji stomped his right foot and came up to the 1,000-hand sword Buddha with a single step. He swung his right palm. Bomb. The majestic 1,000-hand sword Buddha was shattered by his palm. Zhou Xuanji flew backward like an arrow and vomited blood. He fell into the ruins and no one knew if he was dead or alive. Silence. Everyone was silent and looked at Lu Wuji with ashen faces. Even the Sword Emperor could not defeat Lu Wuji. Who else could they rely on? Are you afraid? Tell the world that I will kill all the humans and demons in the northern wilderness region. Let the world wait for me. I will find you sooner or later. Lu Wuji opened his arms and burst out laughing. He was unrestrained. A horrifying murderous aura swept across the heavens and earth. The spectators felt a chill down their spines and could not move. All of them looked hopeless. It's over. It's really over. I'm not dead yet. Zhou Xuanji's feeble voice resounded across the heavens and earth like the sun breaking through the dark night. A glimmer of hope was ignited in the spectators' eyes. Come. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 356. Lu Wuji looked in Zhou Xuanji's direction and condescendingly laughed as he said, Boy, you have great talent, but you're not a match for me at all. Since you're so stubborn, help me out. With that, he disappeared in the air and jumped into the rolling dust. Bang! Countless streams of sword qi tore apart the dust storm, and Zhou Xuanji and Lu Wuji's figures were revealed. He held the sword with both hands and maintained a slashing posture. Heavenly Retribution, Martial Punishment, and God Ghost Wail were caught by Lu Wuji with his bare hands. The undulating wails of ghosts and howls of wolves resounded, making the world seem like hell, ghastly and terrifying. These two swords are not bad. I want them. Lu Wuji's eyes lit up and he smiled greedily. An image suddenly came out of the ancient god sword above Zhou Xuanji's head. It was Lu Wuji himself. He looked down at his dead body and said, You inherited my body, but you didn't inherit my will. Do you know what price you will have to pay? Lu Wuji looked at the soul fragment in surprise, feeling inexplicably uneasy. The next moment he suddenly widened his eyes and said with a trembling voice, It's you? The physical body and the soul were connected, so Lu Wuji could feel a trace of familiarity. After thinking about it carefully, he guessed the truth. I advise you to let go. Lu Wuji's soul said indifferently. His voice wasn't loud, so the spectators couldn't hear him. Upon hearing this, Lu Wuji subconsciously loosened his grip. Zhou Xuanji sheathed his sword and distanced himself from him. Seeing Lu Wuji in a daze, his heart skipped a beat. Could it be that he was afraid of his own soul? I'm Lu Wuji now. All of you can die together. Lu Wuji savagely laughed. He came before Zhou Xuanji in a single step and slammed his palm into Zhou Xuanji's chest. Zhou Xuanji's consciousness went blank in an instant, and his body flew out like a cannonball. He smashed through massive rocks and ruins and he went deep underground. The divine swords were also sent flying. As Emperor Zhao and Lu Wuji's souls dissipated, Lu Wuji laughed out loud. After attacking his physical body and soul, the last shackle in his heart was broken. He was Lu Wuji. The one and only Lu Wuji. He leaped up, opened his arms and laughed maniacally. Since you're not willing to escape, then go to hell. A terrifying suction force erupted from his body. Within a radius of 10,000 miles, everyone felt as though something was being sucked out of their bodies, scaring them so much that their souls almost flew away. Wisps of essence chi left his body at a speed visible to the naked eye, rushing towards Lu Wuji. The expressions of Jiang Wudi, Li Yinyu and the others changed drastically. Those with weaker cultivations quickly turned into dried corpses and collapsed to the ground. Ah, save me. Lu Wuji. I curse you. My essence chi, how could this be? Cries of pain came from all directions and Zhou Xuanji regained consciousness. He laid in the ruins and relied on world reincarnation to resist this suction force. Is it really going to end like this? Zhou Xuanji thought in bewilderment. He opened his eyes with great difficulty and looked at the billowing thunderclouds in the sky. All the muscles and bones in his body had been shattered. At this moment he was only left with a single breath, and the only thing that awaited him was death. The legendary sword spiraled above his head, occupying his vision. God Ghost Howl, Heavenly Retribution Martial Punishment, Ancient God Sword, World Fool Sword, Right Wrong Justice Sword, etc. Souls came out of the Ancient God Sword and the 9 souls all came out. This fellow is truly powerful. If this goes on he'll definitely die. Lu Wuji, you're truly a disaster. What does it have to do with me? Do you think I want to? Forget it, if he dies we'll die too. Humph. The 9 souls communicated with each other, but Zhou Xuanji could not hear them clearly. His consciousness was hazy, and he could fall into a bottomless abyss at any moment. At that moment, the 9 souls returned to the Ancient God Sword. A wave of intense light shot out from the Ancient God Sword. Boom. The intense light from the Ancient God Sword turned into a pillar of light that inundated Zhou Xuanji. Lu Wuji, who was absorbing the essence chi, looked over and slightly frowned as he muttered, "This boy is still awake?" He had purposely left Zhou Xuanji alive, but he guessed that Zhou Xuanji should have already lost consciousness. "Since it's like this, I'll kill you now." Lu Wuji savagely laughed. He raised his left hand and waved towards Zhou Xuanji, preparing to absorb Zhou Xuanji's essence chi before killing him. However, no matter how much he sucked, he could not bring Zhou Xuanji in front of him. His expression froze. Rumble. The ground violently trembled as if a massive creature was going to break out of the ground. The pillar of light rose up, piercing through the thunderclouds. Dozens of legendary swords circled around the pillar of light, quickly flying. Those who were running away looked back just in time to see this spectacular scene. Within the dark heavens and earth, the pillar of light connected the heavens and the earth, representing light and illuminating this world. An extremely terrifying aura exploded out, covering the entire ground. In that moment, the other cities and kingdoms in the Hunyuan Empire all felt this might, as if a god had descended. The various cities were sent into an uproar. Because they were too far away, they did not know what kind of battle was happening in the royal city. However, this might evidently came from the royal city. What's going on? There must be a peerless expert fighting with Lu Wuji. This might is too powerful. I've lived for thousands of years, but I've never encountered such a powerful might. Could an immortal god have descended? Could it be Lu Wuji? He absorbed the essence chi of those powerful cultivators and became more powerful. Fear and unease enveloped the various cities. The damage that Lu Wuji brought to the Hunyuan Empire was too great. The current emperor, the 4 legendary generals and other top-tier cultivators were all killed by Lu Wuji. Even if the Hunyuan Empire could withstand this disaster, it would become the weakest among the empires after this, and it would no longer be the overlord of the past. At the same time, in the ruins, a silhouette was faintly discernible in the pillar of light. He raised his right hand, and a sword of light emerged from the pillar of light like a god raising his sword. Lu Wuji, as long as I'm still alive, don't even think about destroying this world. Zhou Xuanji's cold voice, which was filled with murderous intent, came. His voice traveled far, and even those who were far away could hear him. They were pleasantly surprised. Could the Sword Emperor have hidden his true power? After the powerful light dissipated, Zhou Xuanji's figure was revealed. Even though there were many traces of blood on his face, his Tri-Sun Flame Chi robe was not damaged. His cold eyes stared at Lu Wuji, and the ancient god sword in his hand turned into a sword of light. It was 6 meters long and it shook the space around the blade. The 9 souls fused together, and the ancient god sword went through a transformation. It even surpassed Heavenly Retribution Martial Punishment and God Ghost Howl. Zhou Xuanji's right arm trembled, and he felt that it was very difficult to control the ancient god sword. He had never felt such immense power before, it was simply too powerful. Lu Wuji sensed danger and coldly laughed as he said, "Ho, your sword is quite powerful. However, if you want to kill me, it's impossible with just a sword." After saying this, he stomped his foot and rushed at Zhou Xuanji, his figure like a ghost. Facing the ferocious Lu Wuji, Zhou Xuanji directly unleashed the sky-dominating divine sword soul. Come. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 357. A dignified and domineering sword soul condensed on Zhou Xuanji's right arm. As soon as it appeared, it turned into a black light and slashed forwards with the ancient god sword. Lu Wuji's vision blurred, and he subconsciously stretched out his palm. A deafening boom resounded. The sword chi drowned Lu Wuji and cut the ground in half. A row of dust rose up from the crack created by the sword chi, reaching hundreds of meters high and reaching the horizon. The ruins of the imperial city had been cut in half. In the distance, Jiang Wudi and the others were dumbfounded. This sword was incomparably domineering. They didn't see it clearly at all. They only saw the ground in front of them suddenly crack open, and a row of dust that covered the sky flew up. It was unstoppable. They felt like they were falling leaves in the wind, about to be swept away at any time. Especially that domineering pressure, it made their souls tremble. What kind of sword technique is that? Jiang Wudi swallowed his saliva and muttered to himself. He suddenly thought of Shi Shinzong. It was said that when Shi Shinzong had fought with Zhou Xuanji, he had used a strange sword technique that could not be identified. It was incredibly domineering and had the power to destroy the heavens and the earth. Zhou Xuanji panted heavily in midair. Swinging his sword had used up all of his magic energy. Fortunately, the Tianxia map was continuously providing him with magic energy. He looked down and saw that there was a canyon that was dozens of feet wide. It was so deep that he couldn't see the bottom, and Lu Wuji was lying at the bottom of the canyon. Damn it! What kind of power is this? In the darkness, Lu Wuji gritted his teeth and struggled to rise to his feet. That sword strike just now was too domineering, and it almost turned him into ashes. The flames of jealousy in his heart burned wildly. How could he lose to a first tribulation bodiless immortal? His predecessor was an existence who could fight above his cultivation level. How could he be defeated by a descendant who was so many realms above him? The more he thought about it, the more indignant he became. He placed his hands on the ground and started absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Zhou Xuanji wanted to follow up with another attack, but he had to wait for his magic energy to recover. At the same time, his body felt like it was being torn apart, and he could be crushed at any moment. He must be eliminated. Zhou Xuanji gritted his teeth and raised his left hand, and all of his legendary swords appeared. He used the 100-sword style with his will, and all the divine swords fell like heavy rain, drilling into the canyon. Then a series of rumbling sounds came from the canyon. "Stinking brat! Can you kill me?" Lu Wuji wildly laughed as he quickly leapt out of the canyon and slammed his palm towards Zhou Xuanji. Countless black bees flew out from his palm. They were so dense that they covered the sky and the sun, trying to engulf Zhou Xuanji. In an instant, Zhou Xuanji swung his sword again. Another sky-dominating divine sword soul. Bang! All of the black wasps were destroyed by the sword chi, and Lu Wuji was struck as well, screaming as he fell. Zhou Xuanji followed up and charged down. His eyes were sharp and determined. He had to kill Lu Wuji. Skyfall. Daoya old man felt Jiang Shue's pulse with a strange expression. Jiang Shue asked nervously, "Is it true?" Daoya old man nodded and sighed, "I'm going to have a great-grandson soon." Jiang Shue was overjoyed and Huang Lianxing couldn't help but congratulate her. After they got married, she and Zhou Xuanji would be together every night, making love every night. It was inevitable that they would be hit. Zhou Xuanji's attitude toward childbirth had always been indifferent. Whether it was early or late, he would follow Jiang Shue. Jiang Shue was elated for a while before she suddenly asked, "Grand teacher, can you divine the situation in Hunyuan Royal City?" They already knew what happened in Hunyuan Royal City, but they were not too worried since Zhou Xuanji was at Juedi Cliff. Daoya old man hesitated. He was too afraid of divination. There were too many backlashes and he was worried that he might die one day. He sighed and said, "All right, I'll try." After that, he closed his eyes and divined with his fingers. Jiang Shue's divination ability was already very powerful. She had divined the Hunyuan Royal City before, but she could not divine anything. Perhaps it was because it was too far away. A while later, Daoya old man said in surprise, What's going on?" Jiang Shui and Huang Lianxin looked at him curiously and waited for him to continue. Daoya old man frowned deeply and did not speak. Boom. Zhou Xuanji fell onto the edge of the cliff. He quickly got up and stabbed the ancient god sword into the ground. He held onto the sword with his right hand and supported his body. He looked over with gritted teeth and saw Lu Wuji rising up from the valley. A pair of black wings grew out from his back, and they created gusts of wind as they flapped. Lu Wuji laughed savagely. His eyes were filled with madness and cruelty. The crazier his laughter was, the more furious he was. He was so proud, and yet he was forced into such a state by Zhou Xuanji. He was not satisfied. He was jealous. Die. Lu Wuji raised his right hand above his head. The wings on his back flapped rapidly, and countless wind blades swept across the ground. Zhou Xuanji stood up and channeled his magic energy, preparing to fight to the death. The ancient god sword was indeed powerful when the 9 souls fused. However, his body could not use it for a long time and he could not take it anymore. This guy is too difficult to deal with. Emperor Zhao's voice came into Zhou Xuanji's ears, sounding exasperated. In response, Lu Wuji remained silent and did not reply. After the 9 souls fused, their respective consciousnesses still existed. It was really miraculous. At this moment, Lu Wuji landed suddenly. He bent his legs and stomped on the ground, causing it to cave in. Twisted lines of fire appeared out of nowhere and covered hundreds of miles. Countless flames rose up along these lines of fire. Zhou Xuanji tilted his body and dodged it easily. Leave this place quickly. Lu Wuji's voice came suddenly, and Zhou Xuanji's pupils contracted. He quickly used the 8-step sword lunge and tried to rush out of this land. Just after he took 2 steps, his body was locked in place. He gritted his teeth and used the power of heavenly lightning. The lightning stimulated his body and forced him to turn around. Lu Wuji was already behind him. There was no time to think. Zhou Xuanji swung his sword with all his might. I can't die here. I must kill him. Zhou Xuanji channeled the spirit energy in the Tianxia map with all his might and was prepared to give it his all. After the previous battle, Lu Wuji was also heavily injured. He was at the end of his rope. This was his best chance. Sky-dominating divine sword. Sword soul. This time, Zhou Xuanji held the sword with both hands. The purple Tai Chi diagram between his brows turned into flames and burned intensely. This made his expression extremely cold, like a god of war. Lu Wuji saw the look in his eyes and felt wary. Boom! The flames within hundreds of miles exploded like a volcano erupting. The flames soared into the sky. Sword chi shot out and cut a hole in the pillar of flames. Jiang Wudi and the others who were far away backed off. The light from the flames shone on everyone's face and illuminated their shocked expressions. Dao Seeker and the man in the woven rush raincoat watched the battle quietly. Their clothes fluttered in the violent wind. Too powerful. The man in the woven rush raincoat mumbled, but no one knew who he was talking about. Dao Seeker's expression was still solemn. He stared fixedly ahead and mumbled, 9 hell flame extinction. He inherited Lu Wuji's divine ability? A dead body that was born with a consciousness and someone who inherited Lu Wuji's inheritance. The difference between the two was like heaven and earth. Come. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 358. When the intense flames dissipated, a massive crater that was 100 kilometers wide appeared on the ground. It was incredibly dark below, and it looked as if it led straight to hell. Charred smoke filled the air, and the powerful aura that seemed like heavenly might was still spreading. Jiang Wudi flew high into the air and frowned as he looked down. A smile of delight suddenly appeared on his face. Zhou Xuanji's head was lowered, and his body was covered with blood. White could be seen at his joints as he floated above the massive crater. His right hand still held the ancient god sword, and the blade had pierced through Lu Wuji's chest. Lu Wuji's expression was savage, but his eyes had lost their light, and his entire body was stiff. It was as if he had died. This scene caused Jiang Wudi, Li Yinyu, and the others to feel incredibly delighted. Zhou Xuanji had actually won. He had successfully killed the undefeatable Lu Wuji. At that moment they felt as if they were dreaming. The Sword Emperor is mighty. Too powerful. Lu Wuji was a 7th tribulation scattered immortal. No, he surpassed 7th tribulation scattered immortal. Savior. We finally won. In the distance, the cultivators who had not died were overjoyed and continuously cried out. At that moment, Zhou Xuanji and Lu Wuji suddenly fell down. Dao Seeker's expression slightly changed and he instinctively wanted to rush over, but the man in the woven rush raincoat grabbed his wrist and stopped him. What are you doing? Dao Seeker asked in a low voice, wanting to shake off the man in the woven rush raincoat. The man in the woven rush raincoat shook his head and pointed at the sky. Daoseeker's expression immediately became grim. Tribulation transcenders could not act against ordinary people. This included acting and rescuing. As he was in a daze, Zhou Xuanji and Lu Wuji had already fallen into the darkness and disappeared. Daoseeker sighed and turned to leave. The man in the woven rush raincoat thought for a moment before walking in another direction. The massive battle had finally concluded. All of the participants came to the edge of the massive crater and looked down into the darkness, feeling a lingering fear in their hearts. Will the Sword Emperor be fine? A cultivator asked cautiously. He used his divine sense to scan down, but he could not see the bottom of the crater. Jiang Wudi glared at him and cursed. The Sword Emperor is so powerful and has such great fate. Do you think something will happen? Li Yinyu rubbed his chin and said, there are spatial ripples below, don't fall. Unless you are as powerful as the Sword Emperor and Lu Wuji, you won't be able to survive. As soon as he said this, everyone retreated. The various forces waited for 3 days and 3 nights without seeing Lu Wuji appear. Thus they spread the news. Sword Emperor had killed Lu Wuji. That month, the Shanghai Ziggurat republished the Northern Wilderness Top 100 rankings, and Zhou Xuanji successfully became #1 in the world. Although he did not defeat Sunlight Emperor, he defeated Lu Wuji. Yang Emperor was a 7th saint. Moreover, Lu Wuji seemed to be more than a 7th tribulation bodiless immortal. Sunlight Emperor became the 2nd in the world. Although the Sun Mausoleum was flattened, there was no evidence that Sunlight Emperor had fallen. As Zhou Xuanji gradually regained his consciousness, his entire body was aching. He opened his eyes with difficulty and saw the night sky and a blood-red crescent moon. As. A black shadow flashed past his eyes. He raised his head to take a closer look and his hair stood on end. Countless little ghosts were gnawing on his body. These little ghosts were like smoke and their heads were as big as fists. Their faces were ferocious and they giggled as they gnawed on his body. It was a horrifying sight. Zhou Xuanji wanted to attack but found that apart from his head and neck, he could not move his body. He saw the ancient god sword not far away. With a thought, the ancient god sword flew over and chased the ghosts away. His body was badly mutilated and covered with blood. He looked like a corpse. Where am I? Zhou Xuanji thought to himself. He looked around and found that he was lying in a forest. The trees around him were scattered, and there was a thick smell of blood in the air. The sword owner is severely injured. Take out the Holy Light Redemption Sword to save yourself. The surroundings are dangerous. The sword spirit's voice came in Zhou Xuanji's mind, and he immediately took out the Holy Light Redemption Sword. When he fell, the sword spirit collected all the divine swords, not leaving a single one behind. Zhou Xuanji controlled the Holy Light Redemption Sword and stabbed it into his waist to heal himself. At this moment, the ancient god sword showed the appearance of 9 souls. Emperor Zhao said weakly, combining the 9 souls is too damaging. I can't do it again without 100 years. I can't take it. The other remnant souls nodded. Where is this? Zhou Xuanji asked weakly. Ever since he had woken up, he had had a bad feeling. Lu Wuji faintly said, in the 9 hells underworld, that fellow inherited my divine ability, the 9 hells flame extinction. This divine ability can use the 9 hells flame to kill enemies, and it can also break through the 9 hells enchantment. This kind of enchantment will disappear after 2 days. 9 hell underworld. Zhou Xuanji's pupils constricted and he hurriedly asked, how long was I unconscious for? Emperor Zhao shrugged and said, 7 days. We protected you for the first 6 days, but our soul energy was not enough, so you were eaten by those ghosts. Fortunately, you woke up in time. Zhou Xuanji's eyes widened, feeling as if he had been struck by lightning. He fell into the underworld? How could he go back? You can't go back unless you also know 9 hell flame extinction, Emperor Zhao said. This caused Zhou Xuanji's eyes to light up. That was a good idea. Quickly recover from your injuries and quickly leave. Impermanences are about to come, and living people cannot exist in the underworld. Today is the 7th day and impermanences are most likely on their way. Emperor Hanlin said, causing Zhou Xuanji to feel nervous. He asked cautiously, what if I'm captured by impermanences? Could it be the black and white impermanences in legends? Go against the yin and yang, pull out your tongue and cook it. Emperor Zhao chuckled, causing Zhou Xuanji to swallow his saliva instinctively. So vicious. As a result, he was only able to stand up after an hour of being on tenterhooks. However, his body was still riddled with holes and drenched in blood. He was like a rotting corpse. He took a deep breath. Standing on the ancient god sword, he sped off in a certain direction. The Holy Light Redemption Sword was still sheathed at his waist. A while after he left, two silhouettes walked into the forest. They wore blood-red robes and their feet were off the ground. They wore tall hats and their faces were pale. Their eyes were blood-red, and their hands were crossed in their sleeves. They looked at each other before walking in the direction that Zhou Xuanji had left. 6 hours later, Zhou Xuanji hid in a valley. Along the way he saw barren mountains and valleys. He did not see any villages or cities. No matter where he went, it was eerie. After entering the valley, Zhou Xuanji hid in the darkness and sat down to recover from his injuries. He held the ancient god sword vertically in front of him, and the 9 souls helped him scout the surroundings. Other than 9 hell flame extinction, is there no other way to go back? Zhou Xuanji asked. Who knew how long it would take to cultivate 9 hell flame extinction? Lu Wuji replied, there are many divine abilities that can allow one to travel between the yin and yang. Other than that, you can only find Hades in the netherworld for help. However, Hades will only capture you and not let you go back. Come. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 359. Can you tell me about the underworld? Zhou Xuanji asked as he recovered from his injuries. As a living person, he was naturally curious about the netherworld. The souls of the powerful beings did not hide anything and explained what they knew about the underworld. No one knew how big the underworld was. However, other than the northern wilderness region, there were many other mortal realms connected to it, including the upper realm. The cycle of life and death for mortals was here, and the punishment for immortals who disobeyed the heavens was here. The one who controlled the underworld was the Yama King, and he was incredibly powerful. Even Lu Wuji didn't want to provoke him. The souls of the other powerful beings also warned him. Zhou Xuanji could not help but think of the King of Hell in Journey to the West, which was quite wretched. However, his opponent was the great sage Heaven's Equal, so it was possible that the King of Hell was acting. However, he was also very curious about whether there would be an even stronger expert than the King Yenluo of Hell. The 9 souls only talked about the netherworld briefly and did not delve into it. Zhou Xuanji did not pursue the matter. Sometimes knowing too much wasn't a good thing. Time passed slowly. With the help of the Tianxia map and the Holy Light Redemption Sword, Zhou Xuanji's injuries gradually recovered. 10 hours later his body returned to normal, but his internal organs, bones still needed to be treated, especially his inner core and nascent soul. There are enemies. Sovereign Xian suddenly spoke, causing Zhou Xuanji to hurriedly take out dozens of swords and prepare for battle. Living human, you have trespassed into the yin and yang. Why aren't you surrendering and suffering less? An eerie voice came from outside the canyon, as though the other party was speaking beside Zhou Xuanji's ear. He could even feel the other party's breath, which gave him goosebumps. Hellguard. He was very curious as to how strong a Hellguard was. Just from his voice alone, it didn't sound any weaker than Lu Wuji's. Let's give up. They're stronger than Lu Wuji. Let's recover first. Emperor Zhao reminded. Then all 9 souls retracted into the ancient god sword. Hearing this, Zhou Xuanji sighed and put away his swords before walking out of the canyon. Now he could only rely on the Tianxia map to heal himself. Very soon he saw 2 Hellguards. They looked very similar to the Hellguards he had imagined, except that their robes were not black and white. The 2 impermanences took out chains and casually swung them, binding Zhou Xuanji's hands and feet. Zhou Xuanji did not resist and said, I don't want to barge in. Someone is disturbing the mortal realm and wants to slaughter the common people. I fought with him and was forced to fall. He was neither agitated nor depressed. He spoke very calmly. An Anitya Hellguard replied, the judge observes the mortal realm and has his own judgment. If you have merits, you will be sent back to the mortal realm. If you lie, you will repent in the 18 levels of hell. Zhou Xuanji heard him and immediately felt at ease. He had no enmity with the underworld, so there was no reason for him to be targeted. Furthermore, Lu Wuji possessed the will of a dead body. He was the type that the netherworld would want to capture. Just like that, he was taken away by the 2 Hellguards. On the way, Zhou Xuanji asked about Lu Wuji's whereabouts. Before falling unconscious, he was not sure if Lu Wuji was dead, so he felt quite worried. Wu Chang answered truthfully. They were also trying to capture Lu Wuji, but this fellow was very good at hiding, so they couldn't find him. Zhou Xuanji felt at ease. This meant that Lu Wuji was still in the netherworld. As long as he did not harm the northern wilderness region, it was fine for him to stay in the underworld. Along the way, Zhou Xuanji realized that he was moving very quickly. A strange power enveloped him, which made him feel no wind resistance. The scenery around him seemed to be moving very slowly, but it was actually moving extremely quickly. Zhou Xuanji remembered this feeling. He felt that it was an incredible power. By the seaside of the northern wilderness region, Sunlight Emperor strolled on the beach. 9 golden dragons coiled around his body. He looked indifferent, like the Dragon Emperor coming out of the sea. A man in black appeared in front of him. He knelt down on one knee and said with a deep voice, "Great Emperor, you are finally back." Sunlight Emperor walked up to him and looked down at him. "What happened?" he asked softly. After receiving the true dragon's inheritance, his power grew tremendously. His every move was so domineering that it was as though he was born with the pride that came from the depths of his soul. Sun Hill was flattened by Lu Wuji. The Sword Emperor defeated Lu Wuji and saved the northern wilderness region. He became the top cultivator in the world while Yu fell to the second position. The man in black replied carefully, fearing that he would anger Sunlight Emperor. However, Sunlight Emperor said expressionlessly, "Oh, interesting." He brushed past the black-clothed man and rushed towards Sun Tomb. The man in black followed closely behind him. Anticipation could be seen in his eyes. He could sense that Sunlight Emperor had become more powerful. Next, he would surely become the top cultivator in the world. The Netherworld. Zhou Xuanji followed the 2 impermanences for half a day and came to a palace. The surroundings were barren, and there were 2 rows of ghostly soldiers in front of the palace. These ghostly soldiers were surrounded by ghostly qi. They had no feet and were levitating silently with their heads lowered. After entering the palace, Zhou Xuanji saw a muscular man sitting in the hall. He wore an official's hat and had a tanned face. His eyes were like a leopard's and were filled with deterrence. Before he came, the 2 impermanences told him that this magistrate was called Magistrate Shui. "Kneel?" one of the impermanences cried out. Having heard him, Zhou Xuanji frowned. Men have gold under their knees, how could they kneel? Moreover, he was innocent. Seeing that he refused to kneel, the 2 impermanences walked up and grabbed his shoulders, preparing to force him down. "Stop. Let him stand." "The 2 of you can leave," Magistrate Shui cried out. Magistrate Shui bellowed, and the 2 hell guards immediately bowed and retreated. Only when there were only the 2 of them left in the palace did Magistrate Shui speak slowly. "Zhou Xuanji, 58 years old this year and a first tribulation scattered immortal. There are very few experts like this in the mortal world. Your fate is not simple," Magistrate Shui said in a low voice as he looked at Zhou Xuanji. Magistrate Shui said in a low voice as he looked at Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji was not surprised. Magistrates could see everyone's fate in the mortal realm and understand their past and present lives. In your previous life, you were only a first-rank mortal. You were mediocre and died young. After reincarnating, you've changed so much, it's quite strange. Magistrate Shui mumbled to himself and sank into his thoughts. Died young? Zhou Xuanji's mouth twitched. Dying suddenly in his previous life was a stain on his life. However, this also meant that Earth was a mortal world. He did not panic. He could just pretend that he did not have memories of his previous life. Who didn't have a previous life? I'll give you 2 choices. One is to reincarnate, and the other is to serve in the netherworld. Magistrate Shui looked at Zhou Xuanji and said calmly. Zhou Xuanji frowned and said, "Can't you just send me back? I don't believe that you don't have the ability to do so. Could it be that this old fellow wanted to keep him?" Magistrate Shui also frowned and said nothing. Judges don't have the ability to reverse yin and yang, and the kings of hell are out on business. They won't be able to return for at least a few decades. You can choose to wait. When the kings of hell return, I'll pass on the news about you. However, living people can't live for too long in the netherworld. You can only stay in this hall and not go out. Magistrate Shui looked at Zhou Xuanji and said slowly, "A few decades?" Zhou Xuanji's expression changed slightly as he asked, "If we stay here for decades, how much time will pass in the northern wilderness region?" Judge Shui replied, "The time in the Yin world is the same as that in the mortal world. How long you stay here is how much time has passed in the world of the living." Come. Wonderful Bookstore. Chapter 360. Hearing Magistrate Shui's words, Zhou Xuanji fell silent for a long time. He raised his head and asked, "Can I cultivate here and open the yin-yang boundary formation by myself in the future?" He thought of the 9 hell flame extinction. Lu Wuji had imparted this divine ability to him while he was recuperating. It was incredibly profound and it would be very difficult to master. Magistrate Shui squinted his eyes and said, "The yin-yang divine art is not tolerated by the heavenly Tao, but I can let you cultivate it and form a good karma." Zhou Xuanji's talent was more than just rare. No one in the mortal realm could rival him. As long as he was given time, he would become an immortal sooner or later, so he wanted to rope Zhou Xuanji in. Or else, why would he let Zhou Xuanji stay in the palace? Zhou Xuanji was stunned and immediately understood what he meant. He cupped his fists and said, "I will remember this favor." He had no other choice but to stay here and cultivate. As for Jiang Shui and the others, with Daoya old man taking care of them, they should be fine. However, when he thought of the death that Daoya old man and Jiang Shui had predicted, his heart tightened. After exchanging a few words with Magistrate Chui, he walked to the side and began to cultivate. Magistrate Chui looked at him quietly, wanting to see the cultivation speed of this genius. Once the Qinsha map was activated, berserk spiritual qi of the heavens and earth flowed into Zhou Xuanji's body, causing Magistrate Chui's expression to change slightly. Magistrate Chui didn't say anything and just quietly watched him cultivate. Zhou Xuanji was not afraid that Magistrate Chui would spy on the Qinsha map or his divine abilities. After all, Magistrate Chui was a high-ranking official in the Netherworld, and his standards were not that low. In the following period of time, every hour, Wu Chang would bring a lone soul into the hall. Most ghosts would either beg for mercy or explain themselves to the infernal judges. Judge Chui first recounted their past in detail, and then decided to send them to hell or reincarnate. Reincarnation also had a primary and secondary distinction. The primary was the human race, the secondary was the other races, the top was wealth and the bottom was poverty. In the previous life, if one had done good deeds and accumulated good karma, one could become a master. In the previous life, if one had done evil, one could become a master. If one had done evil, one would become a master. The peerless fiends didn't even have the chance to reincarnate. They could only suffer in hell for eternity. Zhou Xuanji cultivated while listening to Magistrate Chui's judgment, and he gained a deeper understanding of right and wrong. He first used 10 days to heal the injuries on his physical body before he started to cultivate the 9 hell flame extinction. In front of Magistrate Chui, he didn't want to expose his godly sword, so his recovery was slower. The 9 hell flame extinction was a divine art that contained the profoundness of a formation. It was incomparably complicated. Learning the 9 hell flame extinction was equivalent to grasping the basics of the way of yin and yang. He had to hurry up, or else it would be bad if Lu Wuji returned to the northern wilderness region. Magistrate Chui did not disturb Zhou Xuanji. He would occasionally go out, but he would return after a short while. Every day he had to deal with dozens of cases. Sometimes, the Hell Guard would not come for an hour, and when he did, he would bring a group of wandering ghosts with him. Zhou Xuanji also noticed that there were many impermanences. They all looked similar, but there were dozens of impermanences, or perhaps even more. In the blink of an eye, Zhou Xuanji welcomed his 60th birthday. Analyzed that the sword owner has reached 60 years old. Gotcha started. Ding. Congratulations, the sword owner has obtained Gold Yellow Wind Sword. Celestial Shaking, Sun-Devouring Tiango Sword. The sword spirit's voice made Zhou Xuanji open his eyes. The celestial shaking sword had finally appeared. Indeed, 60 years old was an auspicious period. When he was 59 years old, he obtained 2 amethyst swords. They were the Ghost Walking Sword and the Dark Diamond Gilded Sword. It was not a pleasant surprise. This time he was very happy. However, this was Magistrate Chui's territory, so he didn't dare to take it out. Information about the 2 swords appeared before his eyes. Sword name, Yellow Wind Sword level, gold description. The wind of yellow sand is extremely corrosive. Caution is required when using this sword. Sword name, Sun-Devouring Tiango Sword level, shocking immortal, description. At the beginning of the world, when the sun was born, there was a heavenly dog that specialized in devouring the sun. This sword was formed from the soul of the sun-devouring heavenly dog and contains the mighty power of devouring the sun. It is extremely domineering. Zhou Xuanji's attention was drawn to the sun-devouring Tiango sword. Its name sounded ordinary, but it had the power to devour the sun, making him look forward to it. He had once asked the ancient god sword if it had the power of celestial shaking realm after the 9 souls fused into one. The sword spirit had replied that it was still lacking. Now that he was in possession of the immortal shaking sword, how could he not be overjoyed? If he met Lu Wuji again, he would definitely display his strength. He took a deep breath and continued to cultivate. He had already memorized all the qi circulation methods of the 9 hell flame extinction, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't cultivate it. Helpless, he began to cultivate World Overlord. He suddenly found that after coming to the Netherworld, his comprehension of World Overlord became even faster. He sensed a different power of heaven and earth in the Netherworld. World Overlord controlled the power of heaven and earth and was the sole overlord. After obtaining the sun-devouring Tiango sword, he relaxed and directly entered a state of comprehension. What kind of energy technique is this boy cultivating? He can actually comprehend the power of heaven and earth in the netherworld. Magistrate Chui glanced at Zhou Xuanji and felt inwardly shocked. If this went on, as long as Zhou Xuanji had enough time, he might be able to cultivate a divine ability of the way of yin and yang. Once he reached great accomplishment, he would be able to move freely between the yin and yang realms. Magistrate Chui shook his head and laughed. He did not feel any envy, only some anticipation. Even in the netherworld there were struggles over benefits. Zhou Xuanji's talent was very great and he could use him. Magistrate Chui had a thought and disappeared from where he was. After he returned, he took out a bottle of medicinal pills and gave it to Zhou Xuanji. These are great spirit pills from the netherworld, and they are the salary of netherworld servants. I'll give you a bottle, so cultivate well. Magistrate Chui explained before returning to the hall and continuing to work. Zhou Xuanji felt quite startled and deeply looked at Magistrate Chui. There was no free lunch in the world. It seemed that this fellow needed his help. He was not worried that Magistrate Chui would poison him. With Magistrate Chui's power, it would be easy for him to deal with him. Why would he need to beat around the bush? Zhou Xuanji took out a great spirit pill and ate it. Boom. He felt an explosion in his body, and a berserk spiritual chi ravaged his body. He immediately channeled his energy to cultivate. Magistrate Chui gave a slight smile and picked up a book, reading it with great interest. Great spirit pills were extremely domineering. He used a year to break through to second tribulation scattered immortal. However, Magistrate Chui's great spirit pills were limited, so he could not use them limitlessly. After that, he could only cultivate by himself. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, another 6 years passed. Zhou Xuanji reached 67 years old. Every year, Magistrate Chui would provide him with 2 bottles of great spirit pills. His cultivation also reached third tribulation scattered immortal. He was about to master the 9 hell flame extinction. As for World Overlord, it was too difficult. However, at least he had improved a lot and there was hope. In the past 7 years he had obtained 12 magical swords. The highest was the glorious gold magical sword, and the lowest was the bronze magical sword. It could be seen that every time his luck was off the charts, there would be a period of low times. These 12 divine swords were the Sword of Laceration, Sword of Lick, Sword of Yisai, Sword of Golden Wave, Sword of Small Dao, Sword of Dual-Threaded, Sword of Bird, Sword of Shaking Heaven, Sword of Tall Building, Sword of Autumn Wind, Sword of Poison Tears, and Sword of Retribution. This day after cultivation, Zhou Xuanji asked Magistrate Chui about Jiang Shui's situation. He was already familiar with Magistrate Chui. Usually he would ask about Jiang Shui's lifespan so that he could know whether she was still alive or not. Come. Wonderful Bookstore. Chapter 361. Your wife and daughter are fine. They have a long lifespan. Unless they encounter a power beyond the mortal realm, they will not die within 1,000 years. Magistrate Chui shook his head and said, this brat was good in every aspect, but he was too concerned about his wife and daughter. To a powerful cultivator this was not a good thing. If one was too involved with someone, it would often become one's weakness. Zhou Xuanji was not at ease. It was not like there were no powers beyond the mortal realm. For example, Lu Wuji, Baihao Yisan, Shenyuanzhou, and so on. The northern wilderness region was too dangerous. He did not panic but continued to cultivate with his eyes closed. While he was cultivating World Overlord and 9 Hell Flame Extinction, his understanding of sword souls had also increased. He could use different sword techniques at the same time, so why couldn't he use different sword souls at the same time? This idea shocked him. He had been cultivating for a month. When he created a sword soul, it shook the entire palace, which shocked Magistrate Chui. To prevent Zhou Xuanji from causing any damage, Magistrate Chui created a protective barrier to isolate Zhou Xuanji. At the same time, he created a space with a radius of 30 meters for him to cultivate. As time passed, many impermanences remembered Zhou Xuanji. What was worth mentioning was that Zhou Xuanji encountered some ghosts from the northern wilderness region. They had witnessed Zhou Xuanji establishing a sect, but they were killed by Lu Wuji and fell into the netherworld. Although this made him feel a little emotional, he did not plead for mercy for Zhou Xuanji. Firstly, it was useless. Secondly, he did not want to interfere with the cycle of life and death. 6 years later, Zhou Xuanji's cultivation reached 4th tribulation scattered immortal. He finally mastered 9 hell flame extinction. In these 6 years his name had spread throughout the netherworld. Many ghost servants knew that Magistrate Chui had taken in a living person and was nurturing him. Gradually, those impermanences became respectful to Zhou Xuanji. Without King Yama, the magistrate was the ruler of a territory. It was easy to hide things. Although it was taboo to take in a living person, it was not a big deal to a magistrate. Since ancient times, magistrates had nurtured mortals. The mortals would become immortals and then nurture the magistrates. Immediately, a few Yama kings ascended to their positions through this method. 6 years later, Zhou Xuanji obtained another 8 legendary swords. They were the Defense Sword, Little Dragon Sword, Qin Wind Sword, Balanced Moon Sword, Jietang Sword, Flying Evasion Thunder Sword, Steel Armor Sword, and Earth Core Sword. Zhou Xuanji took a deep breath and got up slowly. He had already stayed in the netherworld for 13 years. He had been reborn and his strength had increased by leaps and bounds. He could witness the cycle of life and death every day, causing his temperament to become even more stable. "Are you ready to leave?" Magistrate Chui asked as he put down the netherworld book. He was a little reluctant to let Zhou Xuanji go. He was already used to Zhou Xuanji's presence. If this brat left, he would most likely feel uncomfortable. Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, "Thank you for taking care of me for so many years. I will never forget this favor. If not, how could reach great immortal how?" "Hi," Zhou said. The Chui said, "Chui. Magistrate. Magistrate hi," he and said, "But in. This kid is really terrifying. He's only 73 years old, but he's already a 4th tribulation loose immortal. He knew. Every person had their own secrets and trump cards. If he wanted to nurture a powerful cultivator naturally had to have these methods. After leaving the magistrate's palace, Zhou Xuanji quickly came to a place without ghosts. He took out the true Lord Xianxing sword and strode out with his right foot. He stabbed the sword into the ground, and massive magic energy exploded out, sweeping through the 1,000 meters of mountainous terrain. Lines of fire appeared in the air. They were complex and complicated, and they quickly ignited into raging flames. 9 Hell Flame Extinction. Zhou Xuanji's expression was cold, but he looked quite nervous. It had been 13 years. He did not know how Skyfall was doing. Also, there was his daughter. A few years ago, when he had asked Magistrate Chui to check Jiang Shui's lifespan, he had found out that he had a daughter. He had felt both happy and guilty. However, when his daughter was born, he had fallen into the netherworld. His daughter had been born, causing him to work even harder. Today he could finally go back. Boom. The 9 Hell Flame Extinction exploded out. Roiling flames rose from the ground, seeming like they were going to break through the sky. Zhou Xuanji was inundated by the flames. The ground beneath his feet was reduced to nothingness and he dived downwards. Swish. At that moment he heard the sound of the air being torn. He looked over and found that Lu Wuji had followed him. He slightly frowned. Why was this fellow nearby? He did not say anything and directly unleashed his sword souls. 3 black sword souls appeared behind him. They were the sky-dominating Divine Sword, Soul Eater Slash, and Tempest Slash. The 3 sword techniques all leaned towards domineering attacks, and they were the easiest to condense sword souls at the same time. The sword souls were all half a meter tall, and they were all savage and dignified, looking like illusory images. Zhou Xuanji used true Lord Xianxing's power, and his aura exploded out as he rushed towards Lu Wuji. Lu Wuji's expression was grim, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. Seeing Zhou Xuanji turn around and charge at him, his fury was ignited. When enemies met, their eyes would burn with hatred. Clang. The true Lord Xianxing's sword collided with Lu Wuji's iron palm. Their gazes met, and both of them could see the unforgettable killing intent in each other's eyes. Zhou Xuanji, I've waited a long time for you. I never thought that you would even learn 9 Hell Flame Extinction. Lu Wuji said coldly. He had stayed in the netherworld for 13 years, but his cultivation had not improved at all. This was because ghosts did not have essence qi, making him feel quite depressed. Afterwards he had found Zhou Xuanji's whereabouts, but with Magistrate Chui's protection he did not dare to get close. He had tried to leave this region, but Magistrate Chui's territory was surrounded by the Yellow Springs, so he could not cross the Yellow Springs and could only hide nearby. He did not dare to rashly use 9 Hell Flame Extinction because he was afraid of being attacked by Magistrate Chui. However, Zhou Xuanji was different. He had Magistrate Chui's protection, and with him using 9 Hell Flame Extinction, there naturally would not be any netherworld experts stopping him. Every time he thought about this he could not help but feel jealous. Lu Wuji's remnant soul was helping Zhou Xuanji, and Magistrate Chui was also protecting Zhou Xuanji. Why did he receive so much love and care? Thinking about that, his expression became more savage. Zhou Xuanji, watch as I turn your bones to dust today. Lu Wuji furiously roared, sending Zhou Xuanji flying back. Zhou Xuanji's black hair danced in the wind as he wildly laughed and said, "Lu Wuji, 13 years ago you were almost killed by me. Now, do you still have the courage to say such words?" He was no longer a first tribulation scattered immortal. He was a fourth tribulation scattered immortal. He swung his sword ferociously, and the three sword souls turned into three beams of black light and shot toward Lu Wuji. Even someone as powerful as Lu Wuji could not dodge in time and was struck by the sword chi formed by the sword souls. Blood spurted all over his body. Zhou Xuanji flipped his left hand, and the sun-devouring Tiango sword appeared in his hand. He quickly activated 10,000 ultimate steps. Psj. Lu Wuji's head flew up, and Zhou Xuanji appeared behind him and kicked him backward. He stepped on Lu Wuji's body and descended swiftly. At the same time, within the magistrate palace, Magistrate Chui put down the Netherworld book in his hand suddenly and said in shock, "This is... wonderful book house." Chapter 362. "Good kid, you've really surprised me." Magistrate Chui smiled faintly, then lowered his eyes and continued to read, ignoring the battle in the distance. Zhou Xuanji held the sun-devouring Tiango sword in his left hand and the true Lord Xianxing sword in his right hand as he stepped on Lu Wuji and descended quickly. Under his suppression, Lu Wuji was unable to break free. This guy's life was indeed tough. Even though he had lost his head, he still had the strength to fight. Soon the two of them passed the yin-yang junction and fell into extreme darkness. Zhou Xuanji continuously used universal attraction, using the soles of his feet to latch onto Lu Wuji, making it so that he could not escape. Being in this darkness, his senses were ineffective. He couldn't use his divine sense to see the situation below, so he could only go with the flow. Interesting. There are actually two great tribulation bodiless immortals between yin and yang. A soft laughter came suddenly, which sent chills down Zhou Xuanji's spine. This voice was illusory and hard to discern. However, to be able to appear between yin and yang, it must be an expert that surpassed the mortal world. I'll give you a palm strike to see if you live or die. If you live and meet me in the future, I'll bestow you with an opportunity. Zhou Xuanji heard him and almost cursed it out loud. Who needs your opportunities? Is there something wrong with him? Before he could curse out loud, a terrifying force struck him, instantly causing him to lose consciousness. GGG, a wave of bird cries woke Zhou Xuanji up. He slowly opened his eyes and saw a field of weeds. At this moment he was lying in the grass, his arms and legs in an exaggerated posture. Not far from him was a headless corpse. It was Lu Wuji. The chaotic memories gradually became clear, and after a while he regained consciousness. Damn it. Don't let me find out who you are, Zhou Xuanji thought as he gritted his teeth. He took out the Holy Light Redemption Sword and used his will to control it to stab into his back. When he saw Lu Wuji's corpse he felt proud. This fellow was finally dead. Just in case, he took out the ancient god sword and stabbed Lu Wuji several hundred times. Only after confirming that this guy was really dead did he change his direction. Lu Wuji's soul emerged from the ancient god sword and he said, "You really are ruthless." After all, it was his corpse and he still had feelings for it. Emperor Zhao also appeared and exclaimed, "That guy from before was really strong. I was so scared that I didn't even dare to come out." Zhou Xuanji could not help but ask who it was. He was really unhappy that he had been hit for no reason. "I'm not sure. To be able to travel between yin and yang, one has to at least be a real god." Lu Wuji sighed, his tone complicated. True god? Could they be immortals and gods? Zhou Xuanji became even more curious and continued to ask. Lu Wuji and Emperor Zhao refused to say anything, making him feel like a cat was scratching his heart. Following this, Zhou Xuanji's attention began to wander. He was wondering if this was the world of the living. No, it shouldn't be the northern wilderness region. During his 13 years in the underworld, he had learned about the existence of many mortal worlds. The northern wilderness region was just a speck of dust in the vast sea of sand. This should be the northern wilderness region. This familiar spiritual energy. Emperor Zhao opened his arms and said in a mesmerized tone. Zhou Xuanji was relieved and began to focus on recuperating. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, a tiger's roar came. A black tiger the size of a bull walked out from the forest. It stared at Zhou Xuanji fiercely with its ferocious eyes, as though it wanted to eat him. Zhou Xuanji was disdainful. Wanting to eat him with only first-rank cultivation? He could just lie here and let the beast bite him and he would be fine. Demon. Get lost. A childish shout could be heard as a chubby boy dressed in animal skin rushed over with a wooden sword in hand. He was white and tender just like a pig. The black tiger turned to look at him. This little fatty looked like he was only 14 or 15 years old. His face was chubby and his eyes were squinted. There were only 2 lines under his eyebrows. He held the wooden sword and cried out fiercely, "Ah, demon, get lost. I'm Sword Emperor Zhou Xuanji's personal disciple. When my revered teacher comes, he will slaughter all your ancestors." This guy spoke as though he was acting in an opera, which almost made Zhou Xuanji laugh out loud. The black tiger stared at the little fatty and roared softly. It leaped up suddenly and pounced at the little fatty. The little fatty was so frightened that the fat on his body trembled. He held the sword with both hands and thrust it toward the sky. "Emperor's way," he roared. "Thousand-hand sword Buddha." P50. The sword flashed and the black tiger fell to the ground. Its head rolled into the grass and blood splattered all over the ground. The little fatty maintained his posture of swinging his sword. Zhou Xuanji, who was about to attack, was stunned. This guy really cultivated sword chi. His cultivation was so low, but he could kill a first-rank demon. The little fatty tried his best to open his eyes wide and cried out excitedly, "Yay! I'm so powerful." After that, he turned around and squatted down in front of Zhou Xuanji. "Little brother, are you okay?" He chuckled. Zhou Xuanji asked curiously, "What sword technique did you use just now?" The sword chi was formless but powerful. "Not bad." The little fatty heard him and laughed proudly. "This is the Emperor's way, thousand-hand sword Buddha. Have you heard of the Sword Emperor? This is what he taught me." Zhou Xuanji blinked and said, "Zhou Xuanji is very young, how can you call him old?" The little fatty glared at him and said, "That's an honorific. He's the youngest top cultivator in history, and he's only 73 years old this year." At the mention of the Sword Emperor, this boy could not stop talking, as if he really was the Sword Emperor's disciple. Zhou Xuanji did not interrupt him and felt quite pleased. 13 years had passed, but my legend still exists. The little fatty suddenly saw the Holy Light Redemption Sword, and his eyes lit up. He instinctively wanted to draw it. "Stop. Don't draw it." Zhou Xuanji cried out, causing the little fatty to tremble and fall to the ground. He felt wronged as he said, "I'm not greedy for this sword. I saw that you were injured and wanted to help you." He noticed Lu Wuji's headless corpse and felt a chill in his heart. What kind of intense battle had happened just then? He felt fear in his heart and wanted to leave. "Tell me your name and where is this place? How far away is it from Skyfall?" Zhou Xuanji said as he looked at the little fatty. His murderous aura almost made the little fatty piss his pants. He did not dare to lie, nor did he dare to run. "I'm Long Xiaoshui. This is the Southern Snow Kingdom, and it's very far from Skyfall. I don't know exactly how far it is either. I'm just a lonely young man from a poor family." The little fatty cried out with a sobbing tone. He felt quite wronged. He had come to save someone, but he had been shouted at instead. The auntie in the village was right. People were sinister and could not be easily trusted. Southern Snow Kingdom, Zhou Xuanji felt quite surprised. What a coincidence. He had never thought that after returning to the northern wilderness region, he would end up in the Southern Snow Kingdom again. However, he was not too familiar with the Southern Snow Kingdom. He had only met Jiang Shui at the border of the Southern Snow Kingdom. "There are many demons nearby, don't run around." Seeing the little fatty's bloodshot eyes, Zhou Xuanji said gently. Long Xiaoshui heard him and immediately became anxious. "I'm not a child. When Zhou Xuanji was 6 years old, he traveled the world with his sword. I'm doing the same. Not only me but Zhou Xuanji's daughter is doing the same. I heard that we lost contact with that girl, and the entire Emperor Sword Court is going crazy. As long as I find her, Zhou Xuanji will take me as his disciple." Come. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 363. What? My daughter is missing? Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes wide and instinctively tried to prop himself up. His muscles were aching as if they were being torn apart and his bones were cracking. He gritted his teeth and asked, "Why did we lose contact with Zhou Xuanji's daughter? Doesn't Emperor Sword Court have many experts?" Long Xiaoshui sighed and said, "It's said that the little princess is very arrogant. She keeps saying that she wants to surpass the Sword Emperor, wanting to imitate the Sword Emperor's path. She tried to run away from home before she was 8 years old and was caught many times." Zhou Xuanji was speechless. "You want to copy me?" he asked gloomily. "How did you know about her?" Long Xiaoshui looked at him in disdain and said, "She was a genius from the moment she was born, and she has a keen understanding of the sword way that surpasses ordinary people. The entire northern wilderness region is talking about her legend. She managed to cultivate sword will at the age of 10. Don't you think that's terrifying?" Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes wide again and asked, Really? He had the supreme legendary sword system, which was why he was able to master sword intent so quickly. Could it be that his daughter also had a subsystem? Or was he also a transmigrator? He was thrown into confusion. Long Xiaoshui placed his hands on his hips and shook his belly as he chuckled. My master's daughter is just that powerful. Zhou Xuanji rolled his eyes at him and said unpleasantly, You spilled the beans just now. Long Xiaoshui replied nonchalantly, It's only a matter of time. What's the harm in calling him master now? Zhou Xuanji was speechless and ignored him. At the thought of his daughter's disappearance, he could not remain calm. He gritted his teeth and tried to stand up. Can you tell me where was the last time Zhou Xuanji's daughter appeared? Zhou Xuanji walked up to Long Xiaoshui with difficulty and asked. Long Xiaoshui was very nervous. He held the wooden sword tightly and replied, It's the Southern Snow Kingdom. I've already said that she wants to imitate my master. I've also traveled thousands of miles to come here. Do you know how much danger I've encountered on the way? Seeing that this guy was going on, Zhou Xuanji became impatient. He waved his hand and interrupted saying, All right, go home. Little kids shouldn't run around. Wait until you're strong enough before going to Skyfall. With Long Xiaoshui's capabilities, he would definitely die a horrible death if he were to encounter a powerful demon. Long Xiaoshui snorted, I won't. I'm going to become the disciple of the Sword Emperor, so how can I be afraid of such a small obstacle? Any later and I can only be the Sword Emperor's grand disciple, or even his great-grand disciple. Zhou Xuanji was so angry that he laughed and punched him. Even though he was heavily injured, he still sent him kneeling on the ground. Long Xiaoshui covered his head with his hands. His eyes were red and filled with tears. Zhou Xuanji asked, You said that you are all alone, is that true? As soon as he came back, he bumped into his little fan. He was hesitating whether he should promote him or not. Long Xiaoshui nodded and stood up. He raised his head and puffed out his chest, saying, I grew up without parents. I wandered the world without any worries. Looking at his smug expression, he seemed to be very proud. Follow me, let's go find Zhou Xuanji's daughter. Zhou Xuanji instructed. After that, he burned Lu Wuji's corpse into ashes before walking in a certain direction. Long Xiaoshui knew a lot of information. He could use him to understand his daughter's mental state. They both wanted to imitate Zhou Xuanji and perhaps they could think of the same thing. Hearing this, Long Xiaoshui immediately became excited. Even though Zhou Xuanji looked like he was going to die, he was still quite ferocious when he roared at him. If he could come with him, he would feel very safe. Just like that, the two of them set off together. Brat, I'm not trying to discourage you, but you look like this and you're called Xiaoshui? I'll be handsome after I slim down. With your talent, even if you enter Emperor Sword Court, you will only be an odd-job disciple. You're looking down on me? Zhou Xuanji continued to bicker with him as he recovered from his injuries. In the netherworld, Magistrate Chui was incredibly busy every day and did not have time to chat with him. It was rare for him to meet such a shameless person, so he naturally could not help but chat with him. Even though this brat was unreliable, he had a righteous heart. He was not bad. Within a mountain range, two women walked through a pine forest. The woman walking in front had a graceful figure. She wore an exquisite green dress and had a pretty face. Her long hair was coiled up on her head, and she was thinking as she walked. The girl behind her looked relatively young, only 13 or 14 years old. She already had a slender and elegant posture. She was dressed in white and her black hair hung down naturally. There was a treasured sword at her waist and her eyes were lively. She looked left and right with a vigilant look. Big sister, is there really an ancient sword emperor's inheritance nearby? The girl in white asked, her tone filled with doubt. There should be many powerful demons gathering around such a powerful inheritance. But the surroundings looked so peaceful, and there was no sense of danger. Little girl, the more powerful the inheritance, the more unexpected it will appear, the woman in green said with a smile. The girl in white could not help but nod when she heard this. She quickly walked to the woman in green and asked, Big sister, you said that the most powerful person in the world is not my father. Who is it? This girl was Zhou Xuanji's daughter, Zhou Xiaoxian. The woman in green lowered her head and smiled as she said, Of course it's Yang Di. Before your father was born he became first in the world 3 times in a row. Even the number 1 demonic cultivator human Xian Xianghua could not do anything to him. He fell to second because he went to the True Dragon clan and was defeated by Lu Wuji in Sun Hill. The world thought that he lost and your father defeated Lu Wuji, so he fell to second. Zhou Xiaoxian came to a realization, but she was still a little doubtful and asked, Could it be that Yang Di never fought with my father? Since she was young, everyone she knew said that Zhou Xuanji was the most powerful, apart from this woman in green. As such, she disliked the halo around her, but deep in her heart, she still hoped that Zhou Xuanji was the most powerful. No, your father is too young. To the northern wilderness, he's just a child. Yang Di used to be first in the world, so how could he lower his back to fight with him? Your father disappeared for 13 years, so Yang Di had no chance to regain his title, the woman in green said as she shook her head. The woman in cyan skirt shook her head. She paused for a while and then said, of course your father's power is beyond doubt. Give him some time and he will surpass Yang Di sooner or later. He is the strongest genius in the history of the human tribe. Zhou Xiaoxian curled her lips and did not answer. What a joke. How can Yang Di compare to Zhou Xuanji? Little girl, don't take your ignorance as fact. Suddenly, a mocking laughter came from the front, and a black-robed elder appeared on a large tree. Wanzong, king of ghosts. 51st in the world. Compared to when he was at Juadi Cliff, he looked even more weathered. He stared at the two women and sneered, Lu Wuji can easily kill a 7th tribulation scattered immortal. Do you know what a 7th tribulation scattered immortal represents? Reaching 4th tribulation scattered immortal gives one the right to become number 1 in the world. If Yang Di had the power of a 7th tribulation scattered immortal, he would have long since established the Great Canal and become a great emperor. He would be undying and indestructible, and he dares to say that he is stronger than Zhou Xuanji? What a joke. Come. Wonderful bookstore. Chapter 364. Who are you? What do you want? The green-dressed lady said in a deep voice. She was embarrassed by Wanzong King Ghostly King. Zhou Xiaoxian was secretly pleased, but she was even more nervous. The reason why she followed the green-dressed woman was to obtain the inheritance of the 9 emperors of the Way of the Sword so that she could catch up to her father. As such, when the woman in green said that the number 1 in the world was not Zhou Xuanji, although she did not completely believe it, she did not object either. After all, Zhou Xuanji had not truly fought with Yang Di. Have you heard of Wanzong King of Ghosts? Wanzong King Spectre said coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, a black dragon descended from the sky and coiled around the tree he was on. Zhou Xiaoxian quickly unsheathed her sword. The lady's expression changed slightly. She gritted her teeth and said, Wanzong King Spectre, we have no enmity between us. What do you want? The person before her was one of the northern wilderness top 100. Even 10 of her would not be a match for him. Wanzong King Spectre said with disdain, you are not qualified to fight with me. I like the girl beside you. His gaze fell on Zhou Xiaoxian as he shook his head and said, little girl, it's reasonable for you to want to chase after your father, but do you know the consequences of your blindness and ignorance? If she uses you as a hostage to threaten your parents and the entire Emperor Sword Court, what will you do? Zhou Xiaoxian was moved. She subconsciously glanced at the green-dressed woman. The lady in the green dress did not look at her. Instead, she stared at Wanzong King Spectre and said in a deep voice, King Spectre, don't talk nonsense. Wanzong King Spectre said with disdain, I will count to 3. If you don't scram you will die. 3. The green-dressed woman clenched her fists tightly under her sleeves. She was extremely angry. However, Wanzong King Ghostly King was too strong and she was powerless to resist. Seeing that Wanzong King Spectre was about to count to 1, she gritted her teeth and fled without looking at Zhou Xiaoxian. Zhou Xiaoxian did not panic. She just frowned. The green-dressed woman fled very quickly, disappearing into the depths of the forest. Wanzong King Spectre landed on the ground and smiled, little girl, follow me. I know of a place where the ancient sword emperor's inheritance is. Zhou Xiaoxian ignored him and sighed, sure enough you're unreliable. With that, she flipped her right hand and a blade of grass appeared in her palm. She popped the grass into her mouth at lightning speed and disappeared from where she stood. Wanzong King Spectre was stunned. He thought that she was going to consume some kind of medicinal herb to raise her strength and fight to the death, but who would have thought that she would vanish just like that? He furrowed his brows and scanned the surroundings with his divine consciousness to capture Zhou Xiaoxuan's aura. However, Zhou Xiaoxuan's aura had stopped at the place where she had disappeared. It was extremely strange. Without hesitation, he hurriedly chased after them with the Black Flood Dragon. The Hunyuan Imperial City, which had once been razed to the ground, had been rebuilt. Sunlight Emperor was floating in the sky, looking down at all the common people and cultivators. He was high above like a god, looking down from above, his divine might vast and mighty. The Hunyuan Empire has declined because of Lu Wuji. I can't bear to see this happen, and I'm determined to take control of the Hunyuan Empire. I'll lead you to establish a great fate empire and bring it to unprecedented heights. I have the help of the true dragon clan, which can increase the Hunyuan Empire's luck. Are you willing? Sunlight Emperor said slowly. His expression was indifferent. No one could see through him. I'm willing. The great emperor is mighty. I will definitely follow the great emperor. Long live Sunlight Emperor. Everyone shouted. Ever since the Hunyuan Imperial City was massacred by Lu Wuji, all the empires wanted to hit them when they were down. It was Sunlight Emperor who supported them after he returned and helped them rebuild their empires. Moreover, Sunlight Emperor was already very powerful. He was once the world's #1. Following him would only bring benefits and no harm. With Sunlight Emperor's support, who would dare to bully them in the future? Sunlight Emperor raised his arms and 9 golden dragons came out from his back. They grew rapidly and turned into 9 giant dragons that roared continuously. An unparalleled divine might wreaked havoc in the world. Everyone looked up. An even larger golden dragon shadow appeared and occupied the sky above the imperial city. It was the dragon vein. Sunlight Emperor looked up and a golden light suddenly shot out from between his eyebrows, shining on the dragon vein. He wanted to absorb the dragon vein. In the north, Feng Kyul sat at the edge of the cliff. Behind him was a wooden house and in front of him was a bonfire. Even though the sky was filled with snow, the bonfire was still burning. He had been guarding here for more than 10 years, but Baihao Yisan had not come up yet. However, in this world of ice and snow, he had learned a lot and had a deeper understanding of divination. Boom! A figure shot into the sky from the canyon, causing the cliffs on both sides to shake violently. Feng Kyul stood up immediately, looking very excited. Following his gaze, there was a figure shining with intense light in the snowy sky. That person was covered in silver battle armor. The wind turned into a silver divine dragon that wrapped around his body. He held a long spear in his hand. The spear's blade was 5 feet long, which was close to half the length of the spear's shaft. He floated in the air and stood proudly. His aura was so strong that the snow couldn't get close to his body. "Ha! I'm back." Baihao Yisan laughed wildly. His heroic spirit soared into the sky and he was filled with battle intent. With the divine weapon in hand and the divine armor on his body, he had nothing to fear in the world. He quickly landed in front of Feng Kyul. The intense light on his body dissipated and his original body appeared. He had a handsome face and a domineering gaze. The corners of his mouth were raised and he seemed quite arrogant. "Do you have the urge to bow down and worship me?" Baihao Yisan held the divine spear and smiled proudly. Feng Kyul nodded excitedly. His aura was no weaker than Lu Wuji's. "Let's go and find Lu Wuji for revenge," Baihao Yisan said with a pleased smile. Baihao Yisan laughed complacently, not placing Lu Wuji in his eyes at all. Feng Kyul shook his head and said, "He's already dead." Having heard this, Baihao Yisan was stunned. "How did he die?" Baihao Yisan asked with a deep frown. Lu Wuji was so powerful. Who in the world could kill him? He was killed by Zhou Xuanji and has been dead for 13 years. Zhou Xuanji disappeared for 13 years as well, and it seems like he perished together with Lu Wuji, Feng Kyul sighed. Before, he had never thought that Zhou Xuanji would be able to kill Lu Wuji. Baihao Yisan fell silent. Damn. How could that brat be so powerful? Zhou Shaoxian hid in a valley. She leaned against the mountain wall and panted. She rejoiced in her heart that she had stolen her mother's concealment grass, or else she would have died today. Thinking about that, she held her breath and looked around the valley. The valley was not big and there were trees everywhere. There were many birds and insects and there were all sorts of flowers under the trees. Her eyes lit up and she immediately walked over. She hid in the forest and began to entertain herself. A while later, 2 male voices came. "Oi oi oi, don't go in. There are demons." "What do you know? This is a good place to hide people. Zhou Xuanji's daughter must be hiding here." Zhou Shaoxian heard them and became extremely anxious. She quickly hid in the bushes. Zhou Xuanji and Long Xiaoshui walked into the valley. Long Xiaoshui trembled and gripped his wooden sword tightly, afraid that demons would rush out. Zhou Xuanji pretended to be calm, but he was laughing in his heart. "Little girl, I know you're here. I'll scare you to death." Chapter 365. As for Zhou Shaoxian running away from home, although Zhou Xuanji felt guilty, he was more angry. This girl was too arrogant. He must learn from her mistakes. To find Zhou Shaoxian, he had spent a whole month searching. Fortunately, his cultivation was high and he could sense Zhou Xiaoshuan's bloodline when he was near. Or else, who knew how long he would have to search. He pretended not to know Zhou Shaoxian was here and wandered around the valley. Long Xiaoshui did not see any demons and heaved a sigh of relief. He wiped his sweat as he complained, "Big brother, are you stupid? Zhou Xiaoxian can't be hiding here. She's Emperor Sword Court's genius. Even if she wanted to hide, she would be in a city. There's a city nearby. Let's go and take a look. We must hurry. If someone finds us and goes to Emperor Sword Court to claim credit, I will not be Zhou Xuanji's personal disciple." At this point he became anxious like an ant on a hot pan. Zhou Xiaoxian, who was hiding in the bushes, heard him and relaxed. It seemed like they were not enemies. They were her father's admirers. "Someone's here," Zhou Xuanji cried out suddenly. Next he tossed out the book cutter sword, which cut through the bushes and landed in front of Zhou Xiaoxian. Her face turned pale. She quickly got up and said, "Don't do it. I have no ill intentions." Long Xiaoshui looked over and opened his eyes wide. His chubby face blushed immediately. It was Zhou Xuanji's first time seeing Zhou Xiaoxian, and he was a little dazed. She really looked like Jiang Shui but also a little different. This girl was pretty like her mother, but her eyes and brows were very similar to his. They were filled with fighting spirit. Zhou Xiaoxian saw Zhou Xuanji too. She felt that she had seen this face before but she could not remember where. When she was young, her mother showed her Zhou Xuanji's portrait, but she could not remember clearly after a long time. Usually she would not want to see her father's portrait. Because she had heard too many stories about Zhou Xuanji, she began to rebel from the age of 6. She wanted to roam the world with her sword every day and shake the world when she was young. Such a pretty girl. Let's kill her and make a stew. Zhou Xuanji suddenly smiled evilly and licked his lips intentionally. Zhou Xiaoshuan's body tensed up when she heard that. Long Xiaoshui's eyes widened as he said in a trembling voice, "Big brother, what are you talking about? Thinking about the days he spent with Zhou Xuanji. If this guy really liked to eat people, f***ck. I'm in such a dangerous situation." Zhou Xuanji waved his right hand, and the book cutter sword returned to his hand. He walked toward Zhou Xiaoxian and chuckled, "Little girl, do you have any last words?" He was quite pleased with himself. He didn't expect Zhou Xiaoxian to have already reached the 10th level of the foundation building realm. She was very close to the enlightening realm. This girl was only 13 years old, but she was already so talented. Sure enough, dragons gave birth to dragons and phoenixes gave birth to phoenixes. Zhou Xiaoxian unsheathed her sword and assumed the stance of the vibrant raindrop sword. "You man-eating demon, do you really think I'm a pushover?" After that, she entered swordwall mode straight away. Stomping on the ground with her right foot, her body spun as she charged toward Zhou Xuanji. Xiao, xiao. Swoosh, the blade trembled and countless sword flowers appeared. They looked like falling petals or a torrential downpour. The sword chi inundated Zhou Xuanji. Long Xiaoshui was dumbfounded. Such a cool sword technique. Compared to her, his Emperor's Way Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha was like sh*t. Zhou Xuanji pretended to receive the attack with great difficulty. He gritted his teeth purposely and cold sweat seeped out of his forehead. Zhou Xiaoshuan's aura grew more powerful, which caught him off guard. Finally, with a loud thump, Zhou Xuanji's book cutter sword flew out of his hand. The tip of Zhou Xiaoshuan's sword was pressed against his throat. "You lost," she said with a cold face. Zhou Xuanji sighed and said, "You should kill me. I want to eat you." Zhou Xiaoxian frowned and snorted, "You are trash. Even if you want to eat me, you can't." Zhou Xuanji almost vomited blood. This girl was too arrogant. And a poisonous tongue. Why was she so similar to Xian Xianghua? At this moment, Long Xiaoshui came over and said with a big smile, "My lady, we don't have any ill intentions. He's just joking with you. If he wanted to eat you, he would have eaten me long ago." Even though he said this, he was not confident in his heart. After spending a month with Zhou Xuanji, he felt that this guy was temperamental like a lunatic. Zhou Xiaoxian sheathed her sword and said, "You are looking for Zhou Xiaoxian?" Long Xiaoshui nodded. "You are Zhou Xiaoxian?" He asked with his eyes wide open and breathing rapidly. She was so young and had such exquisite sword techniques. She must be. He became excited immediately and said, rubbing his hands, "Follow me back to Emperor Sword Court and ask the Sword Emperor to take me as his disciple." The heavens did not disappoint those who worked hard. Zhou Xiaoxian sized him up and shook her head, saying, "Your talent is too poor. You can only be an odd-job servant." Long Xiaoshui's smile froze immediately. "Moreover, my father disappeared for 13 years. I have not seen him since I was born." "Don't think about him anymore," Zhou Xiaoxian said with curled lips. Zhou Xiaoxian curled her lips. Speaking of this matter, she was filled with righteous indignation. She had not seen her father since she was young, so naturally she was indignant. However, she did not object to Zhou Xuanji fighting Lu Wuji. If she were Zhou Xuanji, she would do the same. Just like Emperor Sword Court's motto, to support the world with the sword and save the world with the sword. But even though she was rational, she was still very sad without her father. Sometimes, even she could not understand her own complicated emotions. Don't worry. The Sword Emperor is unparalleled in the world. He must be an isolated cultivation. Long Xiaoshui said with his hands on his waist. Seeing how he was acting like Zhou Xuanji's fanboy, Zhou Xiaoxian did not have any ill feelings toward him. Zhou Xuanji said, "You are not powerful enough. Instead of wandering around, why don't you go back and cultivate? There are so many sword techniques in Emperor Sword Court, enough for you to cultivate for a few thousand years." Zhou Xiaoxian stared at him and said, "What do you know? I'm going to search for the inheritance of the ancient sword emperors. My father obtained 2 inheritances. I want 3 too." Zhou Xuanji was furious. Why did this little girl have to fight with him for everything? "Jijage, I finally found you." A sinister laughter came. A strand of ghost chi descended from the sky and landed beside the 3 of them. It was Wanzong King's specter. Zhou Xiaoshuan's face was pale. She only had 1 concealing grass. It was over. Long Xiaoshui was also shocked by Wanzong King Specter's appearance. After the ghost chi dissipated, Wanzong King Specter appeared. He glanced at Zhou Xuanji and Zhou Xiaoxian but did not care. "Hold on. He is..." Wanzong King Specter opened his eyes wide as though he had seen a ghost. He was so frightened that he turned into a strand of ghost chi and flew away immediately. Ugh, Zhou Xiaoxian was stunned. He left just like that? She looked at Zhou Xuanji and Long Xiaoshui instinctively but did not see anything wrong. She looked around and thought that there were horrifying demons hiding in the dark. "I have to go. Bye." Zhou Xiaoxian waved her right hand and left on her sword. Long Xiaoshui wanted to chase after her but was stopped by Zhou Xuanji. After Zhou Xiaoxian left the valley, Zhou Xuanji waved his right hand and slashed out with the windcutter sword. Ah! A miserable cry came from the top of the mountain. Next, a silhouette fell down. It was the girl in the green dress who followed Zhou Xiaoxian. Chapter 366. The lady in green dress was stabbed in the abdomen by the windcutter sword. Blood gushed out along the blade. She climbed up from the ground and stared at Zhou Xuanji. "Who are you? You are so powerful but you pretended to be weaker than that girl," she asked with gritted teeth. Zhou Xuanji used universal attraction, sucking her in front of him and gripping her throat. He stared into her eyes and coldly said, "Evildoer, don't think that I can't see through your true form just because you're in human form. Zhou Xiaoxian, what are you trying to do? Monster?" Long Xiaoshui shuddered. However, he was more curious about Zhou Xuanji's strength. Compared to before, he was like a completely different person. After interacting with Zhou Xuanji for a month, he still could not tell how powerful Zhou Xuanji was. It was as though no matter what demons they encountered, they could not even withstand a single blow from him. Could it be that the old evil devil was scared away by this guy? The green-dressed woman's expression changed. Even Wanzong King Specter could not see through her true form, but Zhou Xuanji could do it with a glance, which made her shudder. "Speak or die," Zhou Xuanji said coldly. A horrifying murderous aura engulfed the lady in green, and she trembled in fear. This truth sword was drawn and pierced into her chest. She gritted her teeth and said, "I am Jihuang Demon Lord's daughter. I want revenge. I want to capture Zhou Xiaoxian and force Zhou Xuanji to come out." Her eyes widened and her face was filled with fear. Why did she tell the truth? Zhou Xuanji squinted his eyes. He did not expect Jihuang Demon Lord to have a daughter. That's right, as the sovereign of the demon race, he must have countless children. Zhou Xuanji suddenly sheathed his sword and smiled. "So that's how it is. You can leave then." The woman in green was stunned. She had already made up her mind to die, but she did not expect Zhou Xuanji to let her go. She immediately leaped up and fled quickly, afraid that Zhou Xuanji would change his mind. Long Xiaoshui panicked and said, "She's a demon and she wants to kill Zhou Xiaoxian. How can we let her go?" Zhou Xuanji glanced at him and said, "You are going to chase after him?" Long Xiaoshui choked. Zhou Xuanji slowed down his tone and said, "Go to Great Zhou and find the Hidden Sword Sect's elder, Qiu Bailey. Ask him to recommend you to Emperor Sword Court." With a flip of his right hand, a token appeared in his hand. The token was black iron in color, and its top was formed by 2 crossed swords. The word, Emperor, was engraved between the blades. Emperor Sword Token. Long Xiaoshui was dumbfounded. He only came back to his senses after receiving the Emperor's sword token. Zhou Xuanji brushed past him. He quickly asked, "Who the hell are you?" Zhou Xuanji glanced at him and smiled, "Using the sword to support the world, using the sword to save the world." After he spoke, Zhou Xuanji disappeared. Long Xiaoshui became excited. These words were the words of the Emperor's Sword Court. Could it be that this fellow was a disciple of the Emperor's Sword Court? It turned out that he was sent by Emperor's Sword Court to protect Zhou Xiaoxian. Long Xiaoshui happily walked out of the valley, ready to find the hidden sword sect. After leaving the valley, Zhou Xuanji quickly tracked down Zhou Xiaoxian. He did not jump out immediately but followed her. He had purposely let the green-dressed woman go in order to create danger for Zhou Xiaoxian. He would only make a move when her life was in danger. Only then would she learn her lesson and not run away from home so easily in the future. At the same time, Zhou Xuanji wanted to tell her that traveling the world was very dangerous, especially when she was alone. He wanted her to understand the importance of power. Zhou Xuanji lay on the formless sword and traveled freely above the clouds. The spiritual qi in the world of the living was much fresher than in the netherworld, which made him feel more comfortable. "You are back indeed." A voice came into Zhou Xuanji's ears. He did not open his eyes but he knew who it was. It was Dao Seeker. "Are you a dog?" He asked casually, "Your nose is so sensitive. I just came back and you are here." He still had some complaints about Dao Seeker. During the battle at the Hunyuan royal city, Dao Seeker was watching the battle too. When he and Lu Wuji lost their ability to fight, this guy did not save him. Dao Seeker was wearing a Taoist robe. His expression was calm just like 13 years ago. He stared at Zhou Xuanji and said, "I know you have complaints. As a tribulation executive I can't do anything. This is not important. You have returned safely, and the catastrophe of the northern wilderness region has just begun. You are the top cultivator in the world and your responsibilities have just begun." Zhou Xuanji opened one eye and asked, "What do you mean? Lu Wuji just died and someone else jumped out. Bai Hao Yisin?" He felt depressed. Why were there so many things? People like Lu Wuji, Bai Hao Yisin, and Shi Shinzong could reign supreme in an era, and it was rare to see one in 10,000 years. But in his era he encountered all of them at once. There was also heaven and the threat from overseas. Is heaven against me? The heavenly Xinyuan clan lost 2 geniuses, and they are furious at the northern wilderness region. They are preparing to send powerful cultivators from the upper realm down to enslave the northern wilderness region. Other than that, the descendant of the demonic emperor bloodline has already appeared. More accurately, he was born a long time ago, but his fate was only revealed recently. Dao Seeker sighed. He felt helpless too. The descendant of the demonic emperor bloodline? Zhou Xuanji heard about it from Jiang Wudi a long time ago. He asked with a frown, "Who is the descendant of the demonic emperor bloodline?" At the same time he was full of doubts about the heavenly Xinyuan clan. Could the upper realm bully the mortal realm so casually? Dao Seeker shook his head and said, "I'm not sure. No one knows, but you must be prepared. You are now the top cultivator in the world, and you have the greatest hope of becoming a great emperor. As long as you protect the northern wilderness region and kill all these powerful enemies, you will be recognized by the heavenly law and become a great emperor. When you ascend to the upper realm, your status will not be low." Becoming a great emperor. Zhou Xuanji squinted his eyes and his mind became active. Dao Seeker did not speak anymore and let him think alone. After that, Dao Seeker turned around and dissipated into a puff of smoke. Zhou Xuanji got up with a flip and spat. "Great. Since I'm already the top cultivator in the world, don't think about kicking me down." After returning from the netherworld, he killed Lu Wuji easily, which boosted his confidence. He was not afraid of trouble. Zhou Xiaoxian, who was below, stopped by the river and began drinking water. She sat by the river and drank a few mouthfuls of water. She did not get up but looked into the distance with a pout. She regretted leaving Skyfall for so long. She was still a child after all, and it was inevitable for her to miss home. Zhou Xuanji looked at her from the sky and could not help but recall the past. For the next period of time, the moon set and the sun rose. No matter where Zhou Xiaoxian went, Zhou Xuanji followed her and did not show himself. In the palace of the Hunyuan Empire's royal palace, Yang Di sat on the throne with 9 little golden dragons by his feet. They were all sleeping soundly, and their nostrils and mouths were breathing out scorching air. He had already absorbed the dragon vein, and his cultivation had reached an unprecedented level. The fate of countless people in the Hunyuan Empire was gathered on him, which was unprecedented. He looked up at the palace and saw the man in the woven rush raincoat standing before him. What's your ambition? You got the dragon vein and absorbed it completely to transform it into your magic energy, while the people of the Hunyuan Empire will face a catastrophe. You lied to them, the man in the woven rush raincoat said with a deep voice. He could not hide the anger in his tone. He chose Yang Di. But Yang Di went against their initial agreement. Someone said that he must not let Long Xiaoshui marry Zhou Xiaoxian. This was a strange point of view. How could he tell that they were going to be together? He was neither handsome nor vulgar. Unless he was the main character, how could he win against the proud lady? Mobile version of the fastest updated website. Chapter 367. Sunlight Emperor stared at the man in the woven rush raincoat indifferently and said, "You wanted me to become the strongest in the world, and I did it. You wanted me to create the Great Fate Empire, and I am working hard. You wanted me to guard the future of the human race, and I am waiting." You're talking nonsense. Do you think this is easy? Why can't this emperor pursue power? His majestic voice echoed throughout the hall, like a god interrogating mortals. The man in the raincoat gritted his teeth and said, "I told you to guard the future of the human race, including protecting every mortal who isn't a great villain." The corners of Sunlight Emperor's mouth rose. He shook his head and laughed, saying, "You are so naive. There is no perfect method in the world. How many lifetimes have you lived for your great ambition? How many deaths have you seen?" The man in the straw raincoat was so angry that his entire body was trembling. This brat had completely betrayed them. He was filled with regret. If he had known this would happen, he would have chosen someone else from back then. Sunlight Emperor waved his hand and said, "You should have retired and ascended long ago. You are powerless to stay in the human world. Why bother?" The man in the raincoat snorted coldly, flicked his sleeves and left. Looking at his back, Sunlight Emperor's expression became cold, with killing intent flashing in his eyes. "How can you understand this emperor's ambition?" Sunlight Emperor murmured to himself. His tone was full of disdain. In the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed. Zhou Xuanji followed Zhou Xiaoxian across mountains and lakes. The girl encountered many demons, but with the vibrant raindrop sword, she overcame all obstacles, and her sword techniques became more and more powerful. But from the looks of it, it would take at least a few thousand years for her to find the legacy of the ancient emperor. Zhou Xuanji was a little frustrated. Why hadn't Jihuang Demon Lord's daughter acted? Running away from home this time made Zhou Xiaoxian feel an unprecedented loneliness, but it also made her gradually stronger. On this day she practiced her swordsmanship as she advanced. In front of her was a boundless grassland with no end in sight. With a bitter expression, she sighed and said, "Sigh, when will I be able to find the inheritance of the ancient sword emperors? I really miss Mother's lotus seed soup." Being alone outside, everything she ate tasted tasteless. Her mouth was so bland that it was about to fall out of her mouth. The more she thought about it, the more upset she felt. But soon she adjusted her mood and continued on her way. Zhou Xuanji, on the other hand, felt quite spirited. This was because there was a very powerful aura on the grassland, beyond the Mahayana realm. Strange, how could there be such an expert near the southern snow kingdom? "Are you all here to capture my daughter?" Zhou Xuanji rubbed his chin and mumbled to himself. There were not many great tribulations scattered immortals in the world. Especially after Lu Wuji was born. That fellow had killed more than half of the human race's peak experts. Fortunately, Zhou Xuanji had also killed all of the demon race's peak experts, so the two races were still at peace. 100 miles away from Zhou Xiaoxian, a man in a tattered armor was sitting cross-legged on the grass. There were 2 scars on his face on both sides of his cheeks. His pupils were green and he had no eyebrows. His hair was tied back with a string. His eyes were locked onto Zhou Xiaoxian. The Sword Emperor's daughter is indeed blessed. He muttered to himself with a strange smile on his face. After a long while, Zhou Xiaoxian finally saw him and subconsciously stopped. The armor on his body was broken, as if he had just gone through a fierce battle, causing people to feel apprehensive. Zhou Xiaoxian frowned. After a moment of thought, she turned around and walked in another direction. At this moment, the armored man stood up, scaring her into drawing her sword. Zhou Xuanji's daughter? TSK. Such audacity to travel the world alone. Come with me. As long as you perform well, I can grant you power that surpasses your father. The armored man laughed softly as he walked toward Zhou Xiaoxian. Who are you? Zhou Xiaoxian asked with gritted teeth. Given how arrogant he was, he might not be an ordinary person. She was anxious. Without the concealing grass, who could protect her? I'm from overseas and have been in the northern wilderness region for 100 years. I've seen Zhou Xuanji rise to fame and shake the world. You are his daughter, and your talent is not inferior to his. Come with me and I will take you as my disciple. In the future you can ascend and even become an immortal. The armored man continued to speak with a passionate smile in his eyes. I can ascend with my father, Zhou Shaoxian said warily. Hearing this, the armored man laughed heartily into the sky. He laughed heartily. Your father? He's already dead. He fell into hell. How can he rise again? Even if he returns, he will be reincarnated. The 8 sanctums did not mention this. Do you know why? It's not to commemorate the Sword Emperor but to intimidate the demons and overseas factions. After all, he was the invincible person who killed Lu Wuji. Zhou Xiaoxuan's face turned pale. She had been waiting for her father's return. But sometimes she would think to the extreme. Although she said that she wanted to surpass Zhou Xuanji, if Zhou Xuanji was not around, it would be meaningless even if she could surpass him. She recalled the scene of her mother crying quietly in the middle of the night. The more she thought about it, the more terrified she became. Sorrow welled up in her heart, and she felt as though the world was falling apart. The northern wilderness region is in its final phase. The world epic is here, and a new overlord is about to appear. You will surely die if you stay in the northern wilderness region. Follow me. This is your serendipity. The armored man came up to Zhou Shaoxian and looked down at her. She was so frightened that she stumbled backward. Swoosh! An air-piercing sound came and landed between the two of them. It was the dog-culling sword. The two turned around and saw Zhou Xuanji dashing toward them from the end of the grassy plain. It's him. Zhou Shaoxian opened her eyes wide. She did not expect that the loser would come to save her. Zhou Xuanji suppressed his aura to the great realization stage intentionally and came up to Zhou Shaoxian quickly. He raised his right hand, and the dog-culling sword appeared in his hand. Little girl, are you afraid? Zhou Xuanji stared at the armored man and said with a deep voice. Zhou Shaoxian heard him and immediately raised her sword. I'm not afraid, she said softly. The armored man smiled disdainfully and said, Great realization. Powerful indeed. Seems like Emperor Sword Court already knows of her whereabouts. Zhou Xuanji used the sword, so he naturally thought of Emperor Sword Court. It's a pity that I'm a second tribulation scattered immortal. Do you want to die? The armored man laughed sinisterly, which shocked Zhou Shaoxian so much that her pupils contracted. Second tribulation scattered immortal. Other than Zhou Xuanji, no one else in Emperor Sword Court had reached the Great Tribulation scattered immortal stage. She smiled bitterly and mumbled, It's over? It's over? She was still one step away from the enlightening stage. How could she defeat the armored man? With his back facing her, Zhou Xuanji said, Do you regret it now? If you had cultivated an Emperor Sword Court and worked hard to become more powerful, you would not be in danger today. Your father didn't have a choice back then. He created Emperor Sword Court so that you could cultivate peacefully, but you didn't cherish it. If your father really died and you were captured, how sad would your mother be? You are her only relative in this world. Zhou Shaoxian felt ashamed of herself. Her body trembled as she held the sword in her hand tightly. The armored man raised his right hand, and a black halberd appeared in his hand. Isn't it a little too late to preach now? He laughed loudly. Mobile version of the fastest updated website. Chapter 368. The armored man slashed at Zhou Xuanji with his halberd. Zhou Xuanji blocked with his sword. He pretended to be defeated and was forced to retreat, which made Zhou Xiaoxuan's heart beat faster. Brat, it's your serendipity to die in my hands. The armored man laughed. He did not cast any spells or divine abilities but hacked at Zhou Xuanji with his halberd. Zhou Xuanji was caught off guard and was forced to retreat. Zhou Shaoxian gritted her teeth and charged at him with her sword. The armored man swung his halberd casually and sent Zhou Shaoxian flying away. Seeing that his daughter was vomiting blood, Zhou Xuanji's eyes turned cold. But he still pretended to be defeated. This was a good opportunity for Zhou Shaoxian to understand the dangers of the world and how weak she was. Clang, clang, clang. Zhou Xuanji and the armored man began fighting fiercely. Both of them were locked in a fierce battle. He purposely used the 8-step sword lunge and charged at the armored man from different directions, as though he was giving it his all. But the armored man forced him back again and again. To make it more exciting, Zhou Xuanji forced out a mouthful of blood and spat it into the air. He looked dispirited like an arrow at the end of its flight. Stop. I'll go with you. Zhou Shaoxian opened her eyes wide and shouted. After that, she wiped the blood at the corner of her mouth and walked toward the armored man. She looked at Zhou Xuanji apologetically. If not for her, Zhou Xuanji would not have been so severely injured. She did not have the time to recall if she had met Zhou Xuanji in Emperor Sword Court. She was filled with unwillingness and guilt, which made her feel like the world had turned dark. If only she was powerful enough, if only she was as powerful as her father, if only she did not leave the mountain. Extreme regret made her eyes glow with purple light. She lowered her head and no one noticed her abnormality. Why are you leaving? You are not as good as your father in this aspect. Zhou Xuanji, whose face was covered in blood, shouted with gritted teeth. His eyes were filled with rage. The world only knows about your father's talent and prowess. But do you know how he got to where he is today? He encountered too many enemies who were far more powerful than him. But to protect the people around him and to take revenge, he wandered between life and death time after time. He was never afraid. Lu Wuji has surpassed 8th tribulation scattered immortal, and your father is no match for him. However, for the northern wilderness region, for all of you, he will fight to the death. Don't be afraid of regret. You should turn your regret into fighting spirit. Hold the sword in your hand tightly and fight with me. Either we die or he dies. If Zhou Xiaoxian really left with the armored man, she would be traumatized for the rest of her life. Of course, with Zhou Xuanji around, half of the armored man's body was already in the ground. Hearing this, Zhou Xiaoxuan's body swayed. She took a deep breath and tried to calm herself down. She suddenly raised her head and gritted her teeth. You're right, I can't be a disgrace to my father. She grew up listening to her father's legendary stories, so she knew that Zhou Xuanji was telling the truth. With that thought, she raised her sword and rushed towards the armored man. Zhou Xuanji moved simultaneously. The father and daughter attacked the armored man together. To prevent Zhou Xiaoxian from being injured, Zhou Xuanji increased the power of his attacks. At the same time, he helped Zhou Xiaoxian defend against the armored man's magic energy. The two of them worked together and caught the armored man off guard. Soon, Zhou Xiaoxian managed to injure him. Zhou Xiaoxuan's sword gale was more ferocious. Not only did she know the vibrant raindrop sword, but she also knew the 8-step sword lunge. Just like Zhou Xuanji, she fought like a phantom, except that her speed and aura were far inferior. What's going on? The armored man opened his eyes wide. Waves of shock surged in his heart. He glanced at Zhou Xuanji instinctively. This bastard is pretending to be weak. He was furious. He shook his arms and a horrifying aura exploded, sending Zhou Xiaoxian flying away. Zhou Xuanji quickly caught her in his arms. The grass swayed, and a visible wave of energy transformed into a long pillar that soared into the sky. Worm! You dare to make fun of me? You're courting death. The armored man roared furiously. He raised his halberd high, and the blade glowed with a black radiance, which gathered the thunderclouds. Zhou Xiaoxian opened her eyes wide in shock. It was her first time feeling the aura of a great tribulation scattered immortal. So powerful. She felt like she was facing a god. He was only a 2nd tribulation scattered immortal. How horrifying was the Lu Wuji that her father was facing. Cold sweat trickled down her forehead. Zhou Xuanji held her up and said with a bitter smile, "My lady, it seems like we are going to die here." Zhou Xiaoxian bit her lip and got up with her sword. Zhou Xuanji noticed her pupils and frowned. Her pupils turned purple. Looking closely, there was a purple Tai Chi diagram in each of her pupils. How can it be? He was stunned. The purple Tai Chi diagram was the symbol of world reincarnation. How could this girl know it? Could it be the violet demon monarch's heart? Before he could think, the armored man slashed at him with his halberd. A horrifying saber chi tore through the ground like a roaring dragon. A violent gale blew, intending to sweep Zhou Xuanji and Zhou Xiaoxian away. Facing such an attack, Zhou Xuanji sighed softly. It seemed like he could not put on a show anymore. Boom! A ball of flames descended from the sky and hit the armored man, burning him into ashes immediately. The waves of flames swept in all directions. Zhou Xuanji quickly carried Zhou Xiaoxian and flew far away. After the two landed, they looked up and saw many fireballs in the sky. They streaked across the clouds toward the horizon. Each fireball left a long trail of smoke behind them, like a meteor shower. What's that? Zhou Xiaoxian asked in astonishment with her eyes wide open. The arrogant armored man died just like that? Zhou Xuanji frowned tightly. He sensed many powerful auras. Within those fireballs were people. Each of them had surpassed the great realization stage. So many great tribulation scattered immortals. Heavenly Shenyuan clan. The upper realm was going to enslave the northern wilderness region. TSK. I didn't expect to encounter a 2nd tribulation scattered immortal right after I descended. Interesting. A mocking laughter came from the wave of flames. The two turned around and saw a silhouette rising from the wave of flames. He wore an exquisite and heavy golden armor with a red cape on his back. His face was handsome and domineering, and he wore a golden cow-horned crown on his head. In his hand was an extremely exaggerated halberd. He stared at Zhou Xuanji and Zhou Xiaoxian and said with interest, "Your fates are so unpredictable. I will kill you first to prevent any unexpected changes." After that, he flew toward Zhou Xuanji and Zhou Xiaoxian with his halberd. This person killed a second tribulation scattered immortal instantly. Zhou Xiaoxian swallowed her saliva out of fear. "What would my father do in such a situation?" she asked softly. Zhou Xuanji sighed. "If it were before, he would surely flee." She frowned and turned to look at Zhou Xuanji furiously. "What about now? This guy made her father sound so brave and fearless. Why did he change his words now?" Zhou Xuanji took a step forward and stared at the armored man. "He has a daughter, so he must fight, of course." His voice was soft but firm. Numerous legendary swords appeared above his head. Each of them was emanating a unique aura and radiance, which illuminated Zhou Xiaoxuan's pretty face. He let go of the dog-culling sword, and the heavenly retribution martial punishment sword and true Lord Xianxing sword appeared in his hands. With both swords in hand, he no longer concealed his aura. His sword Qi soared into the sky like a legendary sword. "This is..." Zhou Xiaoxian opened her eyes wide. She fell into a daze and let go of her sword instinctively. Mobile version of the fastest updated website. M. Chapter 369. Fourth Tribulation Scattered Immortal? Impressive. The golden-armored man sneered. He still did not take Zhou Xuanji seriously. He continued to fly toward Zhou Xuanji and Zhou Xuanji. Suddenly, he stopped and said in astonishment, "So many swords and such cultivation. Could you be the Sword Emperor Zhou Xuanji?" Zhou Xiaoxian looked at Zhou Xuanji's back blankly. Her white clothes fluttered in the strong wind. "Father?" she mumbled. The blood on Zhou Xuanji's body receded at a speed visible to the naked eye. His face was as smooth as jade and he smiled as he said, "Heavenly Shenyuan clan, right? Do you really think that the northern wilderness region is something that you can do whatever you want?" It was his first time acting cool in front of his daughter. It was so exciting. This battle must be clean, handsome, domineering, and majestic. "Zhou Xuanji, you are on my clan's kill list. Remember, the person who killed you is Shenyuan Huangqin." The golden-armored man became excited immediately. He charged toward Zhou Xuanji with his halberd. Zhou Xuanji was even faster. He activated the Emperor's Wei Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha straightaway. A majestic golden Buddha rose from the ground, illuminating the land with a divine golden radiance. He merged into the Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha's body, and 1,000 golden arms grew out from his back. Clang! The halberd struck the Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha but did not cause any damage. Zhou Xiaoxian raised her head and clasped her hands before her chest. Her mouth was wide open and she looked shocked. She had seen the Emperor's Wei Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha at Skyfall, but she had never seen such a majestic one. It was like a Saint Buddha descending from the heavens, unreachable and sacred. So powerful, her eyes were beaming with excitement. So this was her father's power. At the same time she was ashamed and angry. Zhou Xuanji must have been following her since 2 months ago. Didn't he see all her embarrassment and fear along the way? But she felt even more blissful in her heart. Her mother did not lie to her. If her father was here he would surely dote on her. "Xiaoxian, watch carefully. I will teach you when we get back." Zhou Xuanji's arrogant laughter came. He did not take Shenyuan Huangqin seriously at all. The Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha attacked. 1,000 swords merged into one, and the attack was extremely fast. Shenyuan Huangqin was shocked. He could not dodge in time and was slashed into the ground. Boom! The earth shattered and dust flew everywhere, covering the sky. Zhou Xiaoxian screamed as she was sent flying by the violent tremors on the ground. Fortunately, a huge golden hand caught her. The golden hand placed her on the head of the Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha. She was pleasantly surprised. Looking down from here, everything seemed so small. The Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha opened its eyes and shouted, "Chaos!" Even Zhou Xiaoxuan's blood began to boil when she heard the roar that shook the heavens and earth. Streaks of sword shadows appeared out of thin air around the Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha. There were so many of them that her eyes widened in shock. Great Chaos Sword Shadow. Zhou Xuanji rarely used this sword technique. Although it had great destructive power, it was not suitable for one-on-one battles. Today, in order to let his daughter see how strong he was, he naturally had to choose a gorgeous and domineering sword technique. In an instant, millions of sword images floated in the air. Each sword image was 30 meters long and looked like Zhou Xuanji's legendary swords. This move used up all of his magic power. Fortunately, he had the Tianxia map. What kind of sword technique is this? Zhou Xiaoxuan's face was red with excitement. She looked around and decided that she must learn this sword technique. The ground was covered by a dust storm. Xinyuan Huangchen leaped up. His face was covered with blood, and his chest almost exploded from anger. Zhou Xuanji, don't be so arrogant. He roared furiously and swung his halberd quickly. A violent gale blew and turned into a gigantic wind dragon that coiled around his body. At first glance, this wind dragon was no smaller than the thousand-hand sword Buddha. The two of them confronted each other like two giant mountains. Far away, a group of cultivators stood on the peak of a mountain. All of them were stunned. They were disciples of a sect who went out to train. They did not expect to witness a huge battle in the distance. Emperor's Way thousand-hand sword Buddha. It's the Sword Emperor. The Sword Emperor. Ha, I told you that the Sword Emperor is not dead. Such a domineering sword Buddha. Who's the other person? Such a powerful aura. Could it be Yangdi? Too powerful. Are they immortal gods? These cultivators discussed excitedly. They did not expect to encounter such a huge battle during their training. Even though they were just spectators, it broadened their horizons greatly. Zhou Xuanji controlled the primordial chaos sword shadow with his mind. The sword shadow was like a downpour of rain, like the toppling of mountains and rivers. Its aura could break the heavens and was unstoppable. Xinyuan Huangchen controlled the wind dragon to attack as well. Boom! The two horrifying energies clashed together. The dust on the grassy plain dispersed and the mountains far away shook. Thunderclouds billowed. Zhou Xuanji had two intimidating spirit legendary swords in his hands. His power was definitely not that of a fourth tribulation scattered immortal. The wind dragon was penetrated by the sword shadow and dispersed in a short while. Xinyuan Huangchen held his halberd with both hands and spun it to block the sword shadow. Even if he could block it, he was forced back continuously. This guy is so powerful. No wonder he could defeat Shenzong. Xinyuan Huangchen thought to himself with gritted teeth. His eyes were filled with murderous aura. How could he lose to Zhou Xuanji when he just descended into the mortal realm? He cried out furiously and swung his halberd ferociously. Countless wind dragons appeared and charged toward the thousand-hand sword Buddha with a roar. Zhou Xuanji decided to end the battle quickly without any delay. The thousand-hand sword Buddha disappeared into thin air. Zhou Xiaoxian shrieked and fell down. Zhou Xuanji wrapped his left arm around her waist and held True Lord Xianxing's sword in his right hand. He conjured the sky-dominating divine sword Soul. Zhou Xiaoxian looked up at him. His handsome and confident face gave her a sense of security that she had never felt before. She could not help but praise him in her heart. So handsome. No wonder her mother often said that her father was the most handsome man in the world. She did not believe it before, but now she did. My good daughter, look closely. Let me show you how your father kills the enemy. Zhou Xuanji said with a heroic smile. After he spoke, he came up to Xinyuan Huangchen with the 8-step sword lunge. Zhou Xiaoxian felt her vision blur, and Xinyuan Huangchen appeared before her. His face was so hideous as though he was possessed by a malicious spirit. At this moment, a black beam of light flashed before her eyes. Boom! A powerful light burst forth. She did not feel any wind or waves, but she could hear an incessant rumble. When the powerful light dissipated, Xinyuan Huangchen was nowhere to be seen. The 3 golden storage rings landed on True Lord Xianxing's sword's blade but did not fall off. A 5th tribulation scattered immortal is powerful indeed. But it's a pity that you picked the wrong opponent. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and smiled, which made Zhou Xiaoxian admire him. She did not even see how Zhou Xuanji attacked, and the enemy was already dead. Moreover, the enemy was a 5th tribulation scattered immortal. With such cultivation, he was qualified to be the top cultivator in the world. She suddenly thought of the lady in green and snorted coldly in her heart. My father is still the most powerful. You are just a frog at the bottom of a well. She believed that if the lady in green witnessed this battle, she would not make such wild claims. Her father was the top cultivator in the world. Come. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 370. Zhou Xuanji left the battlefield quickly with Zhou Xiaoxian, but the spectators did not leave. They were shocked and could not calm down for a long time. Half an hour later, the father and daughter landed beside a river. Zhou Xuanji put down Zhou Xiaoxian and stretched his waist. How is it? Do you still dare to run away from home? He asked with a smile. Zhou Xiaoxian heard him and blushed. She turned her head and snorted, "If I don't run away from home, can I force you out?" Although she was pleasantly surprised by Zhou Xuanji's appearance, she did not hug him directly. After the battle, her mood became complicated. Since she was born, she had never seen Zhou Xuanji. The unexpected meeting made her a little awkward. She did not know how she should face him. The more she thought about it, the more tears welled up in her eyes. She had an urge to cry. Zhou Xuanji saw this and sat down with his legs crossed. "How about I tell you a story?" he asked with a smile. Zhou Xiaoxian heard him and sat down beside him. "Tell me." She snorted. Her mother often mentioned that Zhou Xuanji would tell her stories to comfort her when they were young. A long time ago, the immortals lived in the heavenly court. The ruler of the heavenly court was the Jade Emperor. He was the leader of all gods, the ruler of all gods. His daughter, the third Saint Mother, suddenly became interested in the mortal realm, so she descended to the mortal realm. Zhou Xuanji began to tell the story with a sorrowful expression. The third Saint Mother was bewitched by a mortal and gave birth to her unfilial son, Lu Qinxiang. The Jade Emperor was heartbroken when he found out about this and wanted to summon the third Saint Mother back. But the third Saint Mother did not listen and resisted. Her brother, Yang Jian, was so furious that he came to capture her personally. But that mortal was vicious and killed himself straight away. Before he died, he entrusted his will to his son, Lu Qinxiang, to take revenge for him. This caused the Jade Emperor's family to fall apart. After that, the Yang clan suppressed the third Saint Mother under Mount Hua. After Lu Qinxiang grew up, he received the inheritance of the great sage Heaven's Equal, who was a powerhouse of the demon race. He led the demons to attack the heavenly court, causing chaos in the heavenly court. The heavenly court suppressed Lu Qinxiang with their resources. Yang Jian couldn't bear to see his nephew die, so he purposely lost to Lu Qinxiang and let him escape. In the end, the gods took out their anger on him. From then on, Yang Jian was no longer the war god of the heavenly court and rarely returned to the heavenly court. The Jade Emperor also gradually became less and less worried. It wasn't until the great sage Heaven's Equal attacked the heavenly court that the father and son had a chance to reunite. At this point, Zhou Xuanji sighed faintly. No one knew if he was sighing for the Jade Emperor, Yang Jian, or the third goddess. In his heart, he apologized to the three holy mothers and Lu Qinxiang. It was all for the sake of educating his children. Zhou Xiaoxian clapped her hands and said indignantly, "So it was all the great sage's scheme." Zhou Xuanji almost fainted. This girl's way of thinking was really weird. He said helplessly, "This story is to tell you not to run away from home without telling your parents." Zhou Xiaoxian curled her lips in disdain. She crossed her arms in front of her chest and snorted, "Where have you been all these years? Some people say you're in hell, is that true?" Compared to the story, she was more interested in Zhou Xuanji's past. Ever since she was young, she had a competitive heart. The person in front of her did not look much older than her, but he was the most powerful man in the world. Zhou Xuanji shrugged and said with a smile, "Yeah, I fell into the netherworld." He told her about his experience in the netherworld. Although Zhou Xiaoxian was only 13 years old, she already had the ability to be independent. It was time to let her know how big the world was. Zhou Xiaoxuan's face was filled with longing. So the netherworld really existed. Even the judges and impermanences in the legends really existed. Zhou Xiaoxian was excited. She forgot about the awkwardness of meeting father and daughter for the first time and kept asking questions. Zhou Xuanji answered everything he knew, which made her cry out in surprise. Seeing that the girl was so excited, Zhou Xuanji felt very pleased. He had to admit that although the girl was still young, she was already a beauty. He could not let her run away from home alone in the future, unless she had the power to travel the world. The father and daughter chatted by the riverside. Dust billowed and the grassland had turned into a wasteland. Two silhouettes levitated in the air. They were both wearing golden armor. Xinyuan Huangshan is dead. He was a fifth tribulation scattered immortal and he died the moment he came down. No wonder the Heavenly Hall wants the Heavenly Guards to attack the northern wilderness region. One of the muscular men sighed in amazement, and the other Heavenly Guard nodded. The other Heavenly Guard had messy hair and a pair of sharp horns. He frowned and said, "There's an extremely powerful sword chi here. There's only one possibility, and that's the Sword Emperor Zhou Xuanji. He did not die and came back from the netherworld." Sword Emperor Zhou Xuanji. This person's name had already spread across the upper realm. Shi Shinzong called him the most powerful genius and the rival of his life. The hegemon Sword Emperor said that he was his brother. It was all thanks to Zhou Xuanji that he was enlightened. The sky-sundering sword emperor thought that this brat was the reincarnation of a powerful cultivator and had a powerful background. This time, Zhou Xuanji was on the Heavenly Guard's must-kill list, and he was ranked first. Because of Shenyuan Zhou, the conflict between the Heavenly Hall and Zhou Xuanji could not be resolved. Moreover, Zhou Xuanji had the Tianxia map. At this moment, a loud cry resounded across the entire northern wilderness region. I am the great god of the Heavenly Hall, Spirit Sovereign Yen. The northern wilderness region has disregarded heaven's will and angered the heavens. From today onwards, the immortal gods will guide all living beings in the northern wilderness region. The heavenly guards will build heavenly steels in various places. Mortals like you must pay tribute and kneel to them every day. Anyone who disobeys will be killed without mercy. This voice was extremely majestic, like the might of the heavens. All living beings were in awe. The world was in an uproar. The immortal gods had descended. Heaven's will was going to enslave the mortals? Zhou Xuanji and Zhou Shaoxian, who were by the river, heard Spirit Sovereign Yan's words too. Their expressions were different. Zhou Xuanji was thinking about Spirit Sovereign Yan's cultivation with a frown. Just from the voice alone he seemed to be very powerful, even more powerful than Lu Wuji. Zhou Shaoxian was frightened. To mortals, the immortal gods were lofty and undefeatable. How could she not be afraid? The following names are those that the heavens must kill. Those who provide clues or help to kill these people will be blessed by the heavens. Their cultivation and fate will grow tremendously, and they may even be listed as immortals. They are Zhou Xuanji, Bai Hao Yisin, Feng Yul, Xian Xianghua. Spirit Sovereign Yan's voice came again. This time his words were even more explosive. Zhou Shaoxian got up in fright and cried out anxiously, Father, run quickly. The immortal gods want to kill you. Zhou Xuanji stood up slowly. He stroked her hair and smiled, Don't be afraid, Father. It's not certain who will kill who. Very good. He did not expect the Heavenly Hall to kill him as soon as they descended. Since that was the case, he would not hold back. He turned around and walked towards Skyfall. Follow me, he said. Zhou Shaoxian was stunned and quickly followed him. At the same time the world was shocked. All the empires and kingdoms were in an uproar. What do you mean? Why do you want to kill the Sword Emperor? That's right. If not for the Sword Emperor, Lu Wuji would have killed us all. Why do the immortal gods act like demons? They force us to worship them and even want us to help them kill them. The immortal gods are heartless. The ancient sages were right. Never trust the immortal gods completely. Trust the heavens. Bullsh *T. They must be demons pretending to be immortal gods. But they came from the upper realm and must be very powerful. Who can defeat them? Come. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 371. Skyfall. Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Tsongjian, Lin Chang'e, and the others gathered in a stone pavilion. Everyone had a serious look on their faces. They were no different from how they were 13 years ago. Even Jiang Shui, who had given birth, looked like a young girl. This means that Master is fine and still alive, right? Huang Lianxin broke the silence and said with a smile, causing everyone to roll their eyes. In their hearts, Zhou Xuanji had never died. Daoya old man sighed and said, Looks like it's because of that Tian that the Heavenly Palace hates Xuanji so much. Jiang Shui frowned and said, If Xuanji is already in the northern wilderness region, why isn't he back yet? Is he in trouble? The person she cared about the most was always Zhou Xuanji. Even Zhou Shaoxian could not shake his position in her heart. Lin Chang'e said, Why don't I ask around? If he's on the mainland there must be news about him already. It's highly likely that he's on the coast. Even though Zhou Xuanji disappeared, he did not leave. All of them firmly believed that Zhou Xuanji would come back. Daoya old man waved his hand and smiled. I have a feeling that he and Shaoxian will be back soon. Jiang Shui was surprised and asked, They're together? Daoya old man smiled without saying a word. After that, they started to discuss Emperor Sword Court's recent actions. The Heavenly Hall wanted to kill Zhou Xuanji, so the disciples could not casually go out. It was too dangerous. In the Imperial Garden of the Hunyuan Empire, when Sunlight Emperor was practicing calligraphy, a man in black appeared behind him out of nowhere. Great Emperor, the Heavenly Palace has descended into the mortal world. What should we do? The man in black asked in a deep voice. When he mentioned this, his voice trembled a little. The arrival of the Heavenly Hall would have an unprecedented impact on the northern wilderness region. Sunlight Emperor's expression did not change. He waved the brush and wrote down the words Spirit Sovereign Yen. Then he said leisurely, Find out the location of Spirit Sovereign Yen and the whereabouts of other heavenly guards. He was not on the Heavenly Palace's must-kill list, but Spirit Sovereign Yen would definitely affect his progress. So he had already taken Spirit Sovereign Yen as his enemy. Yes. The man in black accepted the order and left. Sunlight Emperor looked up at the sky and murmured, "What kind of world is the upper world?" His cultivation and lifespan were enough for him to ascend, but he wanted to continue to become stronger in the mortal world. When one ascended, there would be a chance of metamorphosis. The stronger one was in the mortal world, the more metamorphosis there would be. 1 became 10 and 2 became 20. Before ascension there was a difference of 1, and after ascension there was a difference of 10. After the heavenly hall descended, the northern wilderness region was in chaos. The heavenly guards were all great tribulation scattered immortals, and they forced the mortals to build temples or sacrificial altars in order to worship the heavenly hall. Occasionally there would be killings, but the heavenly guards did not kill wantonly. As such, the humans in the northern wilderness region did not collapse, but they were still very depressed. Under the call of the immortal gods, more and more people started to chase after Zhou Xuanji, Bai Hao Yisin, and dozens of other experts. Zhou Xuanji did not recognize most of the names that Spirit Sovereign Yen had listed, but for the Heavenly Palace to remember them, they were definitely not simple. 10 days later, Zhou Xuanji and his daughter left the human race and entered the demon race's territory, heading towards Skyfall. Along the way, Zhou Xuanji was teaching Zhou Shaoxian sword techniques. He imparted the sky-dominating divine sword to Zhou Shaoxian and told her that this was the inheritance of an ancient sword emperor. She happily accepted it and no longer talked about the ancient sword emperor. On this day, Zhou Xuanji met a few people. They were Bai Hao Yisin and Feng Qiu. Seeing Zhou Xuanji, Bai Hao Yisin's face instantly became green. Feng Qiu's expression was also quite unnatural. What a coincidence. Zhou Xuanji greeted them with a smile. Zhou Shaoxian hid behind him and sized up Bai Hao Yisin and Feng Qiu curiously. Both of them did not look like ordinary people. Bai Hao Yisin said bitterly, "No wonder the Heavenly Palace is after me. I met you indeed." Whenever he met Zhou Xuanji, his luck would be extremely bad. Lu Wuji, who had just passed by, encountered the even more powerful Heavenly Palace. He suddenly wanted to die. Feng Qiu was shocked that Zhou Xuanji had returned from the netherworld. "Do you want to work together?" Zhou Xuanji asked with a smile. He did not have any ill feelings toward Great Emperor Heartless. If he brought this guy along and let him self-destruct in front of Spirit Sovereign Yen, it would weaken Spirit Sovereign Yan's power. "I feel unlucky whenever I see you." Humph. Bai Hao Yisin snorted coldly before leaving. Feng Qiu glanced at Zhou Xuanji and followed closely behind. "Who are they?" Zhou Xuanji asked curiously. Zhou Xuanji said intently, "One is a fortune teller, and the other is Great Emperor Heartless, who lived for 90,000 years. Interesting. He realized that Bai Hao Yisin had become more powerful. It seemed that this guy had not been idle these 13 years. Great Emperor Heartless? Zhou Shaoxian opened her eyes wide. She had heard of the legends of Great Emperor Heartless, but she did not expect such a person to live in the world. She suddenly felt reverence toward the world. Before, she was indeed childish. She always thought that she could be as famous as Zhou Xuanji. Under the blue sky, Skyfall was surrounded by dozens of heavenly guards. All of the Emperor Sword Court's disciples were waiting on the mountain. Looking at the mighty and domineering heavenly guards, the disciples felt extremely anxious. How powerful are these heavenly guards? They feel so powerful, more powerful than Martial Uncle Ning and the others. It's over. We can't defeat them. The Grand Teacher isn't here. What should we do? They must want to kill the Grand Teacher. They're all from the upper realm. Even if the Grand Teacher is here, he might not be able to defeat them. It was the first time they were facing immortals from the upper realm. All of the disciples were very nervous, including Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Tsongjian, and the others. Daoya Old Man flew into the air and cupped his fist as he asked, "Immortals, what business do you have here?" The heavenly guards were very pleased with his words. They were not real immortals or gods, but to mortals they were gods. The leader of the heavenly guards stood out and said, "I'm Heavenly General Zhenwu. This time I'm leading troops to suppress Zhou Xuanji. Tell me where Zhou Xuanji is." With their cultivation they could naturally tell that Zhou Xuanji was not at Skyfall. However, the northern wilderness region was very big, and it would be too troublesome to find Zhou Xuanji. As such, they wanted to find him through Emperor Sword Court. Hearing this, Daoya Old Man smiled bitterly and said, 13 years ago, after he fought with Lu Wuji and fell into the netherworld, he never appeared again. We don't know where he is either." "The netherworld?" Heavenly General Zhenwu frowned. "How can mortals go to the netherworld?" Daoya old man did not hide anything. In the past 13 years he had often divined Lu Wuji's whereabouts. Out of 10 times he had only succeeded once. He divined that Lu Wuji was in the netherworld and was lying in ambush for Zhou Xuanji. This was the first time he had told them about this. Previously he had not even told Jiang Shui and the others. Hearing this, Heavenly General Zhenwu's frown deepened as he said, "You mean that Zhou Xuanji is already dead?" Daoya old man did not reply, his face full of sorrow. "If that's the case then all of you can die too," Heavenly General Zhenwu said in a low voice. After that, he raised his spear and was prepared to attack. "Don't." Daoya old man became anxious and immediately cried out, "He might come back. We can be your hostages." He was not afraid of death, but the hundreds of thousands of people on Skyfall could not die because of this. Come. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 372. Wait for him to resurrect? How long will that take? Trying to trick me? You guys should just die first. Heavenly General Zhenwu said with a cold expression. After that he swept his spear down. Daoya old man was caught off guard and was split into 2 halves. Blood sprayed through the sky as he fell. This scene made the eyes of hundreds of thousands of disciples turn red. Su Yang leaped up, raised his treasured sword and roared furiously, "What are the disciples of Emperor Sword Court still standing there for? Rather than dying it was better to die in battle. Don't forget the purpose of our Emperor Sword Court." Daoya old man was Zhou Xuanji's senior, and he was the most respected person in Skyfall. For him to be killed like this was undoubtedly trampling on Emperor Sword Court's face. Supporting the world with the sword. Using the sword to save the world. Supporting the world with the sword. Using the sword to save the world. Supporting the world with the sword. Using the sword to save the world. Several 100,000 disciples drew their swords, roaring in unison. As they shouted, they leapt into the air, flying into formation. Lin Chang'e, Ning Zifeng, Xiao Jinghong and the rest followed suit. The 4 mountain-guarding kings roared and transformed into their true forms. Fenyu Dragon King flew out from the back of the mountain, his dragon body expanding rapidly. The heavenly guards, on the other hand, were disdainful. A group of mortals dared to resist. They would only die a more painful death. Jiang Shui gripped her staff and took a deep breath. Her eyes were filled with determination. Since Xianji wasn't around, she had to protect Skyfall. Zhou Xuanji had encountered such an undefeatable enemy more than once. Get into formation and kill the enemy. She raised the formation up high and shouted loudly. Raging flames coiled around her body and turned into a fire dragon. Violent winds whistled over and turned into a tornado that stood above her head. Countless water droplets appeared out of thin air and condensed into a giant water spear. The second-generation disciples formed the Sealing Dream Sword formation, while the third-generation disciples formed the 100-star sky-covering sword formation. Can't even take a single blow. Heavenly General Zhenwu shook his head. He had wanted to see if Zhou Xuanji's disciple was powerful, but it turned out that he was just SOSO. Shio. The sound of air being torn apart suddenly rang out, tearing apart everything. With a poochie sound, the ghost wail pierced Heavenly General Zhenwu's chest. The world fell silent. All of the heavenly guards immediately turned around and saw Zhou Xuanji carrying his daughter flying over on his sword. Zhou Xiaoshuan's face was full of excitement as she mumbled, so handsome, ranged sword propelling." She had also learned it before, but she felt that it was just an ordinary sword technique. It was too much of a test of one's accuracy. But when she saw Zhou Xuanji use ranged sword propelling, she immediately wanted to pick up this sword technique again. "I'm not dead yet. Who dares to disturb my Emperor Sword Court? Are you tired of living?" Zhou Xuanji's laughter resounded through the clouds, causing all of Emperor Sword Court's disciples to explode. Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Congjian and the others were also very excited. He was finally back. When Jiang Shui saw the scene of Zhou Xuanji hugging Zhou Xiaoxian, tears streamed down her face instantly. She smiled in pleasant surprise. Her Xuanji had returned, and he had even found their daughter. Woo-woo, the wails of gods and ghosts rang out one after another. Heavenly General Zhenwu's expression turned ugly as he shook his arms and forced the divine sword out of his chest. He turned to look at Zhou Xuanji and said coldly, "You've come at the right time. I'll kill you first and let your disciples watch you die before making them die in despair." Boom. He raised his spear and charged toward Zhou Xuanji, and dozens of heavenly guards also charged toward Zhou Xuanji. They already knew that Xinyuan Huangchen was suspected to have died in Zhou Xuanji's hands, so they did not dare to be careless. Zhou Xuanji directly took out the sun-devouring Tiango sword. Celestial shaking gray divine energy entered his body, and his aura soared. The Tri-Sun Flame Chi robe fluttered, and Zhou Shaoxian, who was in his embrace, stared with wide eyes. So powerful, this power? She stared at Zhou Xuanji's face as she muttered to herself. Zhou Xuanji did not put her down, and he held her waist with one hand as he swung his sword with the other. 5 sword souls were condensed by him. Sky-dominating divine sword, Soul Eater / Tempest / 10,000 ultimate steps, and Emperor's Way 1,000 hand sword Buddha. The 5 sword souls gave off different lights and shined on his body, making him look like a god. This was the first time he had used the sun-devouring Tiango sword with his full strength. Facing Lu Wuji before, that fellow had been too weak and had knelt before he could use his full strength. Zhou Xuanji quickly swung his sword, and the sword souls continuously shot out incredibly fast. In the blink of an eye, the 6 heavenly guards were directly turned to dust. Heavenly General Zhenwu felt quite shocked and hurriedly came behind Zhou Xuanji. He gripped his spear with both hands and ferociously stabbed out. A world-destroying gale wrapped around the spear's shaft as it shot out. A gale swept out, wanting to destroy Zhou Xuanji and Lu Wuji's souls. Zhou Xuanji flipped his hand and slashed out. A sword soul shot out and countless rays of sword light flashed out. Sword chi swept out, causing Heavenly General Zhenwu to cough up blood and fly back. Primordial Chaos Sword Shadow Sword Soul. It was as if millions of swords had simultaneously slammed into Heavenly General Zhenwu, causing his chi and blood to tremble and making him feel incredibly uncomfortable. After flying back hundreds of kilometers, he landed on a tall mountain and used the momentum to rush at Zhou Xuanji. Boom. The tall mountain was shattered by the shockwave and dust rose into the sky. Zhou Xuanji looked at him and smirked, giving a condescending smile. Seeing this, Zhou Xiaoshuan's heart rate sped up. Such boldness. Even facing an immortal god, he was still confident and domineering. Her heart was filled with pride. This was her father. The number 1 in the world, peerless and unparalleled. All of the legendary swords appeared around Zhou Xuanji, all of them exploding out with power. 10,000 ghosts howled, crimson dragons roared, hell kings roared, phoenixes cried, dragons roared, thunder rumbled, etc. All sorts of deafening sounds gathered together, as if the heavens and earth were going to explode. Seeing this, all of Emperor Sword Court's disciples were dumbfounded. In front of Zhou Xuanji, the heavenly guards seemed so weak and were no longer peerlessly domineering. Zhou Xuanji also unleashed the primordial chaos sword shadow. Millions of sword shadows appeared and gathered into mountains and rivers, giving off a boundless aura. It was the primordial chaos mountains and rivers, just like his magic energy, boundless and mighty. Immortal God? I'll show you the power of mortals. Zhou Xuanji loudly laughed as all of his legendary swords shot out, and the primordial chaos sword shadow also moved. The legendary swords and sword shadows shot out in different directions, causing the heavenly guards to flee. They flew into the sky and dove into the ground, but they were still unable to escape from this terrifying attack. Boom, 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 the ground shook and trees were destroyed. Smoke filled the air, filling the sky and earth. Emperor Sword Court was so shocked that they all retreated to defend Skyfall. Heavenly guards were killed one after another, and pained cries continuously sounded out. So powerful, Zhao Congjian gripped his fists. Looking at this majestic sword technique, he immediately wanted to learn it. A sword technique that was even more domineering than the Emperor's Way 1,000 hand sword Buddha. The others also felt shocked, but they were more curious about Zhou Xuanji's cultivation. Too powerful. This was not the power that mortals should have. Zhou Xuanji, what divine weapon are you using? Heavenly General Zhenwu asked furiously. He swung his spear with both hands and blocked the endless sword shadows. Zhou Xuanji carried his daughter and flew up high. He looked down at Heavenly General Zhenwu and said, Sun-devouring Tiango sword, specialized in killing pigs and dogs. You, Heavenly General Zhenwu almost exploded in anger. This fellow dared to insult him. He gritted his teeth and raised his spear as he furiously roared, Heaven, please bestow me with divine power. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow and charged over with 10,000 ultimate steps. Piesage. Heavenly General Zhenwu's head flew up, and blood spurted out from his neck. Come. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 373. Before the heavenly power landed, Heavenly General Zhenwu's head was chopped off, and his life was cut off. His body was so powerful, but it was a pity that he could not withstand the sharpness of the celestial shaking legendary sword. Even his astral spirit did not have the time to project. To prevent any accidents, Zhou Xuanji activated 6-path sword shadow and Soul Eater / turning Heavenly General Zhenwu into ashes. The entire process happened so quickly that Zhou Shaoxian was dazzled. Before she could see clearly what happened, Heavenly General Zhenwu was no longer there. Zhou Xuanji noticed her gaze and lowered his head with a smile. "Don't worry. With your old man here, no one can hurt you." After that, he walked toward the other heavenly guards. At this point in the battle, there were only 17 heavenly guards left. They trembled in fear and quickly retreated. Zhou Xuanji laughed heartily. "Tell Spirit Sovereign Yen that if anyone dares to come to Skyfall again, he will be the one to die." The heavenly guards did not dare to threaten him and quickly fled. The battle ended just like that. Zhou Xuanji was not injured at all. He displayed his might and showed everyone how powerful he was. He stored all his legendary swords and entered the mountain with Zhou Shaoxian. All the disciples cried out the Sword Emperor's name in excitement. Too powerful. They had never seen such a powerful person before. Especially the new disciples. Each of them was more excited than the last, and they could not wait to rush up to Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji looked around and realized that the number of disciples had doubled. It seemed that Emperor Sword Court had not stopped developing during the years he was away, which made him very satisfied. "In today's battle, I want to tell you to cultivate well. The way of the sword can slay immortals and slay gods. I hope that you can protect me one day." Zhou Xuanji's voice resounded throughout Skyfall, and all the disciples felt their blood boiling. "I hope that you can protect me one day." The sentence was just too charming. Even the odd job disciples had the urge to break Zhou Xuanji's body and crush his bones. If it was someone else who said this, they would not care. But Zhou Xuanji had already shown how powerful he was. How could someone who could protect him be weak? Zhou Xuanji brought Zhou Shaoxian to Jiang Shui and said with a gentle smile, "I'm sorry for making you wait for 13 years. Let's go up and talk." As he spoke, he raised his right arm and embraced Jiang Shui. Hugging his wife and daughter, he turned into a beam of sword light and soared into the sky. Xiao Jinghong, Lin Chang'e, and the others followed closely behind him. Above the clouds, everyone gathered in the stone pavilion, and before anyone could ask anything, Zhou Xuanji told them about his experiences over the past few years. After he finished speaking, everyone looked at each other and exclaimed in surprise. "So there really is an underworld. Master is really amazing. You can even make friends with Judge Chui. In the future, when you go to the netherworld, won't you have someone to rely on? Haha, does that mean we don't have to fear death? You're thinking too much. At most, I'll let you reincarnate into a good life. Master, you're truly number one in the world now. You're only 73 years old, not even 100. When mentioning Zhou Xuanji's age, everyone could not help but shake their heads and sigh. This was too much of a blow. Zhou Shaoxian stood behind Zhou Xuanji proudly. She also wanted to become a great tribulation bodiless immortal before she turned 100 years old. For the next period of time, let the disciples go out as little as possible. Of course, there is no need to prohibit them. Heroes are born in troubled times. Everyone has to be responsible for their own choices. Zhou Xuanji instructed and Xiao Jinghong nodded. As Zhou Xuanji's only disciple, he was in charge of all the disciples. The others were in charge of different organizations such as Xuanji Sword Library, 10,000 Swords House, and so on. After that, he asked everyone to tell him about Emperor Sword Court's situation. Now, Emperor Sword Court had more than 1 million disciples. There were 360,000 third-generation disciples and 700,000 odd job disciples. 3 of the second-generation disciples were missing. They died in accidents while out on missions. Just as everyone was chatting, the pale-faced Daoya old man walked over. Zhou Shaoxian immediately dashed over and hugged him. "Bad old man, I'm back." She giggled. Seeing her, Daoya old man smiled amiably and cursed, "Brat, do you dare to go out alone again?" There was no etiquette in their conversation, but they enjoyed it. The reason why she was named Shaoxian was because of Zhou Xuanji's mother, Lady Zhao Xian. The young Lady Zhao Xian was the same as Zhou Shaoxian. She was disrespectful to Daoya old man, but their relationship was the best. After the grandfather and granddaughter chatted for a while, Daoya old man sat down beside Zhou Xuanji and sighed, "Brat, why didn't you come earlier? If I used my divine ability again, I might really die." His undying divine ability consumed a lot of energy, and he used his lifespan as the price. As such, even though he was only a few thousand years old, he looked even more ancient than Xian Xianghua, who was over 10,000 years old. It was as if he already had one foot in the coffin. Zhou Xuanji shrugged and said, "When the time comes, tell Magistrate Chui my name. In your next life, I'll let you live in a wealthy family and let you live a happy and romantic life." Daoya old man glared at him, feeling quite depressed. Following this, Zhou Xuanji asked Beishao Wangjian to prepare some food and wine. He was going to drink to his heart's content today. In the northern wilderness region, on an ice mountain in the north, the heavenly palace had temporarily built an ice palace. Spirit Sovereign Yen sat on the main seat. He was nearly 30 meters tall and wore heavy chest armor. His hair was loose and his muscles were exaggerated. His face was valiant, and his eyes gave off an oppressive aura. He held a massive sword in his right hand, and the blade was pointed at the ground. He looked at the heavenly guards kneeling below and said in a low voice, "Zhou Xuanji killed Heavenly General Zhenwu and 20 or so heavenly guards?" Heavenly General Zhenwu's cultivation was 7th Tribulation Scattered Immortal, and the weakest of the heavenly guards was a 1st Tribulation Scattered Immortal. How could they not defeat Zhou Xuanji? His first reaction was disbelief. How could there be such a powerful existence in the mortal realm? Moreover, Zhou Xuanji was not even 100 years old. Even if he was the reincarnation of a powerful being, he could not be so ridiculously powerful. The heavenly guard gritted his teeth and replied, "Yes." Thinking back to the battle back then, he felt a chill. Too powerful. He mustered up his courage and said, "Sovereign, a lot of your cultivation has been sealed, so you can't be careless. This boy has power that surpasses mortals." Spirit Sovereign Yen frowned and coldly harumphed, "As long as he doesn't surpass Great Tribulation Scattered Immortal, he won't be able to kill me." Hearing this, the heavenly guard did not say anything else. "Spirit Sovereign Yen, right? You want to kill this emperor? You really don't know the immensity of the heavens and earth. Get out here and die." Baihao Yisin's furious voice sounded out from outside the palace, causing the heavenly guard to get up. Spirit Sovereign Yan's frown became even deeper as he muttered, "Great Emperor Heartless." In the upper realm, Great Emperor Heartless was an influential figure, and he had once looked up to him. However, this fellow had already reincarnated, and even dealing with Shen Yuanzhou was very difficult. He stood up and walked out of the ice palace with his sword. Baihao Yisin and Feng Qiul stood amidst the flying snow. One stood proudly while the other felt uneasy. Seeing Spirit Sovereign Yen, Feng Qiul swallowed his saliva and said, "Great Emperor, are you really going to do this?" Baihao Yisin laughed condescendingly and said loudly, "You don't know this, but back then, when this emperor was in the upper realm, even the Heavenly Hall's Lord had to treat me with respect. He's just a spirit sovereign, so what? If it was before, this emperor could kill a bunch of brats like him with a single slap." I'll continue writing. There's more today. The monthly votes are coming. Come. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 374. Hearing Baihao Yisin's arrogant words, Spirit Sovereign Yen coldly harumphed. "You are no longer the all-powerful Great Emperor Heartless from back then. Because of your own selfish desires, you were deceived by someone and gave up your cultivation to descend into the mortal realm. What a fool. Today I will let you feel pain that you have never felt before. I will let you be defeated by an existence that you once looked down on, and I will let you live a life worse than death." Spirit Sovereign Yen said coldly. As he spoke, he walked towards Baihao Yisin with his sword. His aura quickly exploded out, shaking this world of ice and snow. Feng Qiul was so frightened that he took 3 steps back and gulped. He said carefully, "If you are going to, remember to remind me." Thinking about Baihao Yisin's past accomplishments, he did not feel confident. So, why did he have to follow a great emperor like this? It was too dangerous. Baihao Yisin did not reply and continued to look at Spirit Sovereign Yen. A spear wrapped with silver dragon energy appeared in his hand, and he laughed proudly as he said, "Brat, watch carefully." He raised the spear and charged towards Spirit Sovereign Yen, advancing with indomitable will. Unstoppable. After returning to Skyfall, Zhou Xuanji spent 5 days teaching his disciples with the sword before spending the rest of the time with his wife and daughter. After teaching Zhou Shaoxian, he found that this girl's talent in the way of the sword was truly amazing. She was not inferior to Lin Chang'e at all. Of course, compared to the 2 10,000-year princes, she was still a bit inferior. Qin Bantian and Meng Tianlang had become close friends. 3 months ago, the two of them had gone out to train and had not returned. It was said that Qin Bantian had reached the spirit refinement stage, while Meng Tianlang had begun to break through to the great realization stage. Putting aside Zhou Xuanji, this cultivation speed was already inconceivable. Emperor Sword Court's strength increased day by day. Even though it had not produced a Great Tribulation Scattered Immortal, it could already rank in the top 10 in the world. At this rate, within 100 years, it would have 3 more Great Tribulation Scattered Immortals. Apart from the dense spirit chi in Skyfall, it was also related to the colorful celestial tree. This tree needed to bear fruit once every 100 years, and the fruits that fell to the ground would disappear within 10 years. As such, it had to be consumed and could not be stored. Before leaving, Zhou Xuanji listed the 5-color celestial fruit as a first-class reward in the firmament inner court. Doing missions in the firmament net could earn contribution points, which could be exchanged for sword techniques, spirit pills, medicines, swords, natural treasures, and so on. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. The heavenly guards did not come to capture Zhou Xuanji again. He enjoyed the leisure. On this day, Lin Chang'e brought back the report, and he stood in front of Zhou Xuanji with a strange expression. Zhou Xuanji looked at Zhou Shaoxian, who was training her sword not far away. "What's wrong?" he asked. Lin Chang'e said, "Great Emperor Heartless self-destructed again, and his opponent was Spirit Venerable Yen." The explosion flattened the snowy mountains in the surrounding 100 miles, causing a sky-high avalanche that engulfed the cities at the edge of the human race. There were countless casualties. At the mention of this matter, his expression became increasingly strange. As a great emperor, other than self-detonation, did he not have any other abilities? Zhou Xuanji laughed. This old fellow was quite something, self-destructing anyone he saw. Even if Spirit Sovereign Yen did not die, he would be incredibly angry. He asked, "Spirit Sovereign Yen hasn't moved recently. Could it be that he's severely injured?" If that was the case, this would be the best chance to attack Spirit Sovereign Yen. Lin Chang'e nodded. Because of this, all the heavenly guards have been transferred back to overlook North Ridge. Zhou Xuanji immediately got up and gathered everyone, telling them about his arrangements. No one had any objections. Zhou Xuanji was already powerful enough, to the point that they could not predict him, so they could only support him. "You still need to be careful, don't let your guard down just because you've become stronger," Jiang Shui reminded him. However, she believed that Zhou Xuanji would not be arrogant. If he was arrogant, he would have died long ago. Ever since he had become famous, Zhou Xuanji had been more cautious than anyone else. In his own words, he was paranoid, so every time he killed an enemy he would stab them tens of times. "Father, take me with you," Zhou Shaoxian said excitedly. She really liked the scene of Zhou Xuanji taking her into battle. She could sense how powerful he was, and she felt a sense of contempt for him, as if he was just a drop in the ocean. Zhou Xuanji glared at her and said, "Do you want to get your father killed? You're just a small fry, so just focus on cultivating at Skyfall." After saying this, he turned into a ray of sword light and quickly disappeared over the horizon. Zhou Shaoxian pouted, feeling quite wronged. Jiang Shui stroked her head and smiled as she said, "Your father is right." Everyone laughed and teased her, making her so angry that she drew her sword and chased after them. After leaving Skyfall, Zhou Xuanji stood on the windcutter sword and rushed toward the north at full speed. He took out the bronze dagger and sent his magic energy into it, summoning Dao Seeker. Soon, Dao Seeker's image appeared. "Are you thinking about Spirit Sovereign Yan's injuries?" Dao Seeker asked first, causing Zhou Xuanji to raise his brow. "Oh, this old fellow's predictions were quite accurate." Before Zhou Xuanji could speak, he continued, "Spirit Sovereign Yen is indeed injured, but he still has power that surpasses Lu Wuji's. Moreover, a month has passed and his injuries have mostly recovered. He also has hundreds of heavenly guards with him, and they are all great tribulation scattered immortals. No matter how powerful you are, it will be very difficult for you to kill him." Zhou Xuanji gave a smile that did not seem like a smile and said, "You mean for me to retreat?" Dao Seeker shook his head and said, "Go to Juedi Cliff. There's a very powerful being hidden there. You have already established a connection." Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes and immediately thought of Dugu. Dugu was most likely the invincible genius from 50,000 years ago, Devil Emperor Dugu. However, why was his soul at Juedi Cliff? Didn't he ascend? Could he have reincarnated into the mortal realm like Bai Hao Yisin? Even if we find him, how long will it take for him to recover his cultivation in his current state? Zhou Xuanji asked. He did not slow down, nor did he change his direction. Dao Seeker was silent. This was indeed a problem. Dugu was only a remnant soul now. Even if he was rescued, he would not be of much use. I'm most worried about one thing now. If I kill Spirit Sovereign Yen, will the Heavenly Hall send someone even more powerful? Zhou Xuanji continued to ask. After fighting the small, he would fight the big. After fighting the big, he would fight the old. Would there be an end to this? Before, he felt that the antagonists were all pigs. They sent themselves to him one after another. But now that he was in the same situation, he felt troubled. Each of the antagonists was very powerful. They won't. Spirit Sovereign Yen is already the most powerful cultivator that the Heavenly Law can tolerate. If they send someone more powerful, the Heavenly Law will not tolerate it. The heavenly hall will also be punished by the heavenly law. They won't be so stupid, Dao Seeker replied, which made Zhou Xuanji heave a sigh of relief. So, then Spirit Sovereign Yan was dead for sure. After that, the two chatted for a while. Dao Seeker mentioned Xian Xianghua and said that she was close to the time of her ascension. She had lived for tens of thousands of years and her cultivation was high. It was hard for the mortal realm to tolerate her. Zhou Xuanji was a little worried about her. The heavenly hall was after her. If she ascended, she would not have a good time in the upper realm. 2 days later, Zhou Xuanji passed by Great Zhou and Great Qin and came to the Qi Empire. The Qi Empire had always kept a low profile. Among the 7 empires it was not eye-catching. But it was said that there was an old ancestor who had lived for tens of thousands of years in the Qi Empire. His power was unfathomable. Come. Wonderful book house.